Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Issei was taken to backroom. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 11. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Previously we saw that Ashbin has not seen any changes happening in the beacon even after revealing the truth. The only thing that has reduced was the morale of the students. Ashbin realized that nothing was improving. Most of the students have just straight up forgetting about him and what they did and just moving on with their lives. Ashbin then remembers of how he called everyone and revealed to everyone about the truth about the Forever Falls incident, which caused many students to be angry, furious at what Carden did, some even feeling guilty for what they did to John. Carden's reputation was as good as gone. After which he told the students that despite John having fake transcripts he was still let in, since Ashbin saw some potential in the boy. He also told the students that if anyone deserved to be in Huntsman more than them it was John, since he was not only a true noble but also he is more of a hero than any of them could ever be. Ashbin then tells them thanks to their efforts not only are John and Ruby gone from this school as they have desired but also they might be presumed dead and they should be happy for what they did. Once he comes back to present, he decides to double and increase the search efforts for finding John and Ruby as things have only been worse since Team WBY and Jean-Pierre are in a complete train wreck and it is only a matter of time before they do something that would either kill them or they might regret. Meanwhile, back with Issei and the others in the backrooms, they seem to be traversing through level 6 which was completely dark. They were unable to see anything. Ruby was even hearing hallucinations about people and running water. However, Issei told her to ignore these sounds. They then conversed on how they should get out of here, to which they suggested that all they needed to do was wander far enough to get to the next level. However, Naofumi's leg banged a table, resulting in a screamer coming after them. However, Issei fired a dragon shot throwing him away, forcing the screamer to flee. After knowing more about these creatures they move on ahead, where Drake informs them on what to expect when they reach level 7, which was a level mostly underwater. They then hear a laughing sound, which Drake informs Issei to hold a bottle of almond water. The sound becomes louder, which allowed Issei to pinpoint the location and sprinkle the water on the entity, making it docile for a while, giving Issei enough time to kill the entity for good. The entity was a laughter which is known to make wanderers insane with laughing sound. They then keep moving only to find themselves starting to see things. They then realize that they were in a room that has been partially submerged by water. Level 7, 1:30 p.m. Issei and the others noticed the room to be the same one that they would have been if they were in level 7. That meant that they were successfully able to clear level 6 and none of them died. John and Ruby cheered since they both were alive, while Naofumi and Rex took a sigh of relief since now they can see much better than they used. Issei then looked down to see the water. He touched it and he started to shiver. The water was surprisingly extremely cold. He then looked at the others and informed them opening start an entity is overseeing the backrooms. While having a grin, Rias looks up in the sky. Aquino does the same, thinking that it is someone. Asia also looks up in sadness. As the title screen shows up images of Jambar, W, Ashbin and the staff, and finally a crying Glinda is shown in the rain. Issei is seen looking around, trying to figure where to go home. He then walks away seeing nowhere. Flashback of Issei being hit and called a pervert is shown. John is being called a faker and underserving of Beacon. While he falls to his knees he then notices tears falling and looks up to see Ruby. Rose was crying for him. Ruby immediately snuggles John, telling him that she is there with him. Issei is seen fighting entities like partygoers and smilers, killing them instantly. Ruby uses her crescent rose to shoot the entities, assisting Issei in any way. Rex slices them apart with his claws, while a girl drowns them in water. John and Naofumi protect him from any assault. While they all are in a cave system, Issei then sees someone with wings. While he grips his Ascalon ready to fight, he then sees a camo crawler attacking him, leaving him alone to defend when he suddenly sees his teammates protecting him, resulting in everyone surviving. The Naofumi takes center along with John. Ruby, the girl and Rex are in the back with Issei as they get ready to fight their enemies. Opening and Issei, this water is surprisingly cold. Thankfully we just have to be careful since the entities this time are not present above. John, so they are under the water. Issei, Yes, they would be. Since the way out this time is under the water, we need to be careful of two primary entities. Tiny and the thing on level 7 Ruby. How dangerous are they? Issei, they think of us as mere prey, so we will be hunted by them. There are 4 parts of this level. The first part is the daylight zone, which is basically the area where the sunlight reaches the most. The second part is the twilight zone, roughly a kilometer below the surface, which is the area that contains loose bones and scraps of rusted metal, as well as the first sightings of full skeletons. These skeletons are often humanoid with noticeable differences, including much larger jaws containing long, sharp teeth and legs ending in what are presumed to be flippers. Several skeletons of large, unearthly fish have also been spotted, many of which are covered in bite or scratch marks. The water pressure is said to be quite strong by this point, yet it appears that at no point in level 7 is the pressure great enough to crush the human skeleton. These 2 are the zones where the tiny will try to attack and hunt us. Ruby, so what are the other 2 zones? Issei. The third zone is the midnight zone, which 3 kilometers below the twilight zone. The midnight zone is completely dark. Many more full skeletons have been found within this portion of the ocean, almost all of which are those of the humanoid entities previously mentioned. There have been reports of incredibly large fish-like skeletons in the midnight zone, but the skeletal structures of these creatures have been described by observers as incomprehensible. This is where the exit to this level is. There will be a cave where we can get out of here and head to level 8. And finally the abyss, the final zone located 7 kilometers below the surface. The abyss is sparsely decorated with mountainous piles of tar and rock, with a steady bubbling emanating from an unknown source below. This zone is also densely populated by the aforementioned humanoid skeletons, most of which have been eroded in some regard by the immense pressure. Thankfully we do not need to head to the abyss. Nafumi, so we do not know how deep the level is. Issei, yeah, oh, can you survive the water's Rex? Rex, totally, us dollfaces are pretty resilient, you know, Rex said in a smug tone. Everyone chuckled. After a while Issei then spoke. Issei, anyways, we need to get down the stairs, we will be heading the ocean, this is where our exploration will begin. The others nodded and they all went downstairs. They then opened the door only to find that there is a beach. They then looked outside to see that the ocean seemed to be massively deep. Issei and the others looked at the beach scenery. Despite it being nice to spend some relaxing time here, he and the others then suddenly heard somebody singing. The singing was addicting, especially to a dragon like Issei. Ruby, say. The singer was an appealing foreign girl who appears to be in her late teens with a whimsical aura. She has long purple hair and has orange eyes. She wore a white noble dress with cleavage that exposed part of her big melons, high slits and with sleeves. She also wears a black miniskirt. Issei snapped out of his trance and got on guard. And replace the park setting with a beach one. Issei, who are you? And why did you bring me here? The girl stopped singing and looked at Issei. Issei took everything to calm his perversion down. Since this might be a trap, he needed to be careful, as this would be a trap meant for luring and killing perverted wanderers. He couldn't help but look at her melons, which the girl thankfully did not notice. She then said, "Looks like I got a dragon wielder. I am sorry for bothering you, I did not mean to bring you here." Issei once again was surprised. He could sense the girl had no ill intentions, but at the same time he could sense that she is a half-devil, similar to Vale Lucifer. He then asked Issei, "How did you know I was wielding a dragon?" "My singing tends to lure in people. As for the dragon-wielding part, I can sense something inside of you." Issei, "Okay, that answers my question. So who are you?" "My name is Ingvild Leviathan, the daughter of a Leviathan noble and a human woman. I was in a seaside city in Europe, and the next thing I knew I teleported to a room with buzzing lights and wet carpet." Issei, "So just like me." "What should we do, Drake?" Drake telepathically responded. "Drake, we should help her get back. She is definitely not a doppelganger or imposter, since I was not sensing any malicious intent from this girl. Also I sense a sacred gear that can enhance or weaken us when she sings. She can be useful. Plus, since she is a Leviathan descendant, she has control over water itself, which can be advantageous in this level." Issei, "Alright Drake, I trust you." That was when the others joined in. Ruby, Ise, why did you? Who is she? Nafumi, stop running off like that without telling. The girl got on guard as well. Issei then calmed the situation. Issei, Relax, everyone, she is not an enemy. Guys, this is Ingvild Leviathan, she seems to be from my world, and Ingvild, this is Ruby Rose, the blonde boy is John, and the shield guy is Naofumi Iwatani. They all greeted each other with John trying his signature flirt, which caused everyone to sweat drop and made Ingvild slightly uncomfortable. John then sulked Issei. Dude, go on like this and you will be single for life, John. Yeah, I know I need to fix my style. Speaking of, how did you manage to get through level 6 without any issues, Ingvild? It was not easy. Many of the people told me that as long as you stay quiet, you should be able to avoid the entities without any issues. Issei, something which we weren't. Ingvild got panicked. She then asked Ingvild, what happened? Naofumi, we had a run-in with a screamer and a laughter. They tried to attack us all, but thankfully we were able to scare the screamer and kill the laughter. It was not easy since our best bet was audio cues. Ruby, thankfully everything can be solved with a bottle of almond water. Issei threw the almond water and used a dragon shot, killing it instantly. Ingvild, dragon shot. Issei, are you the Red Dragon Emperor? Issei, yes I am. Issei then showed the boosted gear in all its glory. Ingvild finally breathed a sigh of relief knowing that she has made a strong ally. She knew that she can get out of this level without any issue and finally meet her parents back in Europe. Ingvild, I too have a sacred gear, although it is unidentified. They say that it makes a dragon much stronger or weaker. I can harm or help others with my singing. Aside from that, I can control the water to a much larger extent. So what are your abilities? Issei and the others explained their own abilities, with Issei showing his first, followed by Ruby showing her crescent rose, with its sniper mode and scythe mode, along with her semblance. John showed his crossramors, which is a simple sword and shield, along with his semblance, and finally Naofumi shows his legendary shield along with the changed shield ability, allowing him to access multiple shields, and the ability Air Strike Shield, Shield Prison, although he kept the Wrath Shield hidden, so that Ingvild will not get scared. Ingvild then showed her control over water itself, allowing her to use multiple water spells, and even split open the water. She then all of a sudden lost control, causing her to blush in embarrassment. Ingvild, oh no. I do not have full control. I am sorry, Issei. It's alright, you will be able to with enough training. Since we all want to get out of here, the best way to do is by going under the sea into the Midnight Zone. Ingvild, the Midnight Zone. Issei, well, you are in for a one very long explanation. Issei then explained the two threats in getting to the next level, followed by the different zones of each level as well as the location of the exit to this level. He also told that the level has not been fully explored yet, as well as on how to deal with those two threats. Ruby, so as long as we make loud noises we should be away from Tiny. Issei, yes, Ruby, the noises should be loud enough to make him daze for a while, and once he is on land we should have the advantage, and then we can take him down, that is unless he attacks us. We can go right now if you guys like. Naofumi, I see no reason in staying here, we should head down right away. The others agree to what Naofumi say. They still have two dangerous levels that they needed to cross before they even move to the later safer ones, and eventually they get out of here. Their plan is to head to level 11 since it is the only safe level after the 3 levels. Naofumi, alright, I have created the gear for breathing underwater, and yes, this has nozzles that can allow you to speak as well. Since we might be hunted by the two, I need everyone to keep their guard up. Is that clear? The others nodded and they wore the gear on their body, and with that Issei and the others step in the water making a splash, given that this would deter the Tiny from attacking or ambushing them since it can sense prey from as long as 30 kilometers, so they needed to be careful. Tiny on the other side was killing his prey, which was a huge shallow water fish. He then heard some more prey enter the water. He made a massive grin with its fang smile. He had found its new victims. It immediately rushed to go after them. Tiny, new prey to consume. It has been a while since I have had wanderer flesh, A/N. I do not own this GIF or anime. Tiny grinned sadistically and immediately dove towards the group that had entered. He swam through the empty shores with ease, eventually being only 5 kilometers away from its targets with Issei and the others. Issei and the others were diving down, eventually reaching the Twilight Zone. They knew that only in a matter of 2 kilometers they would be able to reach the Midnight Zone, the one and only way out of there. That was when Drake sensed Drake. Everyone, Tiny has sensed our presence. Be on guard, he can attack you guys from anywhere. Everyone started to swim faster. All they needed to do was outspeed him and reach the midnight zone since it was not his territory, but that did not mean that they were safe from anything, since the thing on level 7 will be the main threat after that. Eventually they saw that a black-colored thing next to them. They immediately recognized it as Tiny, the hunter of the shallow parts of level 7. Tiny, trying to escape? I don't think so. Tiny was described to be a humanoid entity whose body was coated in a thick layer of tar. Under this layer, his body, dotted with bioluminescent markings, appears to be vaguely amphibian. The skin is rubbery in texture but unusually durable, like a form of natural armor. His face is largely obscured by a similarly tough carapace that leaves only his eyes exposed. Observers have reported that Tiny's eyes glow brighter at lower light levels and are almost completely dim outside of water. Tiny then immediately swam towards the weakest of the group, that being Ruby Rose. The carapace that covers Tiny's face opens to reveal a large, toothy mouth. He then used his mouth to gnaw Ruby alive, however a shield was in his way now for me. I don't think so. The shield changed into dog shield, causing Tiny to back away since he did not see someone defending. The dogs came close and Tiny used his weapon to slash the dogs. A/N. I do not own this GIF or Rising of the Shield Hero. Tiny, how troublesome. Oh well, Tiny readied its weapon. It's been a while since he has had good hunt, and he is certainly not going to let it get away, especially not to his rival, that stupid fish below. John then spoke. John, we are not your enemy, we just want to get out of here. Tiny nods and responds. Tiny, you are right, you are not my enemy, you are my prey, just like the others. John saw that this entity cannot be negotiated with. Tiny charged at the blonde, who was surprisingly able to hold his own against it even under the water. Issei also assisted John, and with the two attacking him, Tiny was having a tough time dealing with the two in single hand-to-hand combat. It jumped back, gritting its jawed teeth. Tiny, this is getting really annoying. Time to SW usage tactics. Issei, in that case, even I should take it to the next level. Ready, Drake. Drake, thought you would never ask. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei activated his balance breaker. He was surprised that the armor was able to function underwater as well. He knew that he can now fight even underwater. Invalid and the others now looked as Tiny was surrounded. Ruby used her crescent rose to gain the upper hand and charge at him using her semblance, releasing rose petals everywhere. However, this is what Tiny expected. He released some of the tar, disorienting Ruby. Ruby, what is this? Tiny, that my prey, is my special tar, meant for disorienting my targets. Now shall we continue? Tiny once again removed the carapace that covered Tiny's face that opened to reveal a large, toothy mouth, his most fatal form of attack. Ruby, is this how I am going to die? New Ruby closed her eyes, accepting her fate. However, before Tiny could bite into her, Issei grabs her and takes her to John and the others. Tiny once again started to get angry since his prey escaped. Issei fired a dragon shot to distract him, which he easily evaded. However, this made him an easy target to Ingvild, who used her control over water to capture him. Tiny tried to evade the possessed water currents, since the very thing that gave him an advantage was turned against him. Tiny, a wanderer that can control water, this can be a problem for me. I need to deal with her first. With that, Tiny charged at Ingvild. She tried to use her water magic to protect herself, but Tiny slashed through every single one of them. Ingvild braced herself for an attack, but Naofumi once again used his shield to protect her. Issei took the princess out of there, while not noticing that he had grabbed her melons. Ingvild blushed and pointed. Ingvild, oh no. Issei, what? Issei noticed it and immediately removed his hand. Issei, sorry about that. It will not happen next time. Ingvild nodded. Right now they needed to focus on the beast. John and Naofumi were currently fighting it, with John using his sword and semblance to prevent Tiny from doing any permanent damage. Tiny, damn it, why are you making this difficult? Issei, sorry, cause we want to leave from this level. Olivia do not want to fight you. Tiny, but you are giving us little to no choice. Why attack us? I mean, there are so many sea animals you can attack, so why us? Tiny, because, well, you are prey, that's why. Issei, you give us no choice then. Naofumi, do you have a shield that can produce intense sound? Naofumi, wait, but I have something similar. Voice Jengar shield. Naofumi then yelled into the shield using the nozzle, which was enough to make the Tiny get dazed. Issei then activated illegal move Triana and called out. Issei, Armor release change star Sonic. Issei then quickly went under the Tiny before it could predict. Issei then grabbed Tiny and flew faster. Issei then asked Drake to boost Issei. Drake, transfer them to my jets. Drake, understood partner. You are sending it to the land where it cannot move, right? Issei, you know it transfer despite its strong body-like texture. Issei managed to hold it off, preventing it from escaping. Naofumi kept on yelling as much as he could while John used his aura to help Naofumi in emitting as much sound as he could. Ingvild used the water to send Issei and Tiny up, along with Ruby using her semblance petal burst to assist Issei in pushing Tiny up. Tiny yelled, Tiny, stop, this hurts, let go of me, you pray. Issei, nope, you deserve this, we gave you a chance to mind your own business, but you ignored us. Now deal with this. Boost transfer. Tiny kept struggling to get out of Issei's grasp, but the massive speed coupled with the sound waves were making him struggle. He and Ruby then flew out of the water. Issei then threw Tiny on the beach where the creature struggled to walk since it cannot be on land. Tiny, land, I cannot move you. Will not get away with this, you demon, pray. Issei and Ruby watched as Tiny yelled insults and struggled on land. Given that he was unable to move, they then went under the ocean and caught up with the others. They then proceeded to dive down since Tiny will no longer be a problem for a while, at least for them. John then asked John, is he dead? Issei, nope, but he will not be a problem for us. His kind cannot move on land since they are more tuned to being in water. John, alright, wish I was more of a help. Naofumi, what are you talking about? Without you none of us would have been able to push that entity up. Issei, Naofumi is right. Now let's move to the Midnight Zone and get to the next level. John nodded in approval. He is happy that he is able to help his team despite his treatment back at Beacon. He knew that he must survive so that he can be with the people that truly cared for him. Eventually they got out of the Twilight Zone, which was Tiny's territory. As they headed to the ocean floor, they knew that they needed to avoid the abyss since the thing of level 7 existed there itself. They noticed several bones and remains of humans and entities alike. Knowing that they needed to be careful, the number of the bones and the remains seemed to be way higher here that they seemed, realizing that the thing seemed to be much bigger and aggressive than Tiny, which made them wonder, how the hell did Tiny even manage to communicate with the thing? Drake, my guess is telepathy. According to the data Meeg gave me, it shows that Tiny is capable of talking with other entities via telepathic communication. It must have learnt to communicate with the thing using that way. Issei, alright, I think I see a cave entrance down there. I guess that's our way out, let's go. John, guys, why do I see something incoming? Issei, oh no, everyone hurry, get to the cave now. Issei grabbed Ingvild and Naofumi and entered illegal move Triana, while Ruby grabbed John and used her semblance to get them in the cave. Issei called out. Issei, armor release change star Sonic. They both rushed to the entrance with the thing chasing after them. The thing seemed to be a black, snake-like figure that was said to be roughly 11,000 meters long, with no features except for a large mouth that is only visible when it is open and is big enough to swallow a small hotel hole. This mouth took up a third of its face, with sharp, 10-meter teeth inside. The thing seemed to be quite intelligent. It tried to overtake the duo but was unable to match the speed of both Ruby and Issei's speed armor as they were able to enter the cave entrance before the thing could attack or eat them whole. They then managed to enter the cave successfully. Since the thing was too big it could not enter and was stuck behind the walls, the thing made one last-ditch effort to snap at the duo in an attempt to consume them whole. After a while of staying motionless, it moved its big head and swam elsewhere. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Now all they needed to do was traverse the underwater cave to find any sort of land, which was slightly above the area. Issei, guys, that seems to be the exit to this level. Are you guys ready for one of the toughest challenge in the backrooms? Everyone, yeah. They all then swam upwards out of the water. They then look around to see an infinite cave system, which was quite dark in nature. Issei knew that there will be a ton of entities, including the several new ones which they will never see again. Chapter 12. Caves and an old foe. Previously we saw that Issei and the others managed to successfully reach level 7 with everyone staying alive. After celebrating for a short while, they then walked to the door and started walking down the stairs, where they noticed that it seemed to be a beach. Issei then noticed that a woman was singing and he was feeling like moving towards it. Once he snapped out of his trance, he got on guard about the woman. After introducing herself as Ingvild Leviathan, They then show their abilities, and after talking to the dragon inside, he lets her join their group of 5. They then dive inside the ocean since the only way out was the cave entrance at the Midnight Zone. However, as soon as they dived in, an entity sensed their presence, that being the hunter Tiny, it realized that new prey had come and decided to attack and kill them himself. Meanwhile with the others, they passed the Daylight Zone and entered the Twilight Zone. That was when they came face to face with Tiny. The entity immediately went after Ruby Rose, as it deemed her to be the weakest amongst the group. However, she was defended by Naofumi, who used his dog shield to counter-attack Tiny, who managed to deal with the counterattack. John tried to negotiate with Tiny, however it ignored and attacked John, who was able to hold his own, and his aura protected him from injuries. Issei assisted him as well, after which Tiny decided to switch into a more defensive maneuver, as Issei went into his balance breaker and was surprised that he could use it underwater. Ruby charged at him, however Tiny used the tar which he released, disorienting her. Tiny then once again attacks and eats her, however Issei grabs her and sends her to John, which starts to anger Tiny. After that, Ingvild uses water currents to turn the tide against Tiny, which he notices and goes after her. However, she was defended thanks to Naofumi, and Issei once again grabbed her to safety. Issei then gave the entity one final chance to swim away and let them pass. However, Tiny was adamant. He was going to taste human flesh no matter what. Seeing no choice, Issei then asked Naofumi whether he had a noise-like shield, which he did, and summoned voice Jengar shield, and he yelled into it, dazing Tiny. This allowed Issei to get behind and grab him. He was in his Triana and entered his night form, allowing him to speed to Tiny before he could sense, and started sending the entity upwards. He then dashed upwards with Ruby tailing behind him and John assisting Naofumi in increasing the sound with aura, and Ingvild using the water to send him upwards. Eventually they threw Tiny to the shore, where he struggled since he was unable to move. He cursed and struggled as both Issei and Ruby went under the water. As they continued traveling under the water, they eventually reached the Midnight Zone, where Issei and the others noticed the cave entrance, which was the way to get out. However, the thing decided to chase them down, prompting Issei and Ruby to use their night form and semblance respectively as they grabbed their friends and rushed to the cave entrance. However, the thing was smarter as he tried to overtake but failed. Eventually the cave became shorter as the thing managed to get its head stuck in the cave opening. It made one last snap before going back into the deep waters to swim for more prey. Issei and the others then noticed that they needed to swim upwards, as their biggest challenge has only just begun, since now they were in an infinite cave system. Issei and the others then swam above the water as they could see that they were finally in an infinite cave system. Issei used his flames to immediately dry their clothes since they would need as much energy as possible. The level which they were in was considered to be extremely dangerous, since this is where majority of the hostile entities spawn here. Given that all entities that they have encountered from level 1 to level 7 will show up here, along with some new dangerous ones will also make an appearance. This is the level that they need to stay on guard at all times, otherwise any entity could easily kill them. There are many entities, aside from the usual smilers, hounds, death moths, wretches and skin stealers. There are many more which they manage to avoid, like crawlers, reviewks, clumps, death rats, transporters, camo crawlers, hostile facelinks, paralyze and wranglers. Not to mention, this level has its own level-exclusive entity called the arachnids of level 8, poisonous spiders which are giant in size as they attack and consume their targets as a whole. Issei, this level is something else. Not only do we have to face against entities that we have encountered before, but we also have to face those that we managed to avoid. Ingvild, which all entities did you guys manage to avoid? Issei, crawlers, reviewks, clumps, death rats, transporters, camo crawlers, hostile facelinks, paralyze and wranglers. We managed to avoid all of them, and the worst part is we can only leave by falling through and getting to the next level. Ingvild gulped. This level is truly dangerous, especially with the amount of entities present. Earlier John had just killed a skin stealer and a hound which had decided to attack them. They then noticed a small worm-like thing that was slithering towards them. Opening start, an entity is overseeing the backrooms. While having a grin, Rias looks up in the sky. Aquino does the same, thinking that it is someone. Asia also looks up in sadness. As the title screen shows up images of Jean-Pierre, W.Y., Ashbin and the staff, and finally a crying Glinda is shown. In the rain, Issei is seen looking around, trying to figure where to go home. He then walks away, seeing nowhere. Flashback of Issei being hit and called a pervert is shown. John is being called a faker and underserving of Beacon. While he falls to his knees, he then notices tears falling and looks up to see Ruby. Rose was crying for him. Ruby immediately snuggles John, telling him that she is there with him. Issei is seen fighting entities like partygoers and smilers, killing them instantly. Ruby uses her crescent rose to shoot the entities, assisting Issei in any way. Rex slices them apart with his claws, while Ingvild drowns them in water. John and Naofumi protect him from any assault. While they all are in a cave system, Issei then sees someone with wings. While he grips his Ascalon ready to fight, he then sees a camo crawler attacking him, leaving him alone to defend when he suddenly sees his teammates protecting him, resulting in everyone surviving. The Naofumi takes center along with John. Ruby, Ingvild and Rex are in the back with Issei as they get ready to fight their enemies. Opening end. Drake, partner, that's a paralyze. Destroy it right away. Issei. Understood. Gun. Issei activated his SQR gun, which had some liquid pain stored in it. He sprinkled at the entity, killing it instantly. The others were shocked at the death of the worm. Ruby then asked Ruby, "Why did you kill it?" Issei, "I will let Drake explain that." Drake sighs and explains. Drake, paralyze, codenamed Entity 85, is a snake-like parasite, similar to a garter snake. It is extremely small in size. This entity has strong psychic powers to manipulate your mind to lie every time an important sentence is spoken, to lure the victims into traps. This occurs when the entity spots you, then quietly slithers towards you. Then it proceeds to crawl into your ear, and you will not feel anything. They are known to control your body, as these are one of the few entities that can control you completely without killing you. They are mind controllers, and unlike partygoers, they do not need to bite. Once they enter, the only you can save yourself is by pouring almond water into your ear once they enter. Ruby, okay, so we have mind-controlling insects. What's next? Issei, the entities which I mentioned, they are all present. Stay on guard at all times. We cannot sleep here. This and the next level are considered to be the most dangerous. Everyone nods. They knew that this level is like the first part of the greatest obstacle if they needed to reach the safe level 11. And find a way to level 3999 if they needed to get home. They then proceed to walk ahead, where they see an eye on the wall. Ruby and Naofumi go to investigate it, however Issei stops them. Issei then speaks. Issei, that's a camo crawler. Whenever there is an eye or a body part on a surface, know that there is a camo crawler. The two nod and they avoid touching that. However, the entity noticed when they spoke and made its move. The camo crawlers seem to be strange humanoid monstrosities, with 4 arms with a grayish-brown color when in a normal state. These creatures have huge blind white eyes. Issei then grabbed a rock and threw it at a distance. The camo crawler immediately went after the rock, which surprised everyone. Issei then quietly spoke. Issei, this entity relies on sound for hunting. As long as we can use sound, we can distract and misdirect the entity. Now let's get out before it realizes that it has been fooled. Ruby, okay. They all then sneak away without making much noise. Issei made sure to grab Rex before he could yell or say anything. They then kept moving till they encountered something very unique and weird and unique. They all noticed that several entities keeping their distance away from them. Drake, partner, that's a pool stone. Issei, okay, so what exactly does this thing do? Drake, pool stone is the name given to a special type of stone found in the backrooms. This stone bears a striking resemblance to its front room's counterpart, which is ordinary charcoal. The difference between this stone and ordinary charcoal is its hardness and different chemical compounds. Not to mention it is known to ward off several of the harmful entities away, like smilers and many more. Issei noticed that Rex was confused. He was not scared at all of the pool stone. He then took some and gave it to the others, with Naofumi putting some of the pool stone into his shield, making it pool stone shield, which gave him massive resistance to entity attacks as well as terror to all entities that see it, minus passive ones. Naofumi had earlier put some hound hair, resulting in the shield producing what's called the hound shield, giving Naofumi much higher disease immunity as well as hound virus immunity. This could be beneficial if a pack of hounds decided to attack him. He had also put some beast remains back at level 5, giving him the cephalopod shield, which allowed him to have some degree of bug control, making it handy if a swarm of death moths wanted to attack him. He can redirect it to someone he sees as a threat. Issei, So this shield does more that defend, right? Now Fumi, you bet. I managed to absorb some parts of a hound and poolstone, as well as a bit of cephalopod from the head of the beast of level 5. It gives me certain new and unique abilities when I equip those shields, and they might be handy for certain situations. Ruby, nice. Ruby once again had stars in her eyes. Issei explained to her that she is a weapons freak, which caused her to snap out and glare at Issei, which the latter flinched, while Ingvild looked at the shield in curiosity. John on the other hand was calming Ruby down before she would do something careless. He was kind of responsible for bringing her here given that she came with him. Issei, alright, let's move on ahead, we still need to find a way out, and a light spear was thrown right through Issei, which shocked everyone present. Even Ingvild went away from the emanating spear. It was a holy spear. Issei avoided the spear and noticed a dark silhouette in the shadows. And they had black wings. Issei and Ingvild recognized them as a fallen angel wings. Issei, it is a fallen, be careful, we do not know whether it is on our side or enemy side. Issei, did you miss me? Issei recognized the voice and flinched. He clenched his fist remembering who she is. He still did not understand how it was her and how did she manage to survive so far. Issei, it can't be. No, this has to be an illusion now, Fumi. We all can hear it. Do you know whoever she is? The silhouette then came to light. It seemed to be an attractive young woman with violet eyes having a slender body. She had long silky black hair down to her hips and possessed 2 black feathered wings. She had a matured appearance and was slightly taller than Issei remembered her. Issei recognized her. He would never forget her as he remembered what she did to him and Asia. She seemed to be wearing a black, strap-like objects, resembling elf. Around and under her melons, a thong-like piece held around her hips by 3 thin straps, gloves that ran right up her arms with small lengths of chains hanging from them, shoulder guard-like objects on her shoulders with 3 large spikes sprouting from her right shoulder, and black thigh-high heel boots. Issei, Raynare. Issei said in disbelief. John and Ruby were shocked that the woman in front of them was the same that had betrayed Issei. While Nofumi and Ingvild were confused, Rex was glaring at her as it wanted to tear her apart for hurting its MSTR both physically and mentally. John, you mean the same ex-girlfriend that killed you and you became a devil's? Issei, yes. Nofumi, I am confused. Killed. Since Issei was still in disbelief, John explained everything to both Naofumi and Ingvild. Naofumi was pissed as Issei went through nearly the same thing as he and lost someone he cared about. Ingvild on the other hand was saddened that he had to go through such a traumatizing betrayal. Raynare decided to throw another light spear this time, however she aimed at Ruby Rose. Ruby, Issei, the light spear was pretty fast, none could see or prepare for it. Naofumi rushed to her but was too far. That was when Issei caught it. He had his boosted gear on, he had his eyes hidden underneath a dark aura, he was radiating killer intent. Raynare did the same mistake of attacking his loved ones. Issei approached her before she could even notice and slugged her in the stomach, making her cough up BLD/N. I do not own this GIF or Dragon Ball Super. Raynare? How could he be this fast? He is faster than any entity or wanderer. How could a pervert like him be this fast? I need to be careful. Issei, we really shouldn't be fighting like this. There are entities that can kill us without a second thought. Don't make me do this, Raynare. Issei said with utter seriousness. He will not hesitate to kill her this time, since she was already hostile to him. Raynare on the other hand did not respond and gave him a punch to the face, which Issei merely moved his head, the punch not affecting him even in the slightest. A/N. I do not own this GIF or Dragon Ball Super. Issei. So be it. Issei fired a dragon shot which she effortlessly dodged. She then yelled Raynare. Calawarner, Donasik, Mitlet now. Issei. Raynare. Didn't you fight them at some point, or did your time with Gremory weaken your memory about us? Issei, I remember the fedora-wearing guy and the weird blue-haired girl, but who is the third one? Raynare. Oh right, you haven't met Mitlet. She is the gothic girl. Alright, come down now. 3 additional figured joined the fight. They all were trying to save Raynare. Issei recognized every single one of them. A/N. I don't think I need to introduce them. The trio of fallen angels surrounded Issei's group. One of them spoke up. Calawarner. So we are face to face with that brat from the Gremory as well as a half-breed devil. Interesting, Donasik. Let's take them out and get out of here. Calawarner, that red dragon is mine. He called me weird. I will take care of him. Raynare interrupted her. Raynare, He is mine, I have some personal business with him. If you want to hurt him, hurt his friends. Raynare said it in a sadistic grin, while Issei gritted his teeth. She is still the same beach that he remembered her, she will never change, leaving Issei and Raynare alone, while the others were fighting her teammates. Issei, so care to tell me how you are alive and how did you land up here in level 8 of all places? Raynare, oh, so that's what it's called. Yeah, when that Gremory girl killed me I was transported to a level with buzzing lights. Sound familiar? Issei, oh yeah, I can never forget that experience. Hee Raynare. After that then I managed to avoid any wanderers and killed only those annoying beings that existed here. I was traversing through level 8 until I sensed your sacred gear and well the rest is history. So Raynare readied her light spear. Raynare, shall we begin? Issei, very well then, you want to settle this. Issei brings out his boosted gear. Issei, let's end this right here and right now. Issei and Raynare charged as they begun to fight. Everyone else in Issei's group got into a fight with Raynare's group, with Naofumi and Rex fighting against Donasek, Ruby and John against Calawarner and Ingvild against Mitlet. With Naofumi and Rex were surprisingly able to hold their own against Donasek. Naofumi even noticed that he was an amateur fighter with his only skills being assassination. Any light spear thrown against Naofumi was easily blocked by the shield hero. While Rex was on the offensive, the dollface was constantly scratching through Donasek, forcing him to defend while he was not attacking Naofumi. Donasek gritted his teeth. He was getting nowhere, not to mention this area is not at all safe. They just barely managed to somehow kill a camo crawler and it took every single one of their effort to take it out. That was when Donasek heard something shield prison before the fallen could react. A ball was created trapping him. Naofumi then activated his wrath shield. Donasek, let me out of here. Naofumi, can't do, you should have fled when you had the chance. Now suffer. Iron Maiden. The ball levitated upwards with the struggling Donasek. It was then encased in the same chamber that the beast of level 5 once was. The Iron Maiden closed in crushing Donasek, killing him for good. When the maiden was disappeared, all that was left was a burst of feathers and a crushed body, meaning that he is long dead. Naofumi then burned the body, finally killing him. After which he dispelled the wrath shield. Scene change with Ruby and John. Ruby and John were fighting against Calawarner, with the latter being surprised that two humans, no two kids, were holding and pushing her back. Her light spears were easily shot by Ruby's weapon. Crescent Rose. Calawarner, how are two humans able to keep up with me? Calawarner of Gregory. Ruby, because the world we come from, we are in a constant fight for survival. We fight for the next day. We are called huntsmen and we have fought and slain Grim much stronger and fiercer than you. John, and we will make you pay for hurting Issei, and we don't need a sacred gear for that. Calawarner gritted her teeth. She used her weapon to get closer to Ruby. Since she did not seem to be a close fighter, but she was in for a surprise, Ruby instantly transformed her weapon from her sniper mode to her scythe mode, which she used to counter Calawarner's weapon, destroying it with ease, shocking the fallen. Calawarner, how? Ruby, simple, my baby. Crescent Rose is a dual weapon. The mode which was able to shoot was the sniper mode, while the one it is right now is the scythe mode, meant for close combat. Now it's my turn. Ruby was using her scythe to make fissures, making Calawarner go on the defense. She uses her light spear to defend herself, but she was getting overwhelmed. Couple that with John going on the offensive as well, and there is not much she could do. John then brings out a fire salt. Ruby, on seeing this, jumps away along with John and throws it at her, creating an explosion. Calawarner, Calawarner's body was completely damaged. Her clothes were thrown off thanks to the fire salt explosion. Ruby then converted her back to her sniper mode and fired several fire dust shots, burning the fallen alive. Calawarner screamed as her body sizzled alive, killing her eventually. John, kinda overkill. But she kind of deserved it, she wanted us dead after all. Ruby shrugged. She then put her weapon back on. Meanwhile, with Ingvild, out of all of them, Ingvild was having a slightly tough time against the fallen angel. She has everything at her disposal to easily kill her. Even though she has the power of Leviathan, she still was unable to use it properly. She was strong enough to drown a city inside of water, but Mitlet was not letting her do anything. Mitlet, looks like I will get a Leviathan descendant. What a lucky day. Ingvild gritted her teeth. She seemed kind of helpless. Given that she could still use her powers, but she was uncertain whether or not this would affect the caves. This would definitely cause a collapse given the instability of this level, which is something she wanted to avoid at all costs. But judging by how bad the situation is for her, she had to use her powers. Ingvild decided to use water magic on her, which gave her the slight advantage. Given that she had no choice but to drown her opponent, she created a sphere of water which started to drown. The fallen angel, Mitlet, used a light spear aimed at Ingvild. However, a defensive barrier nullifies the spear, making it useless. Ingvild. It's over. Mitlet eventually drowns since Ingvild prevents her from swimming up using the water currents against the fallen angel, overwhelming her completely. She eventually passes out from the lack of air and dies due to suffocation. Ingvild released the water bubble, after which she looks at the dead fallen angel. After that, the others then join her, finishing their battles. Nalfumi then summons his wrath shield and burns the fallen angel's body, killing her easily. Ingvild. Now I wonder what Issei is doing. I just hope he is alright. John kept his hand on Ingvild. John. He will be fine. He is much stronger than me and Ruby, and the best part is that he never gives up. He will fight till the bitter end. We should have faith in him. Ingvild nods. She knows that Issei will be fine. After all, it was his coordination that they were able to beat Tiny back in level 7 with Issei. Issei and Raynare were fighting, with Issei dominating Raynare since his skills are way better than he was back when they last fought. Issei was not even trying since he knew that Raynare was once again taking him lightly. Issei, are you going to even take this seriously? Raynare gritted her teeth. She was not going to fail once again in killing this boy, the same boy who had sent her to this wretched place. Raynare, I will not lose, not to the likes of you. Never again. Raynare throws her light spear at Issei. While Issei used the Ascalon in his hand, he sliced off the spear in half, making Raynare fear him even more. Issei, is that all? Now my turn. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei was clad in the red armor that made many fear him. Even Raynare was now beyond scared. This is not the boy she had once toyed with. She tried to run, but Issei grabbed her leg and slammed her to the ground. He then ragdoll her around the caves, smashing her up and down, breaking several bones. It was pretty much a one-sided fight. Issei then grabbed her throat, while Raynare tried to make out. Raynare, too, was destined for greatness. You took it away from me. You and that Grengrimori Bibich ruined me. Issei, don't pin the blame on other people. You're the one who decided to stoop to this level. Both here and in Draconic Deus, you've always been the loser. You didn't lose to other people. You've lost to yourself. You never once tried to take responsibility for anything. All you ever did was toy with others' emotions and betray once their purpose was completed, when the real loser was always you. Issei then kicked her straight in the face. The kick alone broke her nose. She was then sent flying to a horde of skin stealers and hounds. A/N. I do not own this image or if you read it. Issei then spoke. Issei, let's see you survive this, but knowing you, I know you won't. Good luck and goodbye. Raynare. Raynare tried transforming into her Yuma form in trying to get Issei to help, however it was of no use. She saw Issei had made up his mind. His eyes showed no mercy, no remorse, only disappointment and anger at what she had done and will do if she was left free. Raynare screamed as the hounds and skin stealers consumed her alive and ate everything that was off her, including the wings. When they were done, there was no trace left of her. Issei then left as the hounds and skin stealers were savoring their meal. Issei then joined the others. When John asked him, John, Issei, where is that fallen? Issei, dead. Issei informed him, which surprised him. He had finally gotten over his ex-girlfriend who had toyed with him. Ruby. Issei, are you alright? Issei, yeah Ruby, I am fine, I am finally free. Everyone smiled at this. He had finally gotten over his trauma. Now he can finally move on and chose what he needed to do next. But they were far from safe. The fallen had only just stalled them. They still needed to get out of this level. They eventually saw an entity in the dark. However, it was not a smiler. A/N. Just imagine a cave-like setting. The entity on seeing them immediately fled. Drake then spoke. Drake. That's a Wrangler, partner. Issei. A Wrangler. Drake. Wranglers, codenamed Entity 75, are snake-like entities that use their bodies to distract and confuse their prey in an almost hypnotic-like state. Their skin is moist and sticky. Their body is translucent, and the insides are visible, but as they get older, their skin will become grayer and more opaque. Their eyes glow a bright white which helps them to see through the dark. Their bodies are different depending on section. Male Wranglers will have a more human-like face and a broad smile, and their skin is rougher. Females will have a more worm-like look, with pincers where its mouth is. The length of an adult can go up from 10 to 90 miles. Mostly aggressive, their aggression depends on age and section. Males usually attack to eat and will consume anything its path. Females do not attack wanderers and will usually retreat when noticed. They will instead eat vegetation or rock minerals. The females will, however, eat wanderers when P-arginine to feed their young. These eggs are seeds that grow on the female's body. Once the female lays the eggs, they are implanted in the ground or walls as a seed. These seeds will then sprout into a branch holding many different offspring. During this phase, the female will return regularly to deliver food. Once the offspring outgrow their branch, they will break off from it and travel with the mother until they are old enough to live independently. Young wranglers use their bodies to physically burrow. This tactic is abandoned once they get older, as the wrangler starts to no-clip to burrow. They will eat anything their mother gives to them. Now for me, okay, so at least one entity did not attack us. That's a plus, right guys? Everyone nodded. This entity not attacking them is something unexpected. They then moved ahead as they knew that they still needed to explore this level. They seem to be safe for now, that is. Alternate ending 2. Redemption, good. Alternate ending 2. What if Raynare learned her lesson and joined the rest as a way of survival, becoming a better person? The fight was going on like usual, with Naofumi and Rex successfully defeating Donasek by using the Iron Maiden, crushing the fallen angel and killing him. John and Ruby successfully destroying Calawarner by using their weapons and a well-timed attack with a fire salt, dealing severe damage to the fallen, after which Ruby uses some dust rounds to burn the fallen alive, killing her. Ingvild managing to successfully drown Mitlet and Mitlet finally dying due to her passing out because of the lack of air. Ingvild eventually let the drowned fallen angel out of the water as Naofumi burned her, killing her with relative ease. Issei and Raynare were fighting just like in the canon timeline, with Issei completely dominating her with relative ease. Raynare was once again surprised and in fear at how he managed to beat and crush her without hesitation. A mere human-turned-devil was easily able to overwhelm and defeat her. Raynare, how am I losing to the likes of you? Issei summoned Ascalon and responded. Issei, simple, when was the last time you even trained when it came to fighting? I mean, even Azazel was never a fighter. I am honestly surprised that you are still aggressive despite his personality. Raynare, knew your lying Kokabeel told me that if I were to kill those sacred gear users then only he will acknowledge me. I was just a mere fallen and nothing more, nothing less. I just wanted to be well known. Issei, and you killed 2 innocent people. Think Raynare, think would Azazel accept you if you murdered them for their gears? Raynare was speechless. Issei then continued. Issei, no, he would never accept you. He would kick you out of Grigori, so I will give you one last chance. That was when the others came. They saw Issei negotiating with the fallen. They were also curious as to what choice she would make. They then saw Issei holding his Ascalon to her throat. Issei, you can either join us and move with us, mind your own business and travel alone, or perish by my blade. Make your choice, Raynare, your life depends on it. Raynare looked at her options. They were not so bad. Issei wanted to give her a second chance. For some reason he looked like giving her a second chance may not be a bad choice, after all, now that she had no one. Raynare decided the only valuable option would be to work in a group. She was never a close fighter to begin with. Her group used to do that for her, and it did not take a rocket scientist to notice that they are long dead, given that Issei's group is still alive and well, meaning that they are long dead. This was the same situation as back when she was in Japan, but now instead of her only option being to die, she was given 2 other options which were not so bad after all. Raynare, I will join. I see no reason to fight. Issei being surprised would be an understatement. Raynare then repeated. Raynare, I said I will join you guys. Issei, very well, you can join us. What do you say, guys? Naofumi, I see no problem. If she betrays us, she will be getting into the Iron Maiden. By the way, that's how your buddy Donasek died. I gave him a chance to flee, but he chose to die over being saved, so. Raynare gulped. She was aware of the Iron Maiden torture device. If it was the same as the one in the medieval ages, then she would be screwed if she were to betray them. John, I also don't mind, if you can forgive her and if she becomes better then I also don't mind. Ruby, Me too, hurt Issei and you will get a fire dust bullet to your but Ruby pointed her crescent rose at the fallen making her gulp. She did not mess with this girl, no matter what. That was when Raynare said Raynare, you should never let your guard down. Raynare had created a light spear. Everyone present thought that it was meant to kill Issei, however the spear was meant for someone else. An entity known by Paralyze. The Paralyze screamed in agony given its body was being stabbed with a light spear. Issei took some distance. Eventually the Paralyze died and Issei used his flames to burn the insect before it could do anything. Issei, I thought you were. Thanks for the save. Raynare sighs and responds Raynare. These things, I hate these things. One managed to turn Calawarner, but that's a story for another day. Still you're welcome. I know you might not trust me for now but let's just work together and get out of here, plus I really want to know what happened after my death. Issei, oh then you are in for a story, but first let's get out of here. Raynare nodded, and gave her now former enemy a warm smile. Issei looked away thinking that it could be deceiving. He then told Issei, shall we guys? Everyone. Yeah, they all then traversed through the endless caves that were homes to many entities. Issei asked Raynare to wear some more clothing given the harsh terrain, which she complied. After all, she cannot wear her BDSM suit in a terrain full of caves, especially when there are entities that can easily destroy her normal body. Issei's DxD adventure. Into the backrooms. Normal. Dialogue, narrations italics, thoughts bold, A/N, quotes bold plus italics, songs lyrics, voice on speaker bold plus underline, dimension change information, A/N, all the images, opening, ending or GIFs used do not belong to me, they belong to the respective owners. Question. Hey guys, I am thinking of bringing Roman Torchwick into this fanfic. Do you want me to bring him here? Yes or no? Previously we saw that Issei and the others managed to reach level 8, one of the two most dangerous levels they would encounter in their life. They were immediately ambushed by a horde of hounds and skin stealers which they easily killed. They then encountered a Paralyze which tried to control one of them. Issei immediately killed one of them, and let Drake explain his actions, which they understood why they did, after which Nofumi and Ruby check on what seemed to be an eye on it. Wall. Issei stopped them. However, Issei stopped them and tells them that it was a camo crawler. He then asks them to walk away. However, the camo crawler notices and follows them, but Issei redirects it using a stone since they are blind and rely on sound for hunting. They then proceed to see a pool stone, which Issei tells acts as a sort of entity warder. Nofumi takes some of it and integrates into his shield, creating the pool stone shield. He did this earlier with hound hair and created the hound shield which gave him immunity to the hound virus. They then move ahead, where a spear goes right by Issei which he successfully dodges. He then realizes that the attacker was none other than Raynare, who managed to knocklip into the backrooms before Rias could kill her for good. He and his group were then surrounded by her friends who also managed to survive her, which begins an all-out brawl between them, with Nofumi and Rex taking on Donasek, John and Ruby taking on Calawarner, Ingvild taking on Mitlet, and finally Issei and Raynare having a confrontation. Nofumi and Rex easily destroys Nofumi as Nofumi traps the fallen angel in shield prison, after which he uses Wrath Shield and activates Iron Maiden, crushing his body and killing him. He then burns his body, killing him. John and Ruby was also overwhelming Calawarner with them using their weapons, making the fallen angel struggle. Ruby then destroys her weapon and fights close range assisted by John. John then uses a fire salt, creating an explosion destroying her completely, after which Ruby uses fire dust rounds to burn the fallen angel alive, killing her for good. Ingvild was having a slightly difficult time against the Mitlet, since she was worried about the cave collapsing. She then decided to drown the fallen by using a water spell and using the currents preventing her from escaping. She then kills her by suffocation and Nofumi burns her body, leaving 3 of the 4 fallen angels killed. Issei is then seen facing against Raynare, as he was overwhelming her with relative ease, angering the fallen. Having enough, he goes balance breaker and breaks several of her bones. He then grabs her by the throat and tells her that she is responsible for her own fate and she should not blame others for it. He then throws the fallen in a horde of hounds and skin stealers as the entities consume her alive, killing the fallen instantly. Issei finally felt at peace, before they eventually join the others and leave from there, since staying her would have attracted certain entities. Issei and the others are looking at the caves with 3 options designed in a T-junction. That was when Drake spoke up. Drake, That's where an entity called the transporter tend to lurks, in one of the 3 exits. They tall, dark, floating humanoid figures. 2 of the 3 ways will continue as normal, but entering the 3rd way will reveal a transporter at the end of the hallway. If you turn around, you will find the passage into the hallway is gone, replaced by a simple wall. The transporter will walk towards you, gradually speeding up, until it finally reaches you. It will then grab onto your shoulders. It seems that what happens next is random. Either you die, or, according to many survivors' documentation of a transporter, you're thrown through a void and land in various levels. It is unknown if you could be transported anywhere else by these entities. Should a transporter be spotted, attempt to go opposite to where it is facing. This method may not be reliable due to the transporter's nature. Issei, how will we know if the hallway has a transporter? Drake, that's why I am here. I can detect their presences, like how I can detect another hostile entity's presence, although calling them hostile is debatable at best and confusing at worst. Issei, so lead the way. Partner Drake agreed and told them to walk down the first hallway. Since he knew where to go and where not to, the transporter was lurking in the second hallway. Opening start, an entity is overseeing the backrooms, while having a grin. Rias looks up in the sky. Aquino does the same, thinking that it is someone. Asia also looks up in sadness. As the title screen shows up images of Jean-Pierre, W.Y., Ashbin and the staff, and finally a crying Glinda is shown in the rain. Issei is seen looking around, trying to figure where to go home. He then walks away, seeing nowhere. Flashback of Issei being hit and called a pervert is shown. John is being called a faker and underserving of Beacon. While he falls to his knees, he then notices tears falling and looks up to see Ruby. Rose was crying for him. Ruby immediately snuggles John, telling him that she is there with him. Issei is seen fighting entities like partygoers and smilers, killing them instantly. Ruby uses her crescent rose to shoot the entities assisting Issei in any way. Rex slices them apart with his claws, while Ingvild drowns them in water. John and Naofumi protect him from any assault. While they all are in a cave system, Issei then sees someone with wings. While he grips his Ascalon ready to fight, he then sees a camo crawler attacking him, leaving him alone to defend when he suddenly sees his teammates protecting him, resulting in everyone surviving. The Naofumi takes center along with John. Ruby, Ingvild and Rex are in the back with Issei, as they get ready to fight their enemies. Opening and Issei and the others are passing through the hallway without any issues, which was surprising considering that this level is infested with entities, and lo and behold there was one on the wall. Drake, partner, that's a crawler, destroy it immediately. Drake's voice was filled with fear and worry. This entity was as bad as a paralyze, if not worse than them. Issei took the warning and burnt the entity without hesitation. The infected spider screamed before being completely burnt up alive. The fungus inside was also killed. Drake, the entity, codenamed Entity 17, crawlers are the collective name for all those affected by a certain, somewhat anomalous species of fungus. This fungus growth is extremely aggressive, and the infection is present in abundance on many levels. Therefore, this makes crawlers an extremely active threat in the backrooms. The crawler fungus can only spread to humans through liquid, and thrives in warm, dark, and damp places. It can only spread by contact to small animals or insects that are affected by it. Once these animals or insects reach stage 4 of the infection, they will become extremely aggressive and will attempt to spread the fungus through any means necessary. You may be bitten by an infected individual, which means that the fungus has already spread to you. There is no known cure to the crawler infection. The symptoms are much quicker than what happens when you get infected by a partygoer's bite. So basically this is a combination of a paralyze and a partygoer's entity, which makes it far worse. Issei, so how the hell did one of these get here? Drake, we are lucky that we haven't encountered any one of them since level 2. These things are extremely common on level 2. If anything goes, we should avoid them as soon as possible and move on. There are still many entities we have not encountered yet and should never encounter at all. Ruby and Ingvild ran behind Issei when they heard of this, and John and Naofumi were on guard. These entities are no joke, and must be taken carefully. The others were also on guard and they moved ahead with caution. This is a fungus, and if they stayed away from it, it would be better. Naofumi knew he was definitely not going to get a crawler shield. God knows what that thing really is. They moved on ahead, which signaled the end of the hallway. They then noticed the cave system seemed vast and expanse, which was surprising since the hallways before was either one way or a junction like the one where the transporter was waiting for them. On the plus side, these could take the gang to a level where it may be safer. On the minus side, however, they could die, or they could go to a level where they never wanted to go, which is something they needed to avoid, especially if they needed to leave the backrooms in one piece. They then noticed a smiler in the dark. Knowing what they needed to do in order to prevent getting jump-scared by that thing, they moved slowly without removing eye contact from the things. They continued till the smiler disappeared, which caused them to breathe a sigh of relief. Issei, hey Drake, any idea how to get out of here? Drake, if you want to get to level 9, all you need to do is fall through the floor at random to get there. It is honestly unpredictable, so you can fall as little too as right now or sooner than later. Just be prepared when you fall. Issei, falling through the ground, huh? That's how most of us got here, right guys? Nofumi, so true. I just hope the folks back home are fine. It worries me that the demi-humans are still kind of mistreated, but I have a little faith in the queen. She should look after the two in my absence. The others nodded, not like they have important people waiting for them, and in John's case they want him either expelled or killed. Same was for Ruby, as they thought her standing with a criminal is worse than scum. While Ingvild had only her mother back in the human world, she highly doubted whether she would even worry for her given that she abruptly woke up from her sleep and ended up here. Issei and the others noticed a huge hive full of ants. They were surprised that ants of all things would be present here. Drake then looked at the colony and spoke. Drake, partner, that's a hive for death driver. Issei, why the hell does every insect have to start with deaths? Drake, I have no idea. MG just named them like that. They do not have time to find out their real names. Anyways, Death Driver are similar to ants back in real world. Death Driver colony has a queen death driver that lays all the eggs and a few male death drivers who breed with the queen when her SPRM runs out. All of the others are worker death drivers. Death drivers are very aggressive, so disturbing them is a no-go. When on the hunt, they will form a column which will kill and eat whatever is unlucky to be in its way. When seeing a death driver column, it's better to just walk away from them and leave them alone. If the column is coming after you, use an explosive or throw food at them, giving you a few more seconds to get away from them. It is possible to tame a death driver queen before it lays eggs, which will then prevent workers from killing you, but finding a death driver queen that hasn't laid eggs yet is rare. Issei, okay, let's just walk away from here. The others nod and leave from there. Thankfully, the death drivers were in their own world to notice that anything has gone wrong. They then proceed to move on with their exploration to find out when they fall through the DMN floor, which was itself unpredictable. They then notice a bundle of limbs, which make Ruby and Ingvild nearly puke out when seeing it. Even the others were quite disgusted on seeing it, especially Naofumi and John. Issei had a better tolerance since he has seen far worse back in his home world, stray devils that is, so this is nothing new for the Red Dragon Emperor. Drake, partner, that's a clump. John, seems like a hand and leg and many more body parts just attached together in one. Horrifying. Drake, don't go near it, you should be alright. Clumps seem to be in a constant state of hunger, roaming levels in search of prey. When prey is found, clumps will make their way towards it. When within 8 feet, clumps will stretch out their longest limb in an attempt to capture it, bringing the prey towards their center to reveal a mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. From there, the prey will be eaten. However, for unknown reasons, not many are known to attack right away. Although recently they seem to be pretty passive, since it did not attack you when you were in its range. Ingvild, maybe it's scared of us. Drake, probably. Many state that clumps are now only aggressive when provoked, so just don't provoke it and you will be fine. And besides, it just shows that one entity seems to be calmed down. It used to attack its prey mercilessly and now it seems to be minding its own business. Let's just leave it alone. Aside from that, dead and even living clumps appear to have incredibly dry skin. We've demonstrated an attack on a few, and their bones were found to be extremely brittle. Though it was rare, we did see a pair or more of eyes on a clump. The clump's eyes showed that it was crying, which confused everyone. They did not know why the entity seemed to be crying. Little then later it started wailing, earning sweat drops from everyone present. John, seriously Ruby, let's cheer it up. Rex, I'm with you. Ruby. Issei, no guys, as much as I would love to cheer it up, let's just ignore it and get out of here. We don't want to provoke it. Ruby, but Naofumi, Issei is right, as sad as this is, it is in our best interest to ignore this thing. We don't want to get eaten. Ruby and Rex take one last look at the entity before they move on. Ingvild tails behind, not wanting to find out the reason for the clump's crying. It was best to leave it alone. They move to see what seems to be more endless rocks and cave formations. The levels seem to be never-ending, just like how the previous levels were. That was when a growling sound was heard, and it was from Ruby's stomach. Ruby seemed to be embarrassed by this. Issei then opens a bag and reveals a royal ration. Ruby, Issei, where did you get this from? Issei, I found several beforehand. I decided to carry them in case we run out of food. It's all yours, but be careful, it is known to be addicting like chocolate. A/N, and yes, chocolate is addicting. Ask me, I can't stop eating. John, huh? So just like Professor Ashbin, huh? Issei, John. He is the headmaster of Beacon, one of the strongest huntsmen there is. He is not to be messed with, and he has a taste for hot chocolate, and he keeps sipping it whenever I see him. Meanwhile, in Remnant Ashbin. Achu Ashbin wipes his nose. He wonders why he sneezed. He was perfectly fine. He then focuses on looking for John. There have been some leads, and it was time to check them out. Scene change. Meanwhile, in level 8, Issei and the others move on to the next area. After Ruby enjoyed consuming her royal rations, Issei had 7 of them. Thankfully, both him and Ingvild can stay hungry for a very long time. Given their devil physiology, half-devil physiology, they then run into a horde of skin stealers and hounds, which they easily kill off without any issues. They have been nothing but annoyances at this point for the gang. After killing them, Issei noticed a bunch of Meeg soldiers present there. He wonders, what are they doing here? Issei, Meeg, what are they doing here? Drake, I don't think Cage must have sent them, considering that their uniforms seem to be slightly different than the ones. Seems to be they are trying to reach out to someone. We should go and check it out. Ruby, let's see what these soldiers seem to be up to. Issei and the others go to a soldier. After confirming that they are not an entity, Issei then asks Issei, what happened here? Meeg operative. Some wanderers seem to be stuck here. We are just trying to get whoever we can out of here, without trying to attract the entities. Issei and the others noticed that the road has been blocked and several of the rocks had fallen, creating a sort of blockade. It seemed to be the result of either an entity or a massive explosion that must have triggered an avalanche. Issei, is it some entities doing? Meeg operative seemed surprised. He then asked Meeg operative, how did you know? Issei, just a wild guess. Give or take. Meeg operative, you are right about that, wanderer. It was because of a Wrangler that tried to no-clip and instead ended up getting killed. It was the longest recorded to have ever existed at 90 meters. Its death created an avalanche when it fell, resulting in several rocks falling, trapping many wanderers on the other side. Now we are trying to save whoever survived the avalanche. Ruby, oh no, we should save them before it is too late. Meeg operative, we have been trying to get into contact with the survivors on the other side, but there have been no results. Breaking the rock formation also seems to be a bad idea, given that more and more rocks just keep tumbling down. Issei, I think I might have an idea. Hey Drake, remember you told me about the move Penetrate? Drake, yeah, but I highly doubt you can use that move. Given your medium demonic power, it would not take place. Issei, damn it, we have no choice but to destroy the rocks if we can get them out. Issei, guys, we need to destroy the walls if we can save the people. John, but won't I know how to save the people? Ruby, use your semblance to get the people out. And Nalfumi, how many airstrike shields you can create? Nalfumi, a lot. John, good, cause we are gonna need it. And Ingvild, use your water abilities to defend and assist Nalfumi in preventing the rocks from falling once Issei destroys the rock formation. And guys, can you help in getting the stuck wanderers out? Meeg operative, we will see what we can do. Wanderer, John, good, Issei, do it. Issei understood and destroyed the rocks with a dragon shot. Showing us the wanderers. They looked in surprise as someone had found and rescued them. Nalfumi, on seeing more tumbling rocks, said, air strike shield. 2 shields of green transparent in color had shown up. They prevented any more rocks from falling. Ingvild assisted him in using her water magic to prevent any more falling rocks. John then yelled, John, Ruby, guys, now Meeg operative, you heard the man. Let's go and save those people before an entity hurts or kills them, especially those crawlers. Ruby, along with the men from Meeg and the others, saved the people. Thankfully, there were no crawlers or any other entity present. Ruby used her semblance petal burst to rescue the wanderers, and she was able to create tailwinds allowing to rescue the trapped wanderers. Issei did the same and used his balance breaker to assist Ruby. Issei also grabbed the wanderers and took them to a safe location. This continued for a while before they were all safely sent to a place next to the Meeg operatives. Even the soldiers managed to get the soldiers out. After everyone was out, John used his aura amp to assist both Ingvild and Naofumi in preventing the rocks from falling. They could see the dead 90-meter Wrangler, who had a face similar to that of a human, making it recognizable as a male. The Meeg operator then spoke. Meeg operative, thank you for your support in rescuing them. We have been trying to reach them for 2 days. Without you we would never have been able to help them. Issei, oh no, are they? Meeg operative, worry not, we have supplies and water, and yes, it is UV sanitized and they will be fed before we find a way out of here. Issei, alright. That was when a small wanderer child had shown up. She then approached Issei and spoke. Wanderer, thank you for saving us, big brother. Issei, oh don't thank me, kiddo, thank John. Without him we would have never got you guys out. John, hummy. Issei, yeah, without your plan we would have never rescued those people. Ruby, totally, your plan saved them, we only executed it. Ingvild, agreed, even I would have never rescued everyone without you, and Lucifer knows how long they would have been stuck behind those rocks. Naofumi and Rex nodded in approval. The child then approached John and spoke. Wanderer, thank you for saving us, big brother. John was nearly about to cry. It has been a long time since he had been thanked. He then spoke. John, just look after your parents, little one. Not everyone has the privilege of having good parents. Take care. The child nodded and went back to its parents. The others smiled at them. Ruby then spoke. Ruby, told you, you will be cared and recognized sooner or later. I am happy that it is now. John, yeah. Totally. Issei, now guys, let's head to the next area. We still are in a class 5 level. The others nod and they proceed to move on. John is thanked by the Meeg agents for his service and leadership ability. He was given a neon water for his services, which Issei told him to keep it safely since it was rare. They then walked ahead to see a huge spider ahead. It hissed at them and tried to attack them. It tried to bite in order to infect them. Issei dodged the attack. While he was in mid-air, Drake then spoke. Drake, partner, that's a Frankenspider. These things are amongst the worst when it comes to the level-exclusive entity arachnids of level 8. Issei, a Frankenspider, is it the same as the monster Frankenstein? Issei landed on the ground. Drake then spoke. Drake, sort of, it has really immense regeneration properties. Aside from that, the bite is known to be quite venomous. However, it can be destroyed. Just aim the attack at its gland to destroy it for good. Issei, understood. Ascalon blade. The boosted gear announced and Ascalon came out. Issei aimed the sword tip at the gland at speeds faster than the spider could detect. He then stabbed the creature at the gland, killing it instantly. Naofumi then approached it and picked a piece of the gland, creating the Frankenspider shield, which allowed him massive regeneration and durability as well as the ability to climb walls. They then moved forward only to see a huge spider. She is about 710 meters in length and will easily tower over most humans. Drake, partner, that's not good news. That's a queen spider, the queen of all the normal arachnids present here. John then sarcastically responded. John, great, a mama spider, that's all we need. The queen spider immediately attacked and tried to smash Ruby. However, John slashed off the leg that tried to attack the queen. She howled in pain and tried to bite John. However, a shield defense from Naofumi prevented her from hurting John. Issei then decided to activate illegal move Triana. Issei, armor release change star sonic. Once Issei was close enough, he yelled. Issei, Welsh draconic rook change solid impact. Issei smashed into the spider, breaking the fleshy abdomen of the queen spider. The queen spat out all of her poison on the cave, eroding it. Issei then grabbed the creature and swung it thrice, making the thing dizzy. Issei, so long gay Bowser. Issei sent the thing flying. It then crashed onto a bunch of rocks, which fell on it, crushing its skull, killing it instantly. Several spiders came to look at their mother and tried to attack Issei. However, Rex killed many of the attacking spider with its claws, while Ingvild drowned several of them with her water magic. Eventually, most of the spiders belonging to the mother either fled the scene or were drowned or maimed by the group, leaving Issei and the others alone. They then proceeded to move on ahead and saw that they were towards another dead end, when suddenly, Issei, What the hell, why are we falling through solid ground? John, I don't know. Everyone was confused as to why they are falling through the ground. They then fall through while screaming for help. Many of them then wake up in a darkened suburb. Everyone is present minus Issei. Ruby. Hey guys, where is Issei? John, I don't know. Nafumi, he must have not fallen far from here. Let's look for him, everyone. Right with Issei. Issei on the other hand wakes up in a hospital room with red lights and a blaring exit sign. Wondering where he is, Drake then speaks. Drake. Oh no. Chapter 13. 5. Run for your life. Previously we saw the Issei and the others heading to what seemed to be a T-junction back in the back rooms. After being warned about the entity transporter, they decided to go to the pathway where the entity is not present. Inside the pathway, however, they encounter an entity infected with a crawler fungus, which Issei immediately had killed before it could infect anyone else, since there was no cure for this entity. They then moved to see a clump present, which horrified them. However, the entity seemed to be extremely depressed and sad. It then grew eyes and started crying. Everyone present sweat dropped and just left the crying clump to its own fate, not wanting to get maimed by the entity. They then proceed to move ahead, which signified the end of the hallway. They then noticed a team of Meeg soldiers trying to search the rocks for something. Issei inquired what had happened, only to find out there are survivors trapped behind these rocks. They then got the whole story where a Wrangler, the longest one recorded so far, attempted to no clip and was killed, resulting in an avalanche trapping several survivors on the other side. Issei wanted to break the rocks. However, John had decided to step up and lead the charge. The plan was relatively simple. Issei will break the rocks, Naofumi and Ingvild will stop the falling debris, while Ruby and the Meeg soldiers will enter and get the wanderers outside, putting them in a safe area. After all that was done, with Issei even assisting them, they all saw the Wrangler, which had a human face implying the entity was male. After that, a child had thanked John, making him happy once again, and the Meeg operative who was leading the operation gave John a bottle of neon water, which was considered to be extremely rare, making him happy. They then proceed to walk through the cave area only to find a spider waiting for them. After recognizing the entity to be that of a Frankenspider, a variant of what seemed to be a regular arachnid present, the entity attacked Issei. However, Issei was able to successfully kill the entity by stabbing the gland responsible for the entity's regenerative properties. With that done, they kept moving ahead. However, there was a huge surprise waiting for them once they got out of the pathway. A queen spider was waiting for its next meal. However, this was easy to deal with. When it attacked Ruby, John slashed off the entity's leg, but this angered it and it went for the kill, but Nofumi did not let anything happen to John. Issei joined in using his illegal move Triana, which allowed him to go into his speed mode and finally strength mode, defeating the queen and sending her flying, where she was crushed by the falling rocks, killing her instantly. Her children came and tried to avenge their mother, but they were all either drowned or maimed by Ingvild and Rex respectively, after which they again moved forward only for them to encounter a dead end. They then started falling, with majority of them falling into a darkened suburb and Issei into a red hospital hallway, unknown to the dangers they were in. Issei woke up to what seemed to be a hospital with red blaring lights, signaling what seemed to be danger. Issei, hey Drake, where are we? Drake, run partner. Issei, what's the matter? Drake yelled. Drake, just run. Opening start. An entity is overseeing the backrooms. While having a grin, Rias looks up in the sky. Aquino does the same, thinking that it is someone. Asia also looks up in sadness, as the title screen shows up images of Jan Pr, WY, Ashbin and the staff, and finally a crying Glinda is shown in the rain. Issei is seen looking around, trying to figure where to go home. He then walks away, seeing nowhere. Flashback of Issei being hit and called a pervert is shown. John is being called a faker and underserving of Beacon. While he falls to his knees, he then notices tears falling and looks up to see Ruby. Rose was crying for him. Ruby immediately snuggles John, telling him that she is there with him. Issei is seen fighting entities like partygoers and smilers, killing them instantly. Ruby uses her crescent rose to shoot the entities, assisting Issei in any way. Rex slices them apart with his claws, while Ingvild drowns them in water. John and Nofumi protect him from any assault. While they all are in a cave system, Issei then sees someone with wings. While he grips his Ascalon ready to fight, he then sees a camo crawler attacking him, leaving him alone to defend when he suddenly sees his teammates protecting him. resulting in everyone surviving. The Naofumi takes center along with John. Ruby, Ingvild and Rex are in the back with Issei, as they get ready to fight their enemies. Opening, and Issei then looked to see himself being chased by a horde of hostile entities, skin stealers, facelings, hounds, partygoers and many more entities were made out by Issei. Fear ran into his mind and face since a very long time. He did not think twice and started running. He then asked Issei, "Where the heck am I?" "Drake, I never thought you would end up here. This is level where you can only be sent at random. Now don't ask many questions, save your energy and just keep running." Issei, "No need to tell me twice." Issei kept running. He then saw that there is nothing but a straight hallway. On the way he could see some energy bars on the way. Drake, "Partner, grab those immediately." Issei did as Drake told him to and grabbed those energy bars. Issei did not bother and he consumed the two of them immediately. He kept running as he did not stop. He ran for 2 kilometers at this point. There was still 8 more kilometers to run, and he is going to need all the energy he can get. The entities were not stopping. Thankfully, with Issei increasing his speed, the distance between him and entities seemed to be constant. For some reason the entities were able to catch up with him. Despite Issei being in his balance breaker right now, Issei felt that this level was designed to deal with him. Whoever sent him wanted him dead, and this seemed to be the perfect level to murder him for good. Issei, "Drake, should I use illegal move Triana?" Drake, "Normally I would recommend, but there seem to be obstacles on the way like hospital beds, tables and if really unlucky clumps, and these are known to be pretty aggressive, not to mention you are exhausted given your run in level 8 and you need to save your stamina for level 9, that's why for now just stay in your balance breaker, that seems to be enough and don't stop running." No matter what, Issei understood and continues running. He noticed a clump on the way. He killed it with a dragon shot and kept on running. He then consumed one of the energy bar to maintain his stamina and continued running. There needed to be an endpoint which he needed to figure out soon. 4 kilometers had passed and Issei started to feel exhausted. His legs started to pain. Knowing this, he consumed his second energy bar. He might have to go Triana for this one. Not to mention the weight of the bag was not helping him in the situation. He did not have time to grab a bottle of almond water or royal rations to help suffice his exhaustion. 5 kilometers had passed. Issei, "Huff Drake huff." 5 kilometers. Drake cuts him off and responds, "Drake, don't talk, save your energy, keep running, you have reached halfway and now only 5 more kilometers remain." Issei nodded and kept on running. He knew that there must be many exits, however Drake suggested that they should not be visited given that they may lead to levels completely different or somewhere completely unexpected. He had no intention of going there, so he kept running. There were 2 more energy bars on the table nearby. Without thinking twice, he grabbed 2 more of them. The entities now started to have increased their speed. He knew what he must do. Issei, "Drake, boost and transfer to my legs. I am gonna need as much speed as possible for this. Drake, no need to tell me twice. Consider it done." Boost, transfer, boost, transfer, boost, transfer, boost, transfer. The speed on his legs started to increase exponentially, but at the same time his stamina started to drain. He had one of the 2 energy bars to compensate for the energy loss. It was helping, but he needed to maintain his stamina, more than his sanity at this point. He kept running. Eventually passing 6 kilometers, only 4 remain. Issei kept running, his life dependent on it. He could not see that more entities have joined the entity horde. He was able to make out wretches, death rats and death ostriches. A/N. The above one is death rat and the bottom one is death ostrich. Issei kept running. He was least interested in what was inside the entity horde. He did not even want to know inside the horde. He kept running, eventually passing the 8-kilometer mark. Now only 2 more remain. Issei kept running. On the way he found 1 more energy bar and consumed it immediately. Eventually he ran past the 9th kilometer and now only 1 kilometer remained. Drake, "That's it, partner, only 1 kilometer remains, you can do it, just keep running." Issei, "Man, I cannot take this anymore, this is a pain." Drake knew what he needed to do, but he needed to do it quickly. Issei was slowing down and the entity horde was gaining on him. He then spoke, "Drake, if you fail here, you will never get to experience a pay. No more melons for you, say goodbye to boobs." Then Issei realized what Drake meant. There is no way he is going to die here. If he does, then there is no a pay for him, which is something he cannot survive without. He will get out of here no matter what it takes. He then used all his energy. Steam came out from his nostrils. And he sped up. Eventually he finally saw an exit sign. Drake. You did, partner, a little more and then you will be out of here. After that you will never be sent to this level ever again. Issei, thank the stars that I am never going to experience hell ever again. Issei finally jumped out of the exit sign. Level 9, 7:30 p.m. Issei reached a dark suburban area, where he could see the others talking about something. Now for me? Alright guys, let's split up and look for Issei. Everyone. Right, Issei? Hey guys, looking for me? Everyone rushed on hearing his voice. Rex hugged him, which he returned. John then asked John. We fell together, so where the hell were you? Issei, I have a story for you guys, but first let's go inside. Being outside is not safe, we are far out in danger. Everyone understood what he meant. They all then went inside a modern-era house, where Issei told them what had happened to him. Chapter 14, Darkened Suburbs and Crimson Wanderer. Previously we saw the Issei was sent to level where, once he had reached, he had woken up only to see a horde of entities chasing after him. Not thinking twice, he immediately ran to save his skin from getting mauled by the entity horde. Issei ran and ran. He ran for quite the distance when he found 2 energy bars, which Drake told him to grab them as soon as possible. He then grabbed them and consumed one of the bars, giving him a burst of energy which allowed him to keep running the distance. He was constantly asking Drake to boost his speed, but this came at the cost of his energy, prompting him to consume any energy bars he found. It did not help that the entities were able to match his speed, whether he slowed down or increased his speed. He honestly felt pointless to even go any faster, as it will only exhaust him more than usual. He then noticed that more entities had joined the horde, making him more inclined to increase his speed. He grabbed the last 2 energy bars and consumed them, making him more energized. However, this was straining his body. With no stopping, Drake reminded him of what would happen if he dies, allowing him to get the burst of speed that he needed, resulting in him finally reaching the exit, making him successfully escape the level. Once out there, he rejoined his group and told them that he would explain everything once they enter a house, since it is the only safe thing in level 9. Unknown level, backrooms, 8 p.m. Damn it, he escaped again. Smashes the ball as he watched Issei successfully escaped level. He wanted to personally tear the boy apart, but the God of the Bible's condition prevented from doing so. No matter, next time I will devise such a trap, such an ability that will make you torment forever, either mentally or physically. There will be no escape for you. Hide Is. I wait for you to fall into despair, boy, and then your soul will be mine. Ha ha ha. Returns to the level getting a ball, since his old one was destroyed by himself. Scene break. Level 9, 8 p.m. Issei and the others enter into a random house to recover for a while. The journey to level 8 was quite stressful, not to mention there are entities that can kill you in just a look, kind of similar to a certain Gorgon, but nevertheless they still needed to be careful. Once inside, he told everything about his experience in level, which shocked everyone. Ruby then asked Ruby, how did you reach there then? Issei, at random, I'll say I am quite unlucky if I go there, but Drake says that you can only enter that level once. Never again the backrooms will ever send you there, unless you wanna intentionally enter that level. John shivered. He is certainly not going to enter that level again, even if he is dared to enter that level. Naofumi then asked Naofumi, so is there a way to reach intentionally, like so that we can avoid doing so? Issei, there is, but all of them are not in the pathway for now. They are in levels 521, 7191, 354 and 2020. And they are in weird spots, so we not need to worry about that. Naofumi? Alright Issei. Anyways, where is Ingvild? Naofumi. Oh, she went to take a bath and a woman's yell was heard. Everyone noticed that it came from the bathroom. Everyone rushed to see what happened. Opening start. An entity is overseeing the backrooms. While having a grin, Rias looks up in the sky. Aquino does the same, thinking that it is someone. Asia also looks up in sadness. As the title screen shows up images of Jean-Pierre, W.I., Ashbin and the staff, and finally a crying Glinda is shown in the rain. Issei is seen looking around, trying to figure where to go home. He then walks away, seeing nowhere. Flashback of Issei being hit and called a pervert is shown. John is being called a faker and underserving of Beacon. While he falls to his knees, he then notices tears falling and looks up to see Ruby. Rose was crying for him. Ruby immediately snuggles John, telling him that she is there with him. Issei is seen fighting entities like partygoers and smilers, killing them instantly. Ruby uses her crescent rose to shoot the entities, assisting Issei in Anyway, Rex slices them apart with his claws, while Ingvild drowns them in water. John and Nofomi protect him from any assault. While they all are in a darkened suburb, Issei then sees someone glitching. While he grips his Ascalon, along with a red-armored man ready to fight, he then sees a watcher attacking him, leaving him alone to defend when he suddenly sees his teammates protecting him, resulting in everyone surviving. The Naofumi take center along with John. Ruby, Ingvild and Rex are in the back with Issei, as they get ready to fight their enemies. Opening and Issei. The others rush to the bathroom. They could see Ingvild yelling in pure fear and embarrassment. He then asks Issei, "Ingvild, what the hell happens?" "Ingvild, that thing is in my bathroom. Please help." Issei noticed to see a swimming creature inside the bathtub. The entity had human-like eyes. A/N. Wow, that's just creepy. I feel bad for anyone who encounters these things. Drake then explained. Drake, that's a swimmer, one of the 3 types of the neighborhood watch. Issei, is there a way to kill these pests? Drake, it has not been found, since they quickly kill their targets and flee, but their eyes can move freely around their choroid. It has 10 optic nerves, arranged kind of like an octopus, around its choroid. The eye and base of this entity are very squishable, therefore these entities can travel through pipes and drains. If they find you, they will grab you with their tentacles, drown you, and eat your body. Try and destroy the eye. If you can kill them from there. Issei, alright. The swimmer noticed Issei and tried to grab Issei using its tentacles. Issei activated Ascalon and stabbed the eye, while dodging its tentacles. Nofumi used shield prison. Once Issei stabbed the eye, it then waited as the entity struggled outside the water with its damaged eye. Issei then used flame blaze, burning the shield as well as the entity, killing it instantly. The shield prison then opened up, revealing a charred swimmer with its eyes and optic nerves destroyed. Issei and the others did not want to check whether it was killed for good, so they then walked out, while Ruby calmed Ingvild down. Ruby, "Shoo, it's gonna be alright." Ingvild was clearly traumatized by the event. She was gonna take a while to calm down. Issei then spoke. Issei, we can easily get out of here. There is no weird way to exit, although we might have to walk a lot. John, that's not a problem. So how much we need to walk? Issei, around 100 to 200 miles. But worry not, we just need to follow the metal arrow sign, so it is pretty much we need to follow, and we should be at level 11 Naofumi. Level 11, the same place, which is basically one of the most common safest levels. Issei, yes John. Cool, so when do we leave? Issei, once Ingvild recovers. That run-in with swimmer from the neighborhood watch traumatized the poor girl. John, yeah, I wish I could have helped her. Issei, don't beat yourself up John, I will go help her. Let's just prepare for getting out of here. Issei goes inside, where he could see Ingvild crying and Ruby trying to console her. He asked Ruby to stay and he went and talked to her. Issei, can you tell me everything what had happened? Ingvild wiped her tears. She then nodded and responded. Ingvild, I was taking a bath. I removed my upper clothes, only to see this thing swimming inside my bathroom. I backed up immediately, but this thing saw me and lunged at me. I was able to use my magic to keep it away. After that you heard my scream and Issei calmed her down. He kept rubbing the half-devil's back. He then spoke. Issei, that thing is long dead. It's alright. We are here with you. Ingvild, we will always be here with you. Here, I have some almond water. Drink it. Boost, boost, boost. Transfer. Issei transferred his power to the bottle of almond water. He then gave the bottle to Ingvild and she drinks the bottle. She felt refreshed with the enhanced water. She then calmed down and cooed to the Red Dragon Emperor. She started to have a small crush ever since he saved her from Tiny's attack. She then sleeps for a while, feeling relaxed since a very long time. Ruby then smiled and left, and she then joined the others. John, how is she doing? Crater face. Ruby, 1, stop calling me that vomit boy, and 2, she is sleeping cozily with Issei right now. We might have to wait for a while. She needs to recover. John, and you stop calling me vomit boy. Then Ruby blushed by the nickname. She then sat in the couch opposite to the house. Naofumi looked at the only one who is single and thought, Naofumi, Raphtalia, where are you? I need someone to talk to in this new world. Rex consoled Naofumi. Naofumi then responded, Naofumi, thanks Rex, at least someone understands me. Rex nodded. He could not blame his MSTR for helping his team member, and now only these two are together. The dollface may not have a girlfriend since the creature prefers and can only reproduce asexually, so he will forever be single. He is happy to have met Issei given that he treats him like an ally rather than SLV and is pretty friendly towards him when no one else is. He was known to be pretty alone before even meeting his MS2, rarely socializing with others of his kind inside the bedroom. After a while Ingvild wakes up from her sleep, she then looks at Issei who was busy looking and responding to the chats in the phone. He then looks at the Leviathan princess and smiles. Issei then speaks. Issei, morning, Heim, A/N. Heim is Japanese for Princess BTW. For those who don't know, Ingvild blushed at the nickname. She then woke up from Issei and the Red Dragon Emperor smiled. He then calmed Ingvild down and spoke. Issei, now let's leave. We need to traverse 200 miles. It is gonna be a long journey, so we need to be prepared, so let's leave. Heim. Ingvild, right? And before you got Hank you Issei, heh, worry not, you still mean a lot to me. Since you are one of us, I don't want to lose any of you, so let's go and walk this journey. Alright. Ingvild nodded and smiled. She along with Issei came outside the room. John then teased John. Oh, I hope nothing else happened inside the room. Ingvild and Issei blushed. Ruby smacked John's head while Naofumi and Rex chuckled at the pity. Issei then spoke. Issei, worry not John, nothing happened between us. Handle your case. Alright. John blushed. He wanted Issei to stay quiet. Naofumi then spoke. Naofumi, alright, enough teasing guys, now let's get out of here, we need to travel a lot. Okay. Issei, and worry not, there are houses everywhere since this is a suburban area, so we can rest there in case any of us gets tired, so worry not, plus some of these houses have food and almond water, so we can recover there, although none of the appliances work because there is no electricity over here. John, then who the hell kept them here? I mean, these things are next to useless. So the only problem is when we step outside, the entities will come after us. Naofumi, so are there any new entities we need to worry about? Issei, the one which Ingvild encountered was a neighborhood watch entity. Sorry. Heim. Ingvild, it's alright. Issei, and the other one really scares me. It is called the Mangled, and these things even scare me. The others wondered what this entity is that it scared Issei. John then asked John. Issei, what's this mangled entity? Issei, the mangled entity is basically large and very tall entity. These creatures have long limbs and are very spider-like, with a more human-like head and face. These entities are extremely dangerous, but are also very rare to encounter. These entities will be typically seen alone, among the trees or crawling over houses. They are very hostile and will attack on sight, but they can only appear during a special event. Naofumi, and what is that special event? Issei, when fog comes, a wind will be blown and this wind has the power to snatch memories, so have almond water. When the fog shows up, don't think too much about it. Once these things are seen, we need to fight them. Thankfully, unlike camo crawlers, they hate each other, so we can easily take them out one by one, so we should be safe. The others nodded. They had one bottle of almond water in case a mangled decided to show up. Issei had seen Ruby picking up a packet of sunflower seeds. He knew that this would be important in case a Jerry shows up and tries to invade their mind. He told her this and she kept those seeds safe with her. They then stepped outside once they had opened the door, only to see the road seemed to be wet, just like it had rained outside. The weather seemed surprisingly chilly, like it was cool. John and Ingvild shivered given that they had no protective clothing. They then walked outside only to see a watcher peering towards the other direction. Issei told to just ignore the thing since it was focused on the surroundings next to it minding its own business. They kept moving once they were out of sight from the entity. They decided to move on ahead while the entity was unable to sense their presence. Rex jumped on Issei's shoulder to keep a lookout on the other side. They then noticed a fog heading towards them. Issei, the mangled, they are coming. Have your almond water right away. Everyone nodded. Issei also had his almond water, and fed some to Rex, who enjoyed having that almond water. They then heard a wind whistling around, after which another wind blew through them. Issei recognized it as the doing of a mangled since this is how they attack a prey. A/N. Play this on loop till the fog goes on. Issei, brace yourself, they are gonna show up. Issei's warning was made clear. Everyone braced themselves for a mangled attack, and after a while one mangled showed up. It seemed to be around 30 to 50 feet tall via their long leg structure, and is very easy to spot out, but these creatures seem to have the ability to change their size and thickness of their limbs on command. These entities had 4 limbs that walk in a strange manner and in unnatural ways. Their joints were able to be bent in many ways, and they seem to be able to create new joints if needed. Their body is very bone-like, an old sagging skin. Their head is the size of an average human. Their eyes are pitch black and were reflective. The entity also has a large open mouth, which always seems to be open, and emitting a distorted wind noise, which they heard loud and clear. Ruby, holy brother gods, that's just terrifying. Is that what a mangled is? Issei, I am afraid so. Ruby, and stop calling God, there are two devils here, kind of gives us an headache, you know. Ruby, oh sorry about that. Issei nodded. They had to focus on the mangled that constantly was whistling the wind through its huge mouth. It then used its arms to attack Issei and Ruby, which they easily dodged. Issei then yelled, Issei, go for the head and the body. His limbs can regenerate and can create more of them if needed. In addition to that, they can be stretched as well. It's the only way we can kill it. The others understood Issei's instructions. The mangled attacked and extended the limbs when it was unable to reach the duo. Issei then summoned Ascalon blade. The boosted gear announced, and Ascalon came out from the gear. Issei then slashed off the arm of the mangled, making it scream in pain. Issei, oh, it is only going to get worse for you, ugly John. Issei, watch out. Issei was then sent flying by the mangled. John used his semblance to attack him but was also forced to keep his distance. Inviled used her water abilities to keep the mangled at a distance. The mangled tried to get closer but John slashed her arm. Nofumi then called airstrike shield. A shield was formed between Inviled and the mangled. Inviled then started to sing and her eye glowed in a lavender color as the area around her is enveloped in lavender light particles. Issei felt enhanced. His abilities were becoming much better. Issei then decided for the only way to kill the mangled by using his illegal move Triana. Issei, armor release solid star sonic. Issei rushed his speed towards the mangled, his speed being enhanced by Inviled singing. He then stabbed the mangled on its stomach. The mangled screamed and tried to get Issei off its body, but Issei plunged his sword into its body. He then removed Ascalon and took some distance. Issei, Welsh blaster. Bishop change Fong blast. A greenish-red blast was aimed at the mangled. Given that Issei was enhanced by Inviled, the blast was strong enough to keep the mangled at a distance, destroying most of its body. The mangled struggled to get up, after which Ruby fired her fire dust and Naofumi used his wrath shield burn. The mangled burned as it screamed much more. Its body was being burned alive. Issei used his flame blaze to enhance the flames, killing it after a while. After the mangled was dead, the fog dissipated and everything returned to normal. Inviled stopped singing and Issei dispelled his armor and Naofumi reverted his shield back to normal. Issei, thanks for the enhancement. Inviled blushed and responded. Inviled, Mao stopped that. John, alright lovebirds, we still have to travel for a while. You can have your moment in level 11. They both glared at John, who flinched. He knew that he needed to stop teasing, after which they decided to move on ahead. Issei and the others decided to move on ahead. While they were walking, they were occasionally killing any of the entities that decided to attack them, like the skin stealers. That was when they noticed a blue bird that resembled a macaw parrot at a distance. Drake, partner, that's a Jerry. Issei, that's an interesting name. So what kind of an entity is that? Drake, don't underestimate that blue bird, it is quite dangerous. Unlike the others, it neither kills or harms you but mind controls you. Survivors that make physical contact with Jerry, without attempting to tame him, will be affected by his indoctrination abilities. This basically makes the victim worship Jerry like a god, chanting phrases such as, Jerry is everything, Jerry is what I live for, and all hail Jerry. After a few hours, the assimilated will disappear to a special level called Jerry's room, where they will remain until they choose to exit and spread the word of Jerry. Jerry's followers will act like mindless zombies until they reach Jerry's room, at which point they will regain control of themselves, and will now worship Jerry as if his godlike status was ingrained into their mind. The Jerry noticed them and flew towards them, thinking that indoctrinating such strong followers will make its cult stronger. However, Ruby had planned this. She sprinkled some almond water on it, dazing it for a while. She then showed some sunflower seeds. Ruby, you want these, don't you? The Jerry looked and ate those seeds. It then flew on Ruby's shoulder and she was not affected by Jerry's indoctrination abilities. Ruby then spoke. Ruby, you will not affect any of them, they are my friends, so they are our friends as well, understood? Issei had his Ascalon ready in case Jerry tried to indoctrinate Ruby into his stupid cult, ready to strike him down. However, Jerry nodded in agreement. It agreed to its new MSDR's request and agreed to not bring any of them into his cult. Issei put Ascalon back into his gear and accepted Jerry as the new party member. Issei then spoke. Issei, Jerry, how long can you fly and what is your tunnel vision? Jerry thought for a while and responded, Jerry, for a few hours straight, I can see for a distance of 2 kilometers. Issei nodded in agreement. Issei and the others then moved on ahead to see a sign that said level 11, 150 miles, take left. Everyone understood and decided to take a left. Jerry kept scouting for more entities. He has been a second help along with Drake, who informed them that if any entity's presence was nearby. However, Jerry then saw something that would horrify the bird for a while. Ruby, Jerry, what happened? Ruby seemed worried for her new friend. Jerry then spoke. Jerry, it's the CR Crimson One Wanderer. Ruby seemed worried. Jerry seemed to be really scared of him. Issei then asked Issei, hey Drake, do you know who this Crimson Wanderer is? Drake, the Crimson Wanderer, codenamed Entity 77. Crimson Wanderer is a mysterious warrior of outstanding strength and skill, feared for his deadly power, but is also seen as a hero by many. He's widely considered as one of the most dangerous humanoid entities in the backrooms that racked one of the highest kill count ever recorded. There's conflicting accounts regarding the appearance of the Crimson Wanderer, suggesting that different individuals perceived them differently. Initially, this is thought to be caused by an illusion, but further evidence proved that the Crimson Wanderer has actually multiple forms. He's not to be considered as a shapeshifter, and his transformation is apparently part of his power. See the next section for the details of his forms. The default form of the Crimson Wanderer is an over 2 meters tall knight in a fantastic metal armor, complete with an old, worn-out red cape. He carries a claymore that he keeps on his back, but he often drags it across the floor, causing a loud, scratching noises while he approaches his target. Considering his heavy movement, it's estimated that his weight, complete with his armor and weapon, is about 0.5 metric ton. In my opinion, he might be the strongest you have faced so far, even stronger than the true spear wielder. Issei, even stronger than Chow Chow, DMN. Issei and the others walked ahead. The entities with them seemed to be really scared of this entity. Ruby calmed Jerry down while Issei calmed Rex down. Everyone else was also on guard. They knew that this entity is no joke, and its presence means that they will be facing against an entity far stronger than ever before. They then saw him, the Crimson Wanderer. As Drake described him to be, is an entity who is over 2 meters tall knight in a fantastic metal armor, complete with an old, worn-out red cape. He carries a claymore that he keeps on his back, but he often drags it across the floor, causing a loud, scratching noises while he approaches his target. Considering his heavy movement, it's estimated that his weight, complete with his armor and weapon, is about 0.5 metric ton. The Crimson Wanderer seemed to be fighting what seemed to be a woman. However, it did not seem to be a woman. She was completely glitched and distorted, reversed, and not at the same time. Issei couldn't tell if she is considered human anymore. The woman, on noticing them, immediately attacked them while the Crimson Wanderer screamed, Crimson Wanderer, watch out! Issei and the others dodged. He immediately transformed into his balance breaker Welsh Dragon balance breaker. Issei, Drake, who the hell is this woman? Drake, very bad news, partner. She is the entity known as the Glitched Goddess, codenamed Entity 111. The Glitched Goddess was supposedly the first ever wanderer to walk the face of the backrooms. She has been doing this long before even humanity advanced into modern civilizations, yet has a modern name. And you do not speak of it as it attracts her, like metal going face first at a magnet. Her body is very human in appearance, but don't let this fool you, she is anything but that. She has many cults, shrines, monuments, statues, historical artifacts, events, and even historic locations all hidden throughout the backrooms. Nobody knows where such items are found, which has been estimated to be 3,000 years old. She is corrupt, evil, a monster that devours our existence and preys on it. She toys with us, fights with us, and even sacrifices us to something all the more sinister than we could ever imagine. Something worth noting of a doomsday device. It's not worth going after Angela, especially since we have all been suffering for so long. She caused the glitches, she created the monsters that lurk in these eerie corridors. She is a god, or at least what she seems to be, /n. This is an artist render of how she looks. I will also be calling her Angela, instead of the glitched goddess. The Crimson Wanderer approached the group. He then asked Crimson Wanderer, "Are you guys alright?" Issei looks at his group and they all nod. He then speaks. Issei, "We are all fine, none of us are harmed." Crimson Wanderer, "That's good, now you all should leave, I will protect you." However, Angela was not having any of it. She then spoke in a glitchy tone. "Angela, I am sorry I cannot let you escape." Issei saw this and knew that they will have to fight her. The chances of them winning is low, but they will still take the chance. The others also knew that judging by the description, they must fight her at some point. Issei, "We can fight, there is no way she is going to let us go that easily, we have no choice." The Crimson Wanderer pondered for a while, but before it could do anything, Angela shot a blast at the group. Issei responded with his own dragon shot, deflecting the energy blast. Crimson Wanderer, "Very well then, let's fight together." Everyone got ready to fight Angela. They have no choice in fighting her, since she was not going to let them pass. John was the first to charge at her. Ruby fired her dust rounds to keep her occupied, but they did little to nothing as Angela swatted them like flies. Issei caught John, while Naofumi caught Ruby. They both then asked Issei and Naofumi, "Are you two alright?" John and Ruby gave them a thumbs up signaling that they are alright. Crimson Wanderer then spoke. "Crimson Wanderer, don't let any of her attacks hit you. She can send you to the void, although she prefers to toy with her prey and deceive them rather than outright kill them." Angela then laughed and responded, "Angela, don't give them false hope." Crimson Wanderer, "There is no hope for you, haha." Issei, "Does she always speak like this?" Crimson Wanderer, "Yeah, she can't even speak normally, I pity her." Angela, why stop ignoring me, we are in the middle of a fight you know." Angela fired a much stronger blast at the gang in anger. Issei went into his illegal mode, Triana mode, and yelled, "Issei, Welsh blaster bishop change Fong blast." Issei fired his blaster at the attack from Angela, which was a glitchy, distorted attack from the goddess. However, it was not enough. The Crimson Wanderer also assisted in blocking the attack. Eventually, they were able to block the attack and protect the others. However, she fired another blast. This time Naofumi used his shields to protect them from the attack. He managed to defend everyone but was pushed back as a result, while Ingvild and the others focused on dealing with the other entities, which had tried to ambush the group, mostly hounds, skin stealers, death ostriches and death rats. Angela, "It was fun, playing with you guys now." Perish. Angela raised her finger and fired her most strongest attack at the group, A/N. I do not own this GIF or Dragon Ball Z. The Crimson Wanderer was under panic given that it cannot save the Wanderers since this attack is guaranteed to kill anyone. Naofumi and Issei used their strongest shields to protect everyone. However, the attack was too strong, even after Issei went into his Welsh draconic rook form. The blast made a direct hit, sending Naofumi flying. Thanks to high vitality, he was still conscious. However, Issei was not. He was completely unconscious. Everyone minus Crimson Wanderer, Issei. Whoever could rush to Issei immediately rushed to him. Ingvild wanted to help him, but she could not do much. She asked Ruby to look after Issei, while she would be facing against Angela. Ingvild, "You will pay for hurting him." Angela smirked through her glitchy face. They all began fighting the glitched goddess, while Issei was still unconscious. While unconscious, Issei entered into his mindscape. He saw the same past hosts looking at him. They then spoke. "Host, you must use the Juggernaut drive if you need to defeat her, and we will make you perform it." The hosts all channeled their negative energy into Issei, trying to get him to his side. However, Issei was determined. He was not going to submit into power like this. He then spoke. "Issei, will not let you old geezers control me. I will not lose, host. You must. It is the only way you can save your friends." Issei, "Never." Issei broke free from the control, shocking the past hosts. He then spoke. "Issei, I will become strong on my own will. I will never let them conquer me. I will never let this power be driven into my head." That's the spirit. Issei looked on to see a white-haired man. He then noticed that he is not one of the past hosts of the boosted gear. He then asked Issei, "Who are you?" "I am a past host of the Divine Dividing. I am here because of the time when you absorbed the piece of the balance breaker of the armor. I am here to help you, cause I believe that you will bring the two dragons to a destiny that none has ever seen before." The past host raises his hand and makes an aura of light, which helps him fight against the hate of the past hosts. and protect him from the hosts. Issei then knew what he needed to do. He decided to bring the hosts in a new future which he will show. The hosts then began the chant for the Juggernaut drive hosts. I, who shall awaken. Issei countered with his own new chant. Issei, I, who is about to awaken hosts, am the heavenly dragon who has stolen the principles of domination from God. Issei, am the red dragon emperor who has discarded the principles of domination hosts. I laugh at the infinite, and I grieve at the dream. Issei, I shall walk the road of righteousness by having infinite hopes and dreams. Hosts, I shall become the red dragon of domination. Issei, I shall become the king of crimson dragon hosts, and I shall sink you to the depths of the crimson purgatory. Issei, and I promise you all I shall show you the future which shines in true crimson light. Issei broke through the sea whistle of hate, with the help from the past host of Albion. One of the hosts then spoke. Host, you will show us the future. Issei, you bet hop on my predecessors, I will show you a future you have never seen before. Issei then escaped out of his mindscape. Everyone who was fighting against the Angela noticed a crimson glow emanating from where Issei was standing. Angela fired a blast, but the Crimson Wanderer deflected it, angering the glitched goddess. Issei was now in a completely different armor than the illegal move Triana. He seemed to be enveloped in a crimson-colored armor emanating with pure energy. The wings were transparent and were glowing along with the armor. Despite the darkness of level 9, Angela for the first time in her life felt fear looking at this armor, as it seemed to be completely otherworldly. Drake, you did it, partner. You managed to unlock your true queen form. Now give this goddess the hell she deserves. Make sure she pays for her actions. Show her that you are the host of the dragon that stole the principle of domination from God itself. Drake's voice was loud and clear, not only to Issei, but to everyone else, including Angela, who glared at Issei. The boy was still alive despite taking a direct hit from her strongest attack. Crimson Wanderer, this aura, it almost seems divine. I have never felt this aura ever in my life, at least not from a wanderer. It almost seems to be similar to hers, no akin to his. He might be the key to everyone's salvation. Issei then dispelled his wings back into his armor. The armor then charged into his knight form. He charged towards Angela. Star Sonic Booster. Angela felt as if she could not see his moment. He then went into his rook form and slammed into Angela and gave her a gut punch which she could not detect. Solid Impact Booster. Issei sent the glitched goddess flying as she was unable to comprehend what had just happened. Angela was unable to understand how can a mere wanderer put her in a situation like this. Issei then approached beside his team. While Ruby and the Crimson Wanderer looked at the armor in interest, it seemed to have a glow even in the night of level 9. Angela then decided to once again use her strongest attack. Angela, take this, dragon. Angela yelled in anger. Despite her voice being glitchy, she was heard loud and clearly. Issei then activated 2 blasters. Boost, Fong Blast Booster. The blasters started to energize and electrify the cannons on Issei's back which had come out when Issei used his Fong Blast Booster. Issei, everyone, fire your strongest attacks on her. We can take her down here and now. Don't let her escape, make her pay for what she has done. They nodded. Inviled charged her strongest water attack, while at the same time she was singing to enhance Issei's ability and power. She summoned multiple dragons made out of water, aimed at the goddess, while the Crimson Wanderer entered into his true form, which is an entity of chaos without a defined physical shape, described as in living shadows by those who witnessed his cruelty. Contrary to his previous forms, he's the most calm during this form, with little to no aggression. This eerie, serene demeanor only added to the intimidation factor, as he tends to float toward his target, taking his time to terrorize, tormenting them as they either helplessly fight back or try to escape. Due to this, it's theorized that the true nature of the Crimson Wanderer is an entity of nightmare, symbolizing the devil judging the wicked. Nofumi and John noted that his transformation seemed to be quite unstable and eerie. Ruby, Rex and Jerry were creeped out by this form of the Crimson Wanderer, as he was known to be some sort of executioner. He then summoned his strongest dark attack. Crimson Wanderer, you asked for this, Angela. Black Void. A black energy ball appeared in his hand. He then sent the black energy to Angela. Nofumi used his Wrath Shield and first used Shield Prison, stopping the attack temporarily, and used Iron Maiden, crushing her. All the attacks then were aimed at the Iron Maiden. Ruby used electric dust rounds and fired at Angela once her crescent rose was in a sniper form. Issei and the others kept using their attacks at the glitched goddess, eventually overwhelming her, which was thought to be impossible. John used his aura amp to add additional amplifications to Issei's and the Crimson Wanderer's attack. This allowed Issei to sustain his armor despite the strain on his body due to this new form. Crimson Wanderer, everyone, one final push, show her what we have got, take her down for good, don't let her torment another soul. The voice of the Wanderer was loud and clear. They all then performed one final push at the glitched goddess. The Iron Maiden was the first to be destroyed, revealing an injured Angela. She then saw the barrage of attacks aimed at her. She tried to defend herself, but it was too late. The attacks started to overwhelm her and destroy her body as she was unable to keep up with the barrage. Angela. No, this can't be happening. How could I lose to the likes of you? Angela's glitchy body started to disintegrate out of existence because of everyone's combined assault. She was eventually disintegrated completely, leaving no trace of the glitched goddess. She was as good as dead and she is not going to come back. Issei powered down his armor, exhausted, while the Crimson Wanderer reverted back to his default form. Same with Naofumi returning to his normal shield. While Ingvild sat down, disabling her sacred gear and her powers exhausted, the Crimson Wanderer then spoke. Crimson Wanderer, I must thank you all for helping me defeat Angela for good. She has been killing a lot of innocent wanderers. If it was not for your help, she would have kept tormenting innocent wanderers. I never got your names. Can you tell me your names? Issei. The name's Issei Hayu Ruby. My name is Ruby Rose John. Name's John, just John Crimson Wanderer. May I know why you have no last name? John. Long story. My parents hated my guts for not listening to them. I ruined my surname and as a result, they disowned me. They did not want me to follow my dream of being a warrior and saw me as a breeding stock, nothing more, nothing less. John's voice held sadness, but mostly it had anger. The Crimson Wanderer felt pity for the young man and was disappointed in the parents for their actions. Naofumi. Name's Naofumi Iwatani Ingvild. My name is Ingvild Leviathan Rex. Hi, I'm Rex, a dollface. A pleasure to meet you, Jerry. And you know me, Crimson Wanderer, Crimson Wanderer. Indeed, thank you for your introduction. Since you guys helped me deal with her once and for all, I will help you reach your next destination without anything in return. Issei. That means a lot to us, Crimson Wanderer. The Crimson Wanderer nodded. They still had 100 miles to travel before they reached level 11. He assisted in taking down entities, and with his help the teams managed to not only avoid several entities like death ostriches and striders from the neighborhood watch, but they were also able to kill watchers as well, along with several hostile entities like hounds, skin stealers, the mangled, which took much less time, since they were well prepared. Thanks to Jerry and Drake both noticing any incoming fog, wretches, death rats and smilers, they also noticed an Anthekas, which was a kite-like entity that warned the group of an horde of entities approaching them. Drake informed them to take them seriously and they all agreed to the dragon saying. Given that the entity horde was pretty high, judging by the amount of kites present, they followed the kites and were out of danger. The kites then exploded once out of range, revealing sounds of children cheering. Eventually, after traveling for a long while, the neighborhood started to change, resembling to be that of massive skyscrapers. The entity count also reduced, which meant that they have reached level 11 successfully and safely. The Crimson Wanderer then spoke. Crimson Wanderer. I will take my leave, Sir Issei. If you ever need my assistance, just remember me from the bottom of your heart. If your longing is pure enough, I will manifest and fight alongside you. Issei. Indeed, we will never forget your help. The Crimson Wanderer. The Crimson Wanderer nodded and shook Issei's hands, promising to meet again. He then waved goodbye to the rest, and as the others moved to the level to find a place to spend the night, he then clipped out of reality while knowing that he would meet the boy soon. Entity types and threat levels. Hello, today I will be explaining the entity types and threat levels. These entities may or may not be found in the backrooms, however they may or may not be seen, it depends on the person's view. Note, the entities and entity level is based on the backrooms fandom, not Wikidot, since most of the entities here are not present in the Wikidot and different numbers have been assigned to these entities. Not to mention this list has constant debating for the class level and the number assigned to these entities. Some of these entity threat levels are questionable even by me, honestly, and the information taken is before July 8, 2022, so any changes after that is not considered. The higher the entity level is, the higher their threat level is. Once the threat level reaches a certain level, they cannot be killed or damaged by regular human weapons like guns, tanks, etc. But that does not mean that they are perfect beings. They can be killed by attacking a certain weak point or a certain location. It is not impossible to kill them, and yes, their power increases the higher the threat level increases. Entities' rarity is pretty variable. Usually the higher the threat level goes, the more rare they become, while this can also be reversed during a certain incident that may or may not take place in the backrooms, like a certain event that may result in the extinction or a thriving of a certain entity. Entities marked with the threat of extinction will have the EX and T next to their names. Here are the classification of entities, along with their threat rates and mortality rates, usually when in aggressive or provoked state. Class 0, no threats posed whatsoever. Mortality and threat rate less than 10%. Class 1, not aggressive, but can cause injuries to wanderers. Mortality rate above 10% and threat rate less than 20%. Class 2, not typically aggressive, but could be provoked into injuring or rarely killing wanderers. Mortality and threat rate above 20% but less than 35%. Class 3, aggressive, but not notably dangerous. Mortality rate and threat rate less than 50% but above 35%. Class 4, aggressive. Typical classification level. Mortality and threat rate above 50% but less than 65%. Class 5, dangerous. Mortality and threat rate above 65% but less than 75%. Class 6, extremely dangerous. Mortality and threat rate above 75% but less than 90%. Class 7, mythological. Classification level for unknown/abnormal entities. Mortality and threat rate above 90%. Here is a more detailed description of the entities that are present in levels. Class 0. These are the most chill amongst everyone present in the backrooms. They are extremely friendly and won't do SHT to you, even if you harm them, although don't do that. Don't be a jerk to them. Examples are Mater Luni, Entity 999, the only entity theorized to be capable of reaching a Class 7 danger scale. She is pretty compassionate, who will not do anything even if you harm or insult her, but just show her some respect and compassion and you will have a person you can trust wholeheartedly. She is the goddess who resides in the moon level of the backrooms, and will be seen roaming around once every 15 days. Despite this, she is capable of completely hypnotizing you once every 15 days, so just don't look at the moon. Cat pillows, Entity 13, a cat pillow at first appears to be a non-anomalous pillow possessing a faint odor of catnip. However, it possesses special properties. When a wanderer or entity places their head atop the cat pillow for a PRD of time exceeding 2 minutes, cats will pour into the room at a rate of 1 cat per minute. The cats will cease to enter the room if either the room cannot comfortably contain more cats or the subject removes their head from atop the pillow. Porgus, Entity 108. A Porgus is a Cyclops entity found on level 908. Its one eyeball takes up its entire body apart from its legs. A Porgus has stubby but strong legs to keep it standing. They are found walking down the streets of level 908. Males are about 140 centimeters tall and females being 170 centimeters tall. The Porgus wanders along and does not pose harm to wanderers. They have very low intelligence and are commonly preyed on by smilers because of this. The Porgus will run away from any loud noises or sharp movements. Class 1. They are slightly little bit aggressive compared to Class 0, but they are easy to be made passive or be dealt with without any problems. Most of the time, they ignore or will not bother you, so just be civil or nice to them and you should be alright. Examples of these are windows, Entity 2. A window entity looks like a regular window from the front rooms or the regular world, but don't let that fool you. While most are harmless, just stay on guard when you encounter these bad boys, since some can teleport you to a hostile entity or a class dead zone level, so avoid them if you can. Oh, and one more thing, try not to break them. Especially if there is a figure on the other side. Anovans, Entity 22, they are humanoid. They always have on them a taser, a laser rifle and sometimes lab equipment they are carrying around. They keep doing different tasks to produce food or maintain the level 377 in correct state. They all wear a kind of futuristic white lab coat, quite strong to pierce, protecting flanks, neck, torso and the back. The clothes under it are randomized from an entity to another. Same can be said about the face, eyes, and hairs. They have different personalities scaling from introvert to extrovert, from indifferent to curious, and finally from discreet to talkative. Party poopers, Entity 6-8, these are creatures that wear inverted clothes compared to their partying counterparts. Partygoers, these guys, unlike the partygoers, are not hostile unless provoked, plus some of them even have established relationships with wanderers, but now all of them are either well hidden to the point of extinction, no one has seen them in ages since the partygoers have all wiped them out of existence. Class 2. Now this is where the danger level increases. These entities are capable of killing you, and the entities at Class 2 or beyond that can kill you, so it is best to stop being a jerk and try to pacify them. In case you encounter them, honestly just only be defensive, do not be a jerk, and be friendly to them. Facelinks. Entity 9. Facelinks are a general term for faceless people that roam the backrooms. There are multiple types, each with varying levels of hostility. They are one of the most populous entities in the backrooms, and likely one of the first entities one encounters. They can either be nice or hostile. Usually the child ones are considered to be dangerous and lethal. Counter entities. Entity 33. Counter entities are aggressive industrial-like humanoids made out of steel plates, industrial machine parts, Kevlar used in bulletproof vests, and metallic substances. The entities are most often found in squads of 5 to 7, where they will coordinate with each other and use military tactics. Along with being well coordinated, the entities show a degree of sentience and intelligence on par with wanderers. The entities are almost always hunting for hostile entities, having a knowledge of where they are. The entities will go to extreme lengths to kill entities, as they will call reinforcements if needed, by a built-in radio in their head. Misclicks. Entity 36. Misclicks appear as regular computer mice with slight differences to tell apart. The most standing out difference is a fourth button above the middle wheel, acting as a detonation to the entity's feature. Misclicks also seem to give the current cursor a pin, reminiscent of grenades. Misclicks are very popular in making special effects, as when the fourth button is pressed, the cursor with a pin similar to grenades will start ticking in computer mice clicking noises, and when it has fully done that for 5 seconds, the cursor will appear to explode, appearing to damage objects on the computer. These damaged objects seem to regenerate when not observed, taking about 30 seconds. Class 3. Now this is where the lethality level increases. Usually they are non-aggressive. One should never aggravate these entities unless you want to brawl with them. They are normally very passive, so it is best to avoid or ignore such entities. They have a much higher kill rate than a Class 2 entity. Examples of these are insanities/wretches. Entity 7. Insanities, also known as wretches, are humans who have been mutated into red-skinned zombie-like creatures by the effects of insanity. Insanities can vary widely in appearance and can be categorized into various types. In general, a type of insanity will be associated with a specific level, such that all humans in the process of turning into an insanity on a given level will turn into the type that is associated with said level. Usually aggressive, when not, just avoid them. Void beings. Entity 35. Void beings are dark, faceless figures wearing torn black robes. They are capable of flight despite having no apparent means of propulsion. They have long dark tails coming out of the bottom of their robes, and long, thin arms. Void beings are usually neutral, meaning they will not attack unless provoked. Usually, when they find a wanderer, they will circle above them for a few minutes before either attacking or leaving. For this reason, if you encounter void beings, you should keep walking and ignore their presence. If a void being comes down in front of you, maintain eye contact until it leaves. Shellfolk. Entity 104. Shellfolk are generally aggressive entities and appear contorted, crawling on all fours. A shell of sorts can be seen chained to their backs. Their heads are mostly masked by various pieces of a cloth-like material, but from various sightings, it seems that they have no facial features. The existence of these entities is only stated in a small number of sources, and it is unknown whether they truly exist. Allegedly, these entities make surprised vocalizations upon sighting another life form, be it an entity or not. Class 4. Usually considered the aggressive ones, these entities will if not always be aggressive once you encounter them, so it is wise to defend yourself from them. If they attack you, Hesitate to kill them, 'cause they will kill you. If not aggressive, do not provoke them, it is for your own good. Examples of these are hounds, entity 8s. Hounds are NDE humanoid entities with unkempt black hair on their heads and large mouths filled with sharp teeth. They have long bony limbs, sharp claws, have eyes that are fully white, lacking irises or pupils, and walk on all fours like a dog, hence their name. They are very, very dangerous and become agitated when they see someone in a hostile state, but can be intimidated. Avoid hounds at all costs, even if one is in its neutral state. Death rats, entity 25. Death rats are the rats of the backrooms. Their appearance is gray skin, brown tails, and red eyes. Dissimilar to the rats of the real world, these death rats possess sadistic tendencies and an outstanding degree of intelligence which enables them to outsmart wanderers of the backrooms. Death rat packs will attack first by targeting the feet of and legs of their victim in order to cause them to stumble and fall, before then targeting their eyes and then their brain. Death rats demonstrate a sadistic intelligence and will ambush lone wanderers, striking at their tendons, throat, eyes, and other sensitive areas. Death rats have been known to torture their victims before killing them, usually by entering through the stomach and slowly eating them from the inside out. Grabbers, entity 45. Grabbers are pretty hostile entities, recognizable by their skinny body. These entities spend most of the time in dark and dimly lit places, to make wanderers not see them. Grabbers are probably one of the first entities that you may encounter in the backrooms, due to their appearance in more than 700+ levels. These entities have a very skinny body, with long arms and a head which lacks eyes or a mouth but contains eye holes. The most dangerous grabbers appear in level 0. 3124, which is also their main habitat. They are hostile to other entities, trying to take over levels by fighting other entities, but they mostly fail because they are not too fast or strong. Class 5. A more dangerous version of Class 4 entities. These guys must be avoided at all costs, if seen in a docile state, which is pretty rare, but do not aggravate them or you will have a bad time, so it is best to ignore them. If in aggressive state, kill them or defend yourself at all costs, or you might have a fate far worse than death itself. Examples of these are partygoers, entity 67. The partygoers are tall, bipedal creatures with rough and leathery skin, typically tinted a dull yellow. They have no other functional features, with the exception of a cartoonish smile drawn onto their face with a substance resembling human BLD. The partygoers are highly intelligent, reportedly being spotted operating complex machinery and effortlessly traversing the backrooms in search for prey. Partygoers hunting prey hide in the shadows of their habitat levels and wait for prey to pass. They then begin singing a nursery rhyme which has the supernatural property of tiring and numbing their prey while sprinting at inhuman speeds towards their prey to latch on. Partygoer attacks usually only last a few seconds, as partygoers never initiate sustained chases. They can only run for an average of 30 seconds before growing fatigued and leaving themselves open, so if their prey is not transformed or dead by then, the partygoer has failed the hunt. Smilers, entity 3. Smilers are hostile entities, recognizable by their signature reflective eyes and gleaming teeth. These entities only appear in dark corners or doorways, where the rest of their form is not visible. Sighting of these entities are among the most common in the backrooms. It is speculated that these entities do not have bodies. Rather, the darkness is their bodies. However, some researchers beg to differ. Clumps, entity 5. Currently now they are being docile. Before that, clumps were hostile entities which resemble massive clumps of human arms which flail about and extend in every direction. They are known to inhabit vents, cabinets, and other tight spaces. These entities are infamous for their uncanny level of intelligence when it comes to ambushing and preying on wanderers. Skin stealers, entity 10. Skin stealers are large humanoid entities that can wear the skin of their victims as a disguise. They eat human flesh when in a hunger state, and otherwise roam if they do not need to eat. Their BLD is translucent, and they can mimic human speech. They are most commonly found on the first 4 levels but have been reported in other levels. They have impressive physical abilities that seem to compensate for their poor intelligence. Class 6. Usually mutated or evolved forms of Class 5 entities, These are to be killed on being sight. Only some exceptions are to be made, which I will get into in the examples section. They are extremely hostile and aggressive and will try to kill the wanderer without hesitation, so be careful when dealing with these guys. They are also very strong to kill, but not impossible. Examples of these are party hosts. Entity 167. The party host is an entity which lives exclusively on level fun. It looks virtually identical to its devolved counterpart, the partygoers. The mobile ones are known to being substantially larger, faster, having more clawed fingers, and the party hat-shaped horn on its head. They are immobile, but there are some variations that can run as fast as 30 miles per hour, but they rely on smell rather than sight since they are blind. Unlike partygoers, however, they are capable of instantly digesting the prey but prefer slowly killing them, given their sadistic nature. The immobile ones are creatures with massive shriveled eyes, often surrounded by birthday candles. They appear to be able to telepathically communicate with any partygoer in a certain range, and it is theorized that they can see through the eyes of the partygoers. They can edit digital information, and their intelligence seems to be far above that of a human. Due to their immobility, party hosts are usually guarded by a number of partygoers. A/N. Yes, I know there are now two types of party hosts, one immobile and the other mobile. It's honestly pretty complicated. Screamers, Entity 3. Tooch, an evolved form of a smiler. These things are hostile entities which inhabit more than 600 levels of the backrooms. They are recognizable by their white eyes and mouth, similar in look to the smilers. Similarly to smilers, screamers mostly inhabit dark areas, which means there is an infestation of them on level 6. Screamers are probably one of the first entities that new wanderers will encounter, because there are many of them on the early levels. Screamers look very similar to smilers, but their mouth and eyes are completely distorted. Screamers, unlike smilers, are not attracted to light and usually try to stay in dark places. They are, however, easily attracted to sound, as their sense of hearing appears to be on the same level as a canine's, if not better. Once a screamer sees a wanderer, the screamer will try to run towards the wanderer and will start screaming so loud that some people have gone temporarily deaf from their screams. If a screamer catches a wanderer, they will hold them in place and scream loudly in their faces, with the decibels quickly increasing with each millisecond, causing agonizing pain to the ears and head until they die. A/N. The article has now been deleted, along with Lauder's. Crimson Wanderer, Entity 77. Crimson Wanderer is a mysterious warrior of outstanding strength and skill, feared for his deadly power, but is also seen as a hero by many. He's widely considered as one of the most dangerous humanoid entities in the backrooms that racked one of the highest kill count ever recorded. There's conflicting accounts regarding the appearance of the Crimson Wanderer, suggesting that different individuals perceived them differently. Initially, this is thought to be caused by an illusion, but further evidence proved that the Crimson Wanderer has actually multiple forms. He's not to be considered as a shapeshifter, and his transformation is apparently part of his power. See the next section for the details of his forms. The default form of the Crimson Wanderer is an over 2 meters tall knight in a fantastic metal armor, complete with an old, worn-out red cape. He carries a claymore that he keeps on his back, but he often drags it across the floor, causing a loud, scratching noises while he approaches his target. Considering his heavy movement, it's estimated that his weight, complete with his armor and weapon, is about 0.5 metric ton. He is the only entity that is not considered a threat on sight. He can be a valuable ally if need be. The Glitched Goddess, Entity 111. The Glitched Goddess was supposedly the first ever wanderer to walk the face of the backrooms. She has been doing this long before even humanity advanced into modern civilizations, yet has a modern name. And do not speak of it, as it attracts her, like metal going face first at a magnet. Her body is very human in appearance, but don't let this fool you, she is anything but that. She has many cults, shrines, monuments, statues, historical artifacts, events, and even historic locations all hidden throughout the backrooms. Nobody knows where such items are found, which has been estimated to be 3,000 years old. She is corrupt, evil, a monster that devours our existence and preys on it. She toys with us, fights with us, and even sacrifices us to something all the more sinister than we could ever imagine. Something worth noting of a doomsday device. It's not worth going after Angela, especially since we have all been suffering for so long. She caused the glitches, she created the monsters that lurk in these eerie corridors, she is a god, or at least what she seems to be class 7. These guys are literally considered the gods and goddesses of the backrooms. While some are even rumors of their existence, meaning they may not even exist, if encountered and if passive, treat them like a class 1 entity, do not provoke them or they become even more dangerous than a class 6 entity. Most of the entities have supernatural powers and are considered reality warpers, so be careful when conversing with them. Examples of these entities are High Queen, Entity 159. The High Queen is neutral in nature, only attacking when provoked, as shown by the first anonymous user, who never posted again after his confrontation with the High Queen. Many have speculated this encounter was fatal. It is currently unknown how the High Queen attacks, but it is theorized she stings the subject, or uses her mandible to crush them. According to the second anonymous user, who remained in the hive longer than necessary due to research purposes, the High Queen uses most of her time caring for the many eggs located within the caves of the hive by inserting a strange, blue mucus-like substance emitted from her abdomen into the eggs via her stinger. As stated according to the anonymous user's reports, the High Queen feeds off a diet of almond water, which can be found, albeit rarely, dripping from the ceilings of the hive, and of mold, which grows naturally along the fleshy walls of the hive. The Feni, Entity 707, the Feni are generally passive entities, with some actually documented as being helpful to wanderers. They will attack hostile entities to protect wanderers in most cases where they were observed. They have not been seen to attack wanderers, and for some reason, even if a wanderer has a recollection that one of the Feni attacked a hostile entity, they cannot remember how the attack unfolded. In every case, the hostile entity was torn to shreds, drowned, frozen, buried under a tree beginning to grow out of it, or completely incinerated. Even with camera documentation attempts, the camera just seems to disappear before retrieval. Texeni, the storyteller, Entity 99. The storyteller, also known as the bookmaster, poet, muse, author, head librarian, and magus maximus, among other titles, is the entity that rules the and all its space within the infinite library. It is implied that the storyteller is the one behind the chaotic state of the library, but it remains uncertain as to how or why it happens. The storyteller is a psychic entity that is able to manipulate memory and information. It is a MSTR of illusion, possessing countless anomalous capabilities. Its primary power is its ability to rewrite or manipulate reality to a limited degree. This is mainly done through the media of the library and its books. The librarians have mentioned the abilities of the storyteller in multiple accounts, describing them as the power to bring fiction to reality and manipulate knowledge, memory, and perception. Initially, it was believed that it has the power to brainwash its victims, but it appears that the creature is able to bend information itself. The physical world can be compared to digital data, with the storyteller editing its code, thus rearrange its order. Corrupted ones, Entity 199. The corrupted ones are hostile entities that once were human. Is believed that this entity is another stage of transformation to insanity, or just another dangerous entity in form of corrupted humans. These entities will emit a sound similar to static. All of these entities were humans that gone insane in level 3 or drank corrupted water without any precaution. These entities/people should be corrupted, since the corruption is also contagious, because if one touches a corrupted one can transform into them. The process is really painful. Within lapse of 15 minutes, there are 6 stages of transformation before turning into a corrupted one. Chapter 15, Cityscape and Reintroductions. Normal. Dialogue, narrations italics, thoughts bold, A/N, quotes bold plus italics, songs lyrics, voice on speaker bold plus underline, dimension change information, A/N, all the images, fan designs, opening, ending, or GIFs used do not belong to me, they belong to the respective owners. Previously we saw the Issei giving an explanation as to how he ended up in level, the others noting to avoid that level no matter what. That was when a scream of Ingvild was heard in the bathroom. They all headed there to see a swimmer from the neighborhood watch show up in the bathroom. Issei and Naofumi easily defeated the hostile entity, after which they escorted the traumatized Ingvild outside. Issei then helps her calm down and even gives her a bottle of enhanced almond water, making the Leviathan princess calm down. They then go outside since they needed to complete a massive journey. After walking for a while, fog shows up and they are attacked by the mangled, which they manage to defeat and kill, resulting in the fog dissipating, after which they notice a Jerry which tries to turn them into his slaves. However, Ruby managed to tame it using almond water and sunflower seeds, making him a new party member. As a result, this allowed them to scout for any possible entity or hordes present ahead. However, during one scouting mission, Jerry noticed something that gave the psychic bird massive fear. It was the Crimson Wanderer, an entity known for slaying other hostile entities. They moved towards it only for it to be fighting a very strong and hostile entity. This entity was known as the Glitched Goddess, also known by her berates name Angela. She immediately attacked the group, which they were able to hold her own for a while, till she stopped holding back and nearly killed Issei, which pissed off the rest of his group along with the Crimson Wanderer. Meanwhile, in Issei's mindscape, he sees his past hosts tempting him to go for the Juggernaut drive. However, Issei refused to give in to that power and instead showed them how wrong the past hosts were. With the help of Albion's past host, they were able to break free of the Seaweisel of hatred, allowing Issei to access his queen promotion for the very first time. This power seemed heavenly, even causing Angela to fall back in fear for a while, and the Crimson Wanderer to notice his aura to be heavenly. With a combined assault with his enhanced Triana form, he managed to push Angela back, much to her anger. When she fired her strongest attack, Issei rallied the others along with the Crimson Wanderer, who entered into his true form, which is a mass of darkness, causing dread and fear to the others. They all used their strongest attack trying to defeat Angela once and for all. The attack was starting to push through Angela's defenses, successfully defeating her and killing the entity once and for all. After that, Issei and the others revert back to their regular forms, and the Crimson Wanderer properly introduces himself to the others, with the others doing the same. After that, the Crimson Wanderer helped Issei and his group through the level 9 killing entities. They also then notice that an entity called the Antikas show up and warn them against an upcoming horde, which allowed them to escape unharmed. They all then ended up in a skyscraper cityscape, signaling that they have reached level 11, or at the very least at the entrance of level 11. After bidding goodbye to the Crimson Wanderer, they all enter level 11 without any issues. Level 11, 10:30 p.m. Issei and the others enter the level, which was surprisingly noon, despite the time showing that it was deep into night. They wondered how people sleep in this level, since this level is known as a safe level, since sleep is tied to sanity. It still was surprising, not to mention, there seemed to be facelings walking hounds, who did not attack any human they see and pass through. Given hounds that they encountered was considered to be hostile, it surprised them. Issei: well, this level seems to be full of surprises, ain't that right, Drake? Drake: correct, partner. Most entities that are considered normally hostile and aggressive are safe. According to my data, these entities seem to be under the effects of level 11, which makes these entities seem to be passive, and that's not all. Many wanderers that do come here consider this level to be their home, so there will be a lot of outposts and colonies present, as well as restaurants. Guys, take this time to rest and recover well. We have reached halfway of our journey now, only the remaining half remains. John, let's find an hotel. This has been quite tiring. Ruby: true, and I need a bath. Fighting against Angela took a lot out of me. No, Fumi and Ingvild nodded. The others are also quite exhausted, especially after their fights against Tiny, Raynare and her group, the Mangled and the Glitched Goddess. Issei was still surprised that they managed to reach this level successfully, without any hassle. Jerry then speaks. Jerry: Mr. Ruby, I need to visit my followers. Worry not, I will be back soon. Ruby nodded and responded. Ruby: very well, come back soon. Okay. Jerry nodded and he flew away to an undisclosed location. He decided to visit his room, where his followers were waiting for him. He wanted to tell his followers that the group he was affiliated with was not an enemy. Ruby then said: Ruby, will he try and attack us again? Ruby's voice held sadness. She had gotten really attached to the bird. Drake then spoke. Drake: worry not, those who have tamed Jerry are immune to its mind control. In fact, Jerry even helps those that tamed him successfully. He will be back soon. I was expecting one person to show up, not 5 of you guys. Everyone turned their attention to see a woman in her 30s, black pants with blue elted sharp pieces attached to them, carries a gun on the right side, with a couple of pockets and a belts. She has black gauntlets on her arms and black her boots. I finally get to meet you in person. Issei Hayadu opening start. A clock can be seen ticking down a countdown. The whole backrooms is under chaos with someone attacking it. Issei looks upon seeing the situation. He gets ready to fight. Ruby is seen next to him, with her weapon hand, Jerry on her shoulder. Issei gives the command to fight. Untrained entity is seen in the dark glaring at the gang as weapons are seen aimed at someone. John stared down with a different and upgraded crossrammers in his hand, ready to attack. Attacks are thrown at the entity to defeat it. Now Fumi activated his shields to fight with Rex on top of him. Ingvild and an older version of Ruby use their attacks to fight. Issei and Ruby are seen fighting side by side against entities in a dark area. A chips packet is seen on a table. A past is shown of the gang having their food, enjoying with laughs as the entity roars at them in fury, along with several undead attacking them. A cult leader uses attacks to destroy them, resulting in explosions. The explosions go towards Issei, as he activated his boosted gear ready to fight John, transforming into a mechanical suit in order to fight, while Ruby keeps her distance and uses her shots to kill the attackers. A train goes unstable, while Naofumi shows his wrath shield. Several wanderers are shown to be tortured while Jax and Johnny are seen back at the MG base. An unnamed man looks down at them, with a blind swordsman training the group. Silhouettes of several agents, along with a blonde woman is seen prepared to attack as they travel through an unnamed level, filled with different entities. They ready themselves to fight against someone dangerous. Opening end. Issei and the others looked at the woman who seemed to be from an army base. Issei then asked Issei, "Are you by chance from Meg?" The woman looks at him and smiles. "Correct, you catch on quickly." Issei, "My name is Sonia Blade, the local director of the Meg base in level 11. Johnny told me that you would be coming here soon, although I was not expecting you to bring some friends with you." Say, "You know Cage?" Sonia nods and responds. Sonia, "Yes, he is my husband. Although we are estranged, he was an actor before he joined the army. I mean, he still does acting, but since we are here, that has been put on hold, at least for him." Issei, "I see." Sonia, "Anyways, you guys need some rest. Come, I will take you to a hotel where you can stay. You guys need a well-deserved rest. We will begin your tour tomorrow." "Sounds good." John, "Yeah, most of us are exhausted after traversing from levels 6 to 9 in one day." Sonia was surprised. She knew that they were strong, but traversing 4 of the most dangerous levels in one day is something no wanderer has achieved. Even her and her team took at least 2 days to complete the traversal. She then took the teams to the hotel, after which she responded, "Sonia, I will come and pick you guys by 9 for the tour. Meet me outside since I have something to give you guys." "Alright." Issei, "Understood, Miss Blade." Sonia, "Just call me Sonia. Same goes for the rest of you as well." Issei, "Alright then." Issei and the others enter the hotel and they decide to rest in their rooms, with Ingvild wanting to share a room with Issei. John and Ruby seem to take their own room, while Naofumi goes into a room alone. Since he prefers sleeping in one room, they all then notice that their rooms seem to be much bigger than what they sensed back in level 5. Issei immediately lied on the bed, since he has never had a proper room experience, given that Rosswise back home gave him a small Japanese room, while everyone else got some proper decent rooms. Issei, "Finally I can get some proper rest. I mean, the last time we even got rest was at level 5, and this is the first time we even went to a proper room. The last time was such a stupid and small room I had." Ingvild and Rex were confused. They then asked Ingvild, "What do you mean small room?" Issei, "Oh right, you were not there, right?" Issei then explained what had happened in the Kyoto trip, when his teacher, who was a Valkyrie turned into a reincarnated devil, gave him that room. She did on purpose to get back at him for his perverted nature. He also told what kind of a person she was and her longing to find a boyfriend. Ingvild chuckled at the Valkyrie's antics. She would definitely be an interesting person to hang out with. Ingvild, "So tell me, what are the others back at home? When I was back in Europe, I was told by mother to always stay indoors, but she allowed me to watch the sea back home. I want to know more about the underworld and more about the other clans of the devils." Issei, "Alright then, I will tell when we both go to sleep." "Alright." Ingvild nodded. Rex also wanted to sleep since he has not gotten a proper rest. He preferred sticking with Issei and Naofumi since he preferred them over the others, But he got along with everyone from Issei's group, even he wanted to see what kind of people his MSTR knows back at his home, so he has decided to come back with him to Draconic Dais once he gets out. Issei, I will tell you also Rex, alright. Rex, yay. Issei and the others went down to have dinner. Once they had taken their shower, where the others had been waiting for them, they then have their dinner, which seemed to be something straight out of it. Expensive hotel, they enjoyed their dinner, and once they were done Issei and the others returned to their own rooms, with the thing of needing to sleep early since 9:30 was the time they had to meet Sonya Blade. Once inside the room, Issei kept his promise and explained the devils, the Great War, along with his friends back home. He also explained his relationship with them, which caused Ingvild to get jealous, but she kept calm, since she knew that none of them were his official girlfriend as of yet, so she still had her chance. She then blushed on those thoughts, before snapping out of it. Once Issei put off the light, Ingvild snuggled close to Issei's body, which she felt comfortable getting close to since Issei is the one she trusted her life with. Issei blushed on this, while Drake chuckled seeing this. He was happy for his partner. They slept well that night together. Scene changed the next day. Level 11, 7:30 a.m. Issei wakes up seeing Ingvild beside him. She was not naked like how the girls back home used to sleep alongside him. He smiles at the Leviathan princess snuggling her body towards him. He knew that if Rias and the others see this, there would be a massive cat fight in the house, which is something he is used to but certainly annoyed by. They then hear a knock on their room, which was revealed to be the room service. They were familiarized by the group known as Homely Hotel, which they knew had a base back in level 5. They had another one over here to serve people that do manage to successfully end up in level 11. The hotel housekeeper comes in and asks if they need anything, to which Issei responds with coffee. The housekeeper nods and she leaves the room. Issei then wakes up the Ingvild and Rex since they might need to visit the Meeg base today itself. Issei, morning Heim, buddy. Ingvild smiled sheepishly while Rex wakes up. He then exclaims, Rex, today's such a wonderful day. Issei, indeed it is. It has been a while since we have been in a normal level, like no evil entities and stuff. The best part is that today I would like to see the level 11 base. The level 1 base was good too. I wonder what Sonya wants to give us. She told that she would give each of us something important. Ingvild, I am looking forward to it too, although I wonder whether the others have woken up. Issei, they most likely should, since even they need to get up early. Anyways, let's go down and see what's there for breakfast today. Ingvild nodded. They then go to a shower which Ingvild joins in her naked body, surprising Issei. Issei then spoke. Issei, Heim, what are you doing? Ingvild, joining you in a bath. I hope you don't mind. Ingvild said in a stuck manner. Issei gulped seeing this. He also had an atomic blush on his face. If Rias and the others were here, the hotel would have been a complete chaos. He wonders how they are doing considering that he has been missing for 5 days, almost 6 days at this point. After a steamy bath, they both then come out, where they see Rex waiting. The doll face had a smug smile on his face. Rex, nice couple. Me likey. The duo blushed, and they went to change into their regular clothes, after which they headed to the breakfast lodge where the others had started to come, the first being Nofumi. Nofumi greets the trio. After that Issei then asks Issei, where are John and Ruby? Nofumi, they are coming in a minute's time. They will be hero. There they are. Ruby and John join in wearing casual clothes. Even Nofumi was wearing casuals. Nofumi was wearing a green sweater and a gray track pants. He had his shield in the same position it usually is. He can't get rid of it after all. Ruby, so guys, what's the plan for today? John, Sonya has called us for today's tour of this level and the Meeg base, and I am kind of interested what all things are present in this level. Drake then responded from the gauntlet. Drake, there are a lot of exits, some to different levels entirely, some to other levels we have passed before, like from levels 1 to 6. There are a lot of restaurants that hail from the real world as well here. We should spend as much time as we have here, plus I am curious to see what Sonya has in store for us today. Issei, so is it like a sort of the hub back in level 1? Drake, if you put it that way, then yes. Yes, it is. Issei, we still have an hour and a half left. Let us enjoy the breakfast here and then we will meet Sonya Blade. Everyone, right? Issei and the others went to get their breakfast, which was nearly the same since they were having food at the same group that used to manage the hotels in the backrooms. It was single fried egg, with some meat, along with potato salad, bacon and some noodles. Issei had also taken a glass of orange juice to consume. He was going to enjoy this as much as he could. He then took a while to have his own food. They immediately dug in the food and enjoyed it to its fullest. They enjoyed their meal, which was much better than the ones they served back in level 5. After that they decided to roam around the hotel, which was filled with wanderers from all different groups including Jerry's Salvation, Meeg, the Eye of Argos and many other groups. They also saw a swimming pool where they would visit once they finished their tour and whatever surprise Sonia has for them. Outside the hotel, 9:30 a.m. Issei and the others enter outside the hotel, where they could see Sonia and a few Meeg soldiers beside her. He then says Issei, "Good morning, Miss Blade Sonia." Issei, "Just call me Sonia, and speaking of which, I never got your names. I only know of Issei and Drake but the others, I do not know of." They began to introduce themselves one by one. Nalfomi, names Nalfomi Iwatani Ingvild. My name is Ingvild Leviathan Rex. Hi, I'm Rex Adolphace. A pleasure to meet you, John. Name's John, just John Ruby. My name is Ruby Rose. Sonia knew that something bad must have happened to the blonde boy, since he did not have a last name, but the thing she noticed was Ruby's last name, Rose. She only knew of one other person that had that name. Sonia then asked Sonia, "Rose? Ruby, by any chance you know someone named Summer?" Ruby's eyes widened. Even John had a look of surprise. She did not know what the local director meant. How could someone, whom she has met for the first time in her life, know about her mother? Ruby, Summer. That woman is my mother. Ruby was on the verge of tears. Her mother was always a touchy subject to the young girl. John kept his hand in an attempt to calm her down. Sonia then spoke. Sonia, you do look awfully like her. Ruby, come to the base. I have met your mother. She is inside the lab right now, working on a project. She would be surprised to see her own daughter here and would love to meet you. She has been here since a long time, around 12 years. Ruby nodded. Her mother was still alive. She could not wait to meet her. She wanted to use her semblance to reach her, but she avoided that given that she could end up in a completely different level, and without anyone to guide her, she would take forever to get back since the backrooms is a completely new territory even for a huntsman in training like her. The gang followed Sonia around. Since she was the guide to this entire level 11, Sonia informed them about the different exits that they can go to. Sonia, alright, different levels tend to go through different exits, like entering one of the buildings might lead you to completely different locations, so be careful. Worry not, different buildings have been tagged with the levels it leads you to. So be careful and enter at your own risk. Everyone nods and agrees there. They could see the levels tagged with the number on it. Ingvild then asks Ingvild, are there any dangerous levels we may end up by accident? Sonia, many. Ingvild, many, like for example level 32, has a dangerous entity called the Skeleton Queen who is pretty much the controller of this level. Once you enter there, your fate is in her hands. If you stay positive with her, she will be friendly. Ingvild gulped. She seemed to be a dangerous threat. They then moved on to see multiple restaurants, a radio shack, malls, and many more real-life locations. This seemed to be the only city-like area in the backrooms, which is safe. They then kept walking to what seemed to be a giant base. Sonia, welcome to Meeg Base Beta, the second largest Meeg base in the entire backrooms, and the fourth main base of the major exploration group. Issei and the others looked at surprise given the size of the base. It was surprisingly big. They then decide to enter this base, which had soldiers in training as well as some facelings helping them train and test the facilities around. This surprised Issei, as the Meeg base he had been earlier in had only been meant for humans, as he could not see any faceling present in that base, and even if there were any, he would not have encountered any since facelings aside from level 11 are considered to be extremely unpredictable and must be dealt with carefully. Sonia, the people here train on a daily basis. We sent people to explore unexplored, undocumented, enigmatic as well as dangerous levels. These levels are no joke since we gather most of the data which allowed us to reveal the entities as well as the exits to this level. Issei, but won't this kill a lot of people, given that some of these levels are considered dead zone levels? Sonia, indeed, but the people willingly volunteer themselves to go to these levels. The data we have is because of our soldiers heading to such levels. Without it we are in the dark. Our goals is to find and protect any wanderers stuck on these levels. We were able to traverse through the different levels, allowing us to map out any entrances and exits, some even impossible. This allows us to prevent minimum casualties. There are entities that make the ones you encounter seem like saints. Believe me, entities out there are very dangerous, and most wanderers who enter those levels need to be prepared in fighting these things. This prevents us from future casualties as well. Everyone nodded in understanding, given that they have not even encountered many of these entities as of yet. Even Drake understood what Sonia meant. She was a realist. She knew what she was doing endangered the lives of innocent people, but at the same time she knew that some levels needed to be mapped out for other wanderers so that they cannot meet any unfortunate demises in the near future. They all then head to the science laboratory, which seemed to be quite advanced in nature, almost on par with some of the laboratories back at home. Most were quite intrigued on seeing this. Several scientists were working on them, and cages revealed some tamed entities like death wasps, death moths, and many more of them. Issei noted Meeg was currently studying these in a way to provide efficient counters to them when they become hostile. Sonia and the others then continued to move inside, where they could see Jax and a woman who looked like an older version of Ruby working on a project. "Alright Jax, do you think this is enough?" "Jax, I think we are almost done with it, plus the mechanical dragon we have been working on, it shouldn't be much of a problem." "I hope. This thing kind of seems to be quite bulky. I just hope the one we are designing this for does not mind wearing this." "Jax, worry not Summer, Issei will not mind. I have met the boy and he seems to not hold discrimination towards anything and was more accepting of others. He even helped us back in level 1, against the entity horde I told you about back a day ago. He is a good kid." Sonia: "Hey guys, I have brought them." Summer was confused. She spoke Summer. Issei and the others showed up to them. Summer notices and recognizes Issei, but she also sees someone which would surprise and shock her. Her daughter was here in a dangerous place like this. She then spoke in a low voice. "Summer, Rubius, that you?" Summer recognized her daughter. Even after 12 years, she still recognized her. Ruby then screamed, "Ruby, I am." Ruby immediately used her semblance to rush towards her mother, which she easily took it without any problem. She immediately grabbed her daughter and embraced her. A/N. "I do not own this GIF or Rapunzel. Summer, I missed you." "Ruby, my daughter Ruby." Ruby kept screaming while at the same time she held her mother tightly. She was weeping. It has been 12 years since her mother was presumed dead. Summer herself was crying. She hasn't known her family or what she was doing since the last 12 years. What she was doing, how she was doing. The others smiled and left them so that they can have their moment, while they wait outside for them. Outside the science room, 12:30 p.m. Issei and the others head outside. That is when John says, "John, it's so nice that Ruby is with her mother, right guys?" "No for me." "Indeed, although I have not known much about her, she seemed to be having a bad past, like she seemed to be torn apart. Well, I am happy for her." The others agree. They decided to give Summer and Ruby some space. Sonia was especially happy that she has finally met her daughter after so long. She got along really well with Summer, even becoming close friends. She then said, "Sonia, let the mother and daughter have their moment. As for you guys, I have something special designed for you guys, especially you Issei and John." "Issei? Me." "Sonia, I heard about yours and John's actions at level 8. You saved a lot of innocent wanderers back when the Wrangler crashed, creating an avalanche. Without your help, we might be still doing that operation right now. Consider this a thank you gift. Follow me." Issei and the others were then taken to a huge room standing at 500 feet tall and 400 feet wide. Once Sonia started the lights inside the room, it first revealed a mechanical armor suit, as well as a huge mechanical dragon that seemed awfully made out of real flesh, but there were mechanical parts inside them. It seemed to be a Welsh dragon, which seemed to be 150 feet in height. Drake was especially surprised to see someone make a near copy of himself when he managed to see it. A/N. Just imagine Drake to be having some parts cybernetic. Sonia. Now before you wonder, yes, dragons do exist in the backrooms, although they are only found in 3 levels. Level 1275, Level 4005 and Level 79883. So Issei, this is my gift to you. Consider this a thank you gift from my side. Issei, but how did you manage to? Sonia cuts him off and speaks. Sonia, the dragons here are pretty nice, some are even tameable, and you can bring them to your side. This one passed away in its dying wish. It asked for its body to be preserved and to be given to someone worthy of it. And there is no person who I see more worthy than you, Issei Haidu. So will you accept him in your side? Issei, I accept. If it is his dying wish, I will accept his help, so Drake, what do you think? Drake responded from the sacred gear. He just barely managed to recover from his shock. Drake. 2 am finally free. I never though I would be able to breathe fresh air after being sealed for centuries watching hosts die off to the Juggernaut drive. I accept this offer. I accept his dying wish. Denying it is like denying freedom and throwing away my pride, and insulting his death. Sonia smiled. Jax then speaks. Jax. Allow me to introduce the thing me, Summer and our teams have been working on, mechanical suits and prototype Drake. Now these mechanical suits can withstand an attack from multiple hounds and be practically unaffected, not to mention this is extremely fast enough to dodge even the most fastest of bullets. Although the one wearing this must be trained properly. Normally I was going to give this suit to Issei, but I think John deserves this, so will you accept this, John? John was surprised. He was not only getting a suit that can withstand heavy damage, but also is extremely fast. Now he feels like he is being really appreciated. He then speaks. John, I accept this suit, Jax. I would love to use it and train to become stronger, not only to help my friends but also to protect the people I cherish and care about. Jax. Very well. As for the prototype Drake, it is working well as intended, but it needs a soul to provide it unlimited power, hence Drake will be used as its core. This dragon will be connected to your boosted gear, and you can use it as a summon whenever and however you longing it to be. Also your boosted gear will also be upgraded given that it needs to accommodate this huge dragon inside. Since this dragon is huge, your gear will be upgraded, but this will be painful. Will you do it? Issei answered without thinking twice. Issei. Yes, Jax, I will do it. I will do this for my partner Drake. Partner. Issei. No Drake, it is the least I could do for you. You have been by my side since day one. When I was introduced to the supernatural, I even gave you that nickname. It is the least I could do for you and you deserve to be free. Especially after the SHT the 3 factions put you and Albion through, and besides I have been through far worse pain before. Remember the time when I added a part of Vala's balance breaker to myself? I can handle it. Worry not, your current host is quite strong. Drake was controlling his tears. He responded. Drake. Thank you, partner. You are the best partner I have had in ages. No, the best partner I have in all time. I will be forever grateful to you, Issei. Thank you so much. Issei smiled. He deserves this, especially after the nickname of a pay dragon that he had given him. Issei then spoke. Issei. We can do this right now. If you guys are ready, I would accept the pain and anything for Drake as long as he can be free. Jax. Good, then we will get everything started as soon as Ruby and Summer catch up after 12 years. We shall begin the procedure. The others nod. They knew that Ruby and Summer will take some while before they can finally meet up with the others to begin the procedure. Sonia then takes the others to the lodge where they have some snacks till that time. Chapter 16. A Terrible Past and Assault. Normal. Dialogue, narrations italics. Thoughts bold. A/N, quotes bold plus italics. Songs lyrics, voice on speaker bold plus underline. Dimension change information, A/N. All the images, fan designs, opening, ending or GIFs used do not belong to me, they belong to the respective owners. Previously we saw the Issei and the others successfully enter level 11, where they noticed the tranquility of the level, not to mention the level seemed to be always noon, which was surprising given that the time was 10:30 p.m., which meant that it was supposed to be night. They then met up with Sonya Blade, who introduced herself and told them about the tour which will be held tomorrow. Once inside the hotel, which was much better than the one at level 5, there they rest and Issei and Ingvild have a moment between them. After that the next day, everyone gets ready to have breakfast, then take a tour of the hotel they were staying at, and they finally then leave once they know it is time to meet up with Sonya Blade, with her waiting outside for the group to arrive. Once they introduced themselves, Sonya noticed that Ruby's last name was the same as one of her agent's name. She then asked that whether she was related to someone named Summer Rose, which surprised Ruby and John, who Sonya called out was Ruby's mother. She then asked how did she know that name, to which Sonya responded that she has been working along with her for years now, 12 years and counting, which surprised Ruby as this is how long she had been dead for. Sonya then took all of them to her base, which was the second largest base in all of Meeg and the fourth one in command. She then took them for a tour across the base, where she showed that the level has been well mapped, with the exits to different levels being well mapped across. Once they enter into an advanced room, they see an old friend Jax along with an older version of Ruby Rose working on a project. She was Summer Rose, the woman who was presumed dead, and her fate was pretty unknown. Sonia then called her, where she was introduced to everyone else, and was shocked to see Ruby, her own daughter, in a place like this. Ruby then immediately rushed her and embraced her, which Summer wholeheartedly returned. The others then left the two alone for a moment, which is when Sonia and Jax introduced them to the presents that they were going to be given. It was a near-cybernetic replica of Drake as well as a mechanical battle suit. Sonia then asks whether they would accept it, to which Issei agrees to it. Despite the pain that may come because of it, he knew that his partner deserved to be free, especially after everything he has gone through, while John is asked to accept the battle suit, which he also accepts, especially to protect the ones he cares about. They then go to the lodge where they have some snacks till the reunion gets over. Inside the science room, 12:30 p.m. Summer and Ruby then split up after a while. Summer then asks Summer, "How have you been, Ruby?" Ruby wipes her tears and responds, "Ruby, I have been fine, Mom. It's just that things are not going well between me and Yang." Summer was surprised. As far as she knew, both Ruby and Yang were inseparable. Summer then asked with a slight confusion, "Summer, what happened between the two of you?" Ruby, "WWE had a fight. I took the side of someone she hated, and the next thing we know, she no longer saw me as a sister. I saw how controlling she was of my life. Back then I thought she was my older sister, so she was right, but now, she tried to control what I was doing. Yang was not the same person I know. She has changed. When I saw her torment my first friend, I honestly don't know what to do. She tried to bully and force me when I supported him. I honestly know that Yang was not the Yang I grew up with." Summer did not let Ruby continue. She immediately hugged her. Yang was going to get a proper trashing once she goes back to Remnant. She then asked Summer, "I do want to know the full story, Ruby. Can you please tell me?" Ruby, "It is not in my place to say. You should hear the true version from John. He knows what my sister did to him." Summer, "But John." "It's all right, Ms. Rose, I will tell you everything. I just hope that you can take it well." Summer nods, but deep down she was afraid. She wanted to know what exactly Yang did to him, such that it has become a bad memory. If Tai were here, he may not have handled what her daughter has done. If Yang has done anything bad, she will be punished severely for her actions. Summer braced herself for what comes next. Opening start. A clock can be seen ticking down a countdown. The whole backrooms is under chaos with someone attacking it. Issei looks upon seeing the situation. He gets ready to fight. Ruby is seen next to him, with her weapon hand, Jerry on her shoulder. Issei gives the command to fight. Untrained entity is seen in the dark glaring at the gang as weapons are seen aimed at someone. John stared down with a different and upgraded crossbow in his hand, ready to attack. Attacks are thrown at the entity to defeat it. Naofumi activated his shields to fight with Rex on top of him. Ingvild and Summer use their attacks to fight. Issei and Ruby are seen fighting side by side against entities in a dark area. A chips packet is seen on a table. A past is shown of the gang having their food, enjoying with laughs as the entity roars at them in fury, along with several undead attacking them. A cult leader uses attacks to destroy them, resulting in explosions. The explosions go towards Issei, as he activated his boosted gear ready to fight John, transforming into a mechanical suit in order to fight, while Ruby keeps her distance and uses her shots to kill the attackers. A train goes unstable, while Naofumi shows his wrath shield. Several wanderers are shown to be tortured while Jax and Johnny are seen back at the MG base. An unnamed man looks down at them, with a blind swordsman training the group. Silhouettes of several agents, along with Sonia, who is seen prepared to attack as they travel through an unnamed level, filled with different entities. They ready themselves to fight against someone dangerous. Opening end. John had shown up alongside Issei, Rex, Naofumi, and Ingvild. He was seen next to Sonia and Jax. That was when they heard another voice. "Hey, what did I miss?" The voice was revealed to be that of Johnny Cage, former actor turned military leader. He then spoke. He greeted Issei in a friendly manner. "A/N, I do not own this gid or sword art online." Johnny, "Hey Issei, Drake, it's been a while, so how was your trip from level 2 till here?" Issei, "It was pretty good. I met John, Ruby and Rex at level 2, Naofumi at level 5 and Ingvild at level 7. Drake, "Indeed, I never had such an amazing journey in a long time. I wonder what's the next area we need to if we want to head to level 3999, but before that guys, introduce yourselves to Cage." The others nodded. They all introduced themselves, with Rex being the one which surprised them the most, given that friendly dollfaces were extremely strong to get, given that they are usually found in hordes, which are usually known to be aggressive. John. Well, now that's done, I will tell you guys what happened. I hope you are ready to handle this, Ms. Rose Summer. Go ahead, John. I will listen to everything. John then went on to explain everything that had happened to him. When he was a child, he wanted to be a hero like his grandfather, but was not allowed by his own parents. They saw him as a means to move ahead with their name. Most of sisters bullied him for his weakness, minus Saffron and her wife Tara, which did not surprise many people given that LGBTQ couples existed in their home worlds as well. Most of his abilities were self-taught, and it did not help the fact that his own family minus Saffron and Tara and his grandparents used to prevent him from achieving his goals. After that he stole the family's heirloom, the Crossra Moors, and left his home, forged documents given that the boy never went to combat school or trained him in fighting. Despite this he still managed to get through initiation despite several others failing to do so, even with experienced combat training, failed to get in. That's where he met Ruby for the very first time, and she along with a few others were his only true friends. Everything was going well for him, until the partner he had trusted betrayed him. She hated what he had done, and abandoned him without a second thought. After that his bully Carden Winchester used his transcripts and made him do many things. However, after saving him from the Ursa, he exposed his transcripts, and with Pyrrha, his former partner, helping that man, they both ruined his lives. Everyone in Beacon had turned on him, minus the ones he mentioned. After that they beat and tortured him to near death, and one of them was Yang herself. She and Ruby's team tormented and beat him to near death. After that his parents got word and disowned him, but then they tried to do something which completely shocked him. Flashback. John was walking across the room. His life had been turned upside down because of Carden and Pyrrha ratting him out. That was when he heard his father's voice, A/N. His father's name is Nicholas and his mother's name is Juniper, while his sisters will be named later. Any names you guys suggest I will accept, minus Saffron and Jean since they has already been named. Nicholas. I can't believe the headmaster won't kick that weakling out of the school. He has brought shame to our name. He is a disgrace. Juniper. Nicholas, calm down. You don't want the others to hear you, especially him. Nicholas calms down. He hated John because of him firstly being the weak, and then his actions at Beacon tarnished the ARC name. He then spoke. Nicholas, I know of a definitive way of getting the boy out of here. I will seal his semblance and aura. That's the only way he will kick that boy out. I will crush his dreams no matter what happens. Juniper. Nicholas. Juniper realizes that Nicholas has been consumed by hatred. She needed to stop him before he does something to John, before it is too late. Nicholas then spoke. Nicholas, I will not stop. He will be out of his school. He refuses to give the weapon back to me. I will take it at all costs, even if I have to beat that disgrace to death. Juniper sighs. She still was worried about John. She then spoke. Juniper, fine, if this bites you back then don't regret it. John knew he needed to get out. For the first time in his life he felt anger, no hatred for his former father. That man is not a father, at least not his father. He needed to escape. He packed his stuff from Glinda's room without telling or informing her. Since she was on rounds, he tried to sneak out of Beacon, which is where he saw Ruby. Ruby? John, where are you going? Ruby seemed confused. She wondered why he was leaving, although she was not surprised at him leaving the academy. John, I am leaving Craterface. Because of me your relationship with your sister is ruined, not to mention they want me out of Beacon Academy. Ruby, who? John, my own parents, my own family wants to see me ruined. They want to see me suffer. That man is a monster. My own father sees me as a disgrace. He hates my very existence. I will leave and take the weapon. My grandfather would never give the Crossra Moors to that man, no monster. Ruby was horrified. She never though his own parents, former parents would do this to him. She then spoke with determination. Ruby, I am also coming with you. John. John looked at her surprised. He spoke. John, no Ruby, I want you to stay. Ruby cuts him off and responds. Ruby, no buts. I will come with you and that's final. My own sister hates me because I sided with you. I will not stay without you. Since you are the only one minus Team CFVY that cared for me, I will also leave Beacon. Let's leave from here. John, thank you. Ruby, thank you. John and Ruby pack their stuff and leave the dorms without anyone noticing. He and Ruby then head to the Emerald Forest, which is where they made the jump to save themselves and ended up in level 0 of the backrooms. Flashback ends. John then pauses for a while after telling this flashback. He then speaks. John. After that we met Issei on level 2, while we were surrounded by entities, he helped us and saved me, even went far in saving me from partygoers when they kidnapped me to level fun. We managed to get out of there scot-free, thanks to his help. After that the rest is history. Everyone that was present was furious, but the ones that were the most angry were Sonia, Jax, Johnny, Issei and Naofumi. Issei then spoke. Issei, why you did not tell us about what your father did? John, I wanted to forget that memory as much as I could. He is not my father and never will be. Issei, you are a noble man. John, and if it was me, I would have fed that man liquid pain for even hurting you. Drake then spoke. Drake, I can't wait to get into my new body to burn those morons alive, and besides partner you can boost and transfer my power to objects. Issei, oh yeah, I can't wait to see what the enhanced liquid pain would do to them. Naofumi, hey, I have Iron Maiden. I would crush that man inside it, and heal him up, making him suffer for what he did. Inviled, I would love to drown that man for even hurting you. John Rex, R.I.P. and tear, those fools. Sonia, guys calm down, I know you are upset, but honestly a punch to the ball would be more than enough. I would love to give that man a nut punch. Johnny interjected. Johnny, nut punch is my attack. Sonia, our attack? Johnny. Sonia responded with a smug smile. Johnny looked down in defeat as there was nothing he could say. Sonia was his wife, so her things were in a way his, and vice versa. Summer then spoke. Summer, I am so sorry for what Yang did to you, son, and thank you for being there for my Ruby. John responds. John, it's alright Miss Rose, Ruby is one of the few that stood by my side. I would protect her till my last breath, so what will you do now? Summer, as a mother, it is my responsibility to put her in the right track. She needs to know what she did was wrong, and I will straighten her, I can assure you. John, and one more thing, I am honestly disappointed in Nicholas. No, ashamed at that man. How could he fall this low? And besides, you were not the only one to use fake transcripts. Raven and Crow, 2 of my team members, also used them, and we accepted them without issue. Ruby and John looked at her surprised. Ruby, so Uncle Crow used fake transcripts? John, you knew my father? Summer nodded in response. She then spoke. Summer, indeed, we knew that since they were in a bandit tribe, they entered Beacon using fake transcripts. And as for your father, he was a noble man, he always had a heart of gold and put others over himself. Same went for your mother, they were good people. Honestly, the variations that you gave me was initially too strong for me to believe. They have become way different than the ones I remember. I am honestly ashamed at what your parents did. John, they are not the Nicholas and Juniper I knew. John, it's alright Miss Rose, and please do not apologize for their actions. I am although surprised that I was not the only one who entered with fake transcripts. Anyways, I would stay beside Ruby no matter what happens. Ruby had a small blush. Summer smiled as her little girl had finally fallen in love with someone. Summer then spoke. Summer, thank you John, and thank you Issei, Rex, Naofumi and Inviled for looking after my baby girl. I cannot describe how much I thank you for looking after her. Issei, it's alright, she is like my younger sister to me. Inviled, WWE will still look after her. She is like a close friend to me. Naofumi, agreed, I will also look after her. Ruby smiled as she has true friends to look after and take care of her. She was tired of being babied by her old team. They allowed her to be a free, and she did not mind doing so. Ruby then asked. Ruby, how did you come here? You were missing for 12 years. Nobody knew where to find you and you were presumed dead. After that, Dad completely shut down. After your death, Summer was worried. She knew Ty loved her, just like he did for Raven, and Raven abandoned him for her tribe. She then was teleported here and has been working for Meeg ever since. She wanted to go back, but she owed Meeg for saving her and giving her a new life. She vividly remembered her confrontation with Salem, and what she had done to her, and how she was barely able to survive her attack and reached in level 0. She then told everything to her daughter Summer. I will start from the beginning. I was sent on a mission by Ashbin to investigate the Grim Lands. Even though he was reluctant on sending me there, I was stubborn and I went there despite his warnings. I was a fool. Salem was too much of a match for even me. She had summoned many of her Grim, overwhelming me and eventually stabbing me in the chest. She told me her goal was to make Ashbin suffer, and any ally of his would meet the same fate as I did. However, I managed to injure her using my Silver Eyes ability. I still never intended to kill her. I only wanted to bring her in to honestly I was lucky to have even been alive today. After our fight, she left me for dead, and I clipped into level 0 heavily bleeding, eventually making my way to level 1, where I collapsed due to BLD loss. That is when Johnny continued Johnny, and that is where I found her. I was still new to this army stuff, I have had my fair share of mistakes, so when I was taking a round of level 1, I saw her bleeding and collapsed out of exhaustion. I was surprised considering no entity in level 0 and level 1 would do that, as most of the entities are not capable for a wound like that. A skin stealer is known to tear apart any unfortunate victims, while hounds and dullers prefer to consume their prey directly. So this is something that must have done that back in this woman's homeworld. So I had some soldiers help me take her to the medical bay, where I was treating her wounds. I then found Summer like that. She was barely even alive and had taken her to the medical bay, where she was under intensive care for weeks. She finally woke up after the whole ordeal, where she then saw us. She wondered where she is and tried to attack me, however I was able to hold her in place. Given that I had martial arts training, I was able to talk her out of it. After that she calmed down and told her everything. Summer, I will take it from here Johnny, and I am eternally thankful for saving my life Johnny. Not a problem. Baby girl Sonia glared at Johnny, who got confused as to why she is glaring at him. Summer then spoke. Summer. After that Johnny told me everything about the backrooms. He told me everything about the backrooms and the entities present, and then I managed to make my way slaying entities given my huntsman experience. Most were easy to slay like hounds and skin stealers, however level 8 is where things got crazy. I guess most of you know that level given that you all have visited there. After that I managed to successfully get to level 11 and have been working as a scientist here since then. It has been 12 years since I have seen Remnant. I have been working for Meeg, saving individual people from entities. That's what I have been doing as a huntsman back in Remnant. The only difference is here I am working in a much dangerous environment than Remnant, especially visiting levels which are ahead of level 11, as well as enigmatic levels. But enough about that. Issei, you are here for the gear upgrade. Right? Summer. Alright, here is your new version of boosted gear, A/N. This art belongs Boucherode. I do not own this image. It seemed to be an enhanced version of the boosted gear with jewels coming out of it from everywhere. It also had red crystalline edges surrounding the main gear, along with several other coming from the top and bottom. The jewels present also were of different shapes and sizes across the gear. All in all, it seemed to be an upgraded version of the boosted gear, which surprised Issei and Drake as well as the others. Summer, so like the design Issei. Issei, I have no words. Summer, is it bad? Summer looked sad. Issei immediately responded. Issei, and oh, it looks amazing, almost like a way enhanced version of the original boosted gear. I really like the artwork and design of this. I am surprised Ruby has not gone. They all see Ruby having stars in her eyes. Summer sighs given that she has inherited that trait from her, while Issei's group had an unsurprised look, like they knew that she is like crazy when they see a new weapon, while Sonia looks at Ruby with a smile, given that she is like her daughter in every way. Issei then says, Issei, welp, never mind Ruby. Can I take a look, Mom? Please, 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 please Summer. Go ahead Ruby, try not to break it. Ruby grabs the boosted gear. After looking for a while, she keeps it down. That is when Summer speaks. Summer? Alright, since that is done, Issei, get ready for the insertion of gear. It will be painful. I hope you are ready. Issei, indeed I am. Summer nodded in agreement. She then prepared the equipment and grabbed the enhanced boosted gear and then asked Issei, Summer. Issei, lie down on the stretcher, this might take a while, so brace yourself. Issei nodded in agreement. Jax and Johnny then strapped the chair so that Issei does not jerk badly. They knew from their assessment that it would be quite painful. Issei kept a relaxed mind, with even Drake giving him some words of encouragement so that he can take the pain. Summer then grabbed the boosted gear and attached it to his hand where the old one was present in his left hand. She then asked Summer, Issei, I need you to activate your old boosted gear as well. This would merge both the gears. Issei does as he is told and activated his boosted gear, which was directly under the new one. Summer then started the procedure. As soon as it began, Issei screamed in pain. As the gear was trying to fuse with each other, Issei, oh my F Lucifer, it hurts so much. Issei continued to scream. Ruby, Rex and Ingvild tried to approach him. However, they were stopped by Nofumi. He then spoke. Nofumi, your interruption might make it worse. I hate it too, but stay put, for his. Sake Jax. Naofumi is right. The reaction seems to be unstable right now. Merging the gears results in a chain reaction that is really reactive and unstable. Any interruption might make a bad situation even worse. Just stay put, they reluctantly nodded, but they accepted nevertheless. They could only watch as Issei screamed and twirled endlessly. Drake was sending his energy to make the process a little painful for his host. Eventually the pain started to reduce and Issei's vitals became stable. The merging seemed to be a success. That was till Drake spoke. Drake. It worked. The gears have successfully merged. Partner, try and dispel and resummon your boosted gear. Issei weakly got up. The process was as painful as when he recklessly tried to absorb a part of Vala's balance breaker. He then said, Issei, yeah, just give me a moment. Drake. Drake, don't push yourself. Partner. Issei nodded. He then unsummoned his gear, which meant the new boosted gear 2.0 went inside the body. He then summoned that version of the gear, which was boosted gear 2.0. Summer then spoke. Summer. It is successful. The gear has been integrated and merged with your previous one. It is the new version of your original boosted gear. It worked. Sonia. How are you doing, kid? Issei. Fine. This ain't my first rodeo based on pain. My world was filled to the brim with new experiences, to say the least. Ingvild and Rex embraced him. He then told them, Issei, guys, I am fine. It's all right. Nothing will happen to me. Ingvild nodded, while Rex still clung to Issei. They then decided to begin with the next step of the procedure. Sonia, since the first part is completed, now let's begin the second part. Before we start, however, the boosted gear allows the usage of two abilities, absorb and assimilate. The first one allows your gear to siphon any power of an entity or an enemy you encounter, but they need to be defeated or weak. As for your other ability, you can absorb any entity that has been defeated or is weaker than you. It allows you to use their abilities as well, but you will need to weaken or defeat an enemy if you need to seal it inside your boosted gear. Drake then responded. Drake, if you want to get better with those abilities you will need to train, plus if you want to unlock my true abilities you will need to improve yourself. It will take a while, but you can do it. Partner. Issei, thanks guys. Sonia, now let's go and begin the second part. Issei and the others nodded. He then looked at the 210-meter dragon and asked Issei, so what's next? Sonia, I need you to take in this dragon inside your gear. Use the move assimilate, and once Issei takes it in, Drake, you need to transfer yourself to that body. This would allow you to use it when you release yourself outside the gear, but remember you will need to come back since this thing works on life energy, so once you are out of energy you will need to recharge yourself by entering the sacred gear. Jax then chimed in. Jax, indeed, think of this thing as a battery and the boosted gear as a power source, and you will need to stay once again in the gear for an hour or two before you can come out and once again roam freely. You should be able to travel outside for 12 hours at most, before you need to recharge. Drake, understood. Partner, ready for this? Issei, you bet. Assimilate the boosted gear announced. Drain. The dragon body was assimilated into the gear. As Issei managed to take in the body, eventually the body was no longer present. Drake then spoke. Drake, I have transferred myself to the body successfully. Thank you. Sonia, Blade, Jax, Briggs and Summer Rose. Without you I would never have had a body in my life. Neither would I see freedom. And thank you, Issei, for taking the pain for my sake. Have truly proven that I have the best host in my life. However, before Issei could say anything, an alarm had been blaring. Sonia then spoke. Sonia, a security breach. Someone has entered the premises without permission. A scientist then comes in and speaks. Scientist. Local director, someone has stolen our mechanical Wrangler that we were designing. The man in question has managed to escape. We sounded the alarm, but we were too late. We could not see his face, just a shadow of him. Sonia, any description of the shadow? Scientist, he had medium hair and was wearing a long coat. That's all I could make out from the shadow. Issei, any idea where he went? Sonia, I will check the cameras for any feedback. I think I might have an idea where he is going to. Sonia activated the camera feed and she saw the Wrangler heading to a jewelry shop trying to steal some stuff. Issei nodded and spoke. Issei, I will go and stop him. John, let me come too. Ruby, me as well, I also want to stop him. Sonia, very well, what about the rest of you? Naofumi, I will help evacuate the civilians. Ingvild and Rex, will you join me? Ingvild, yeah, I will also help. Rex, me too. Johnny, alright, it's settled, now let's go and stop him. Summer, Stay safe all of you, we will stay here and fix the damage he has done. Everyone nodded and moved out, and they encountered the mechanical Wrangler that was no clipping out of level 11, stealing stuff it came across. It did not care about the Wanderers and Facelinks that it was going after. As a result, the Wrangler ended up climbing several buildings, causing massive debris from falling. Mofumi immediately reacted to this and called out air strike shield. A shield came, which protected the Hound and Faceling that would have suffered because of the debris. Nalfumi then spoke. Nalfumi, get out of here to a safe house while you still can. The Faceling nodded and walked the Hound to a safe house for the time being. Nalfumi, Ingvild and Rex focus on protecting the Wanderers. Issei and the others find the Wrangler and stop it before it is too late, before it can cause more destruction. Everyone understood / right. They all got to the respective works. Ingvild used her water attacks to slow down and weaken the debris, while Rex destroyed the debris, which protected several Wanderers from attacks and ended up saving multiple lives. Wanderer, thank you, young lady. Ingvild, not a problem. Head to a safe area, where you will be safe from the attack. The Wanderer nodded. Several Meeg soldiers had come in to assist them in evacuating the Facelinks and Wanderers, which they were taken to the Meeg base till the crisis had been resolved. Meanwhile, with Issei, Ruby and John, they saw the Wrangler climbing on top of a building. It seemed to be similar to the Empire State Building from the real world. The Wrangler was curling around the building. A/N. I do not own this GIF for Super Mario Odyssey, and it is noon right now. John. Issei, use your balance breaker, bring that thing down. Issei, understood, ready. Drake. Yeah, let's bring this thing down. Welsh Dragon balance break. Issei entered into his balance breaker. The balance breaker grew wings and Issei flew up to the building. Issei then grabbed the Wrangler and smashed it to the ground. The Wrangler fell and broke some of its body into pieces. Issei then jumped down and stood alongside John and Ruby. He was in an area where he was surrounded by buildings on all three sides. A/N. The Wrangler is still down, and they imagine the scene to be noon instead if night. The Wrangler's head opened up, revealing a man that had slanted, dark green eyes and bright, long, orange hair, with long bangs covering his right eye. Black eyeliner traced his visible left eye. He is described as tall and lanky. Ruby, Roman. Issei was surprised. He then asked Issei, you know him? John. He is from our world. Issei, he is an infamous thief that had a reputation for being wanted for pickpocketing and several counts of property destruction. The last run we had with him, he was stealing dust. We failed in catching him because he always had an accomplice that helped him. Roman woke up dizzy. He then spoke. Roman, hi. Who the hell? Oh, it's you, Red. Looks like you also have come here without your choice. Ruby. Roman, you were a thief. Since when did you endanger innocent people? Roman seemed confused. He then asked Roman, what people? I just stole some jewels. I don't hurt innocents. Issei, your Wrangler created enough destruction, which resulted in the deaths of many people. If it was not for my friends, they would have died. It would be wise for you to surrender yourself. Roman laughed and responded. Roman, sorry, Dragon Boy. I have no intention to stop what I am doing. My goal is to survive and be the richest, and I will do anything to achieve that. With that, Roman entered the cockpit of the mechanical Wrangler and started to climb up the buildings. It then steamed as it looked at the trio, ready to begin the fight. Ruby brought out her crescent rose while John brought out his crossra Moors, and they both got ready to fight. Issei, very well, you give us no choice. Guys, let's bring this thing down. Sonia then spoke up from the earpiece that she gave Issei. Sonia, listen Issei, destroy those glass containers on its body, that's its weakness, and one more thing, this thing can no-clip just like a regular Wrangler, so it can leave this level and attack from another direction, and bring the one controlling it inside. I want him alive. For questioning. Issei, understood. Sonia, good luck guys, don't let the machine any more innocents. Issei then looked up at the Wrangler. He then looked at his friends who all nodded. They were ready to take Roman and the mechanical Wrangler down. Issei fired multiple dragon shots, with the goal of taking it down. Roman piloted this thing like Answer, dodging most of the shots, preventing most of them from hitting, but one of them hit the Wrangler, causing Roman to lose control of it. Issei, now everyone fire at the Wrangler, aim at those glass containers. Right away John and Ruby understood what they needed to do. Ruby turned her weapon into a sniper mode and fired at the Wrangler, along with John using a fire salt and aimed at the mechanical beast, severely damaging the body of it. Roman then yelled, Roman, "You wanna fight, kids? You gotta fight." The Wrangler split into two and entered into the building. There were then two light rays connecting the trio. It was yellow at first, after which they turned red, which was when the Wrangler rushed at them. They were barely able to dodge. It then climbed upwards, firing a ranged attack at the gang. Issei countered it with his dragon shots. He wanted to use Drag, but avoided as this might kill the thief. Instead of bringing him in, Issei then used his knight abilities to increase his speed, confusing Roman. Roman piloted the attacks to aim at Issei. However, Issei was just a distraction. Ruby started to fire electric dusts, making Roman lose control of the Wrangler. Issei then smashed the Wrangler's glass containers, once again damaging it. John also added pressure by using his semblance aura amp to increase his aura. He then smashed into the containers, and his aura was able to take the glass shrapnel without any issues. They then flew down Roman. "Okay, you meddling kids. Always get in my way, now you will pay." The Wrangler once again split into two and no-clipped into the building. It then performed the same tactic and used the rays to target the trio and rush attack at them faster this time. It then no-clipped again. Issei then said, "Issei, guys, it's coming for round 2. Brace yourselves." True to what Issei said, the Wrangler rushed and attacked them in a same tactic. Ruby got grazed by the Wrangler's attacks. John, Ruby, "I am fine, John. Let's take this thing down for good." The Wrangler no-clipped out of the charge and was once again on the building, trying to aim its attack at the trio. Issei this time went into his bishop mode. He fired a dragon shot, making it big enough to prevent Roman from escaping. There was unfortunately a cooldown on the Wrangler's no-clipping skills, and it was already damaged by the two attacks. Ruby assisted in firing electric dust rounds, which disabled the mechanics. John then threw a fire salt at the Wrangler. The three combined attacks destroyed the Wrangler completely, and it fell on the ground, mostly destroyed. Roman then came out of the cockpit, completely dazed. Roman, "Okay, not again." "Well, at least my coat is alright." Issei then pointed an Ascalon at Roman. He then spoke. "Issei, do you wish to still fight?" Roman nodded his head sideways. He responded, "Roman, I know when I have met my match. I refuse to fight any longer. I surrender." Drake then spoke telepathically. "Drake, that cane has a surprise. Stay on guard against that man." Issei understood, still had his Ascalon on, in case he tried anything funny. That is when Sonia had come to the location with the special forces. "Sonia, I will take it from here." Issei, "Bring him in, boys. I will question him." The Meeg agents brought him to Sonia after taking his cane away. Sonia then used her both hands and slammed Roman to the police car. Roman, "Hey, easy pretty girl, I just got this coat dry cleaned." Sonia, "Save it for the interrogation, Roman. We will deal with you later." Sonia then handcuffed the thief and made him sit inside the van. She then spoke. "Sonia, you guys head to the hotel. We will continue our tour tomorrow. Take some rest." Issei, John and Ruby nodded in agreement, and Sonia drove back to the Meeg base. They then met up with the rest of the gang and they went into the hotel to take some well-deserved rest. Chapter 17. A talk, party and spooky scary skeletons. Previously we saw the Issei and the others were in the Meeg base for the upgrades everyone is going to receive due to them helping Meeg on multiple instances. But before that, Ruby decided to tell Summer about everything that had happened in Remnant so far, with her relation with her own sister breaking apart, because she supported John. Honestly, she feels that the young back in Beacon was not the sister she grew up with. She told it would be best if John told her everything, which Summer agreed upon. John then came in and told everything to everyone from the start, from his parents refusing to train him, to his sisters mocking him, minus Saffron and Tara. Only they and his grandfather believed in him. After having enough, he ran away and stole the family heirloom cross remorse from them and entered Beacon using fake transcripts. He had everything for once he could be happy in his life, but how wrong he was. He told his partner and she turned on him. His bully heard him and made him his SLV, but when he saved him, his bully exposed him to everyone and the whole school turned on him, beating and tormenting him when the professors were not around. One of his tormentors was her sister Young, but there was something else that made him run, and it was his own parents wanting to torture him and trying to seal his semblance that made him run away from Beacon. He was not going to give his sword to that man. He eventually met up with Ruby, who also decided to join him, which John reluctantly agreed upon. They then ran away from Beacon and they both made the jump in the forest, causing them to teleport to level 0. John ends his story, which many were angry upon. Majority of them wanted to torment his father for what he had done. After which Summer went on her own story as to how she came here, a mission she had taken, and Ashbin reluctantly gave her that mission. After that she had a run-in with Salem, who overwhelmed her and managed to nearly kill her. Eventually she ended up in level 0 just like most of them, and she made her way to level 1 where she was exhausted. Johnny saved her, and ever since she has been working for Meeg, since she owes them for saving her life all those years ago. After that they began the procedure on implementing boosted gear 2.0 into Issei's body, which was painful. After that they told him to assimilate the dragon body into his sacred gear, which was also a success. However, before they could continue, a breach had occurred in the base. The mechanical Wrangler which they had been working on has been stolen. Reports were that he was in level 11 making havoc. The mech was capable of no-clipping and destroying buildings and entities with ease, which prompted everyone to stop the Wrangler before it is too late. They all go and see the Wrangler on top of a building. Nalfumi, Rex and Ingvild agreed to stay back and help the civilians while the others go to stop the mech. After dropping the mech down, it revealed its pilot to be Roman Torchwick, an infamous thief from Remnant. Roman refused to surrender and attacked the gang, and after a tough fight, he was finally defeated, where he surrendered himself to Issei, after which Sonia took him to jail for his actions. She then told Issei and the others to rest, which the gang agreed upon. Hotel, level 11, 5:30 p.m. Issei and the others went back to the hotel after their fight against Roman. They were exhausted, especially after them being chased by a mechanical Wrangler at such high speeds. They all went back to their rooms after that and decided to rest after everything. Issei: "Hey guys, I was thinking wanna go for swimming. Anyone wants to join Ruby? I am, and it's been a while since I have had a proper swim. And no, the one on level 7 does not count." Nofumi: "Yeah, I do not see a problem in a swim, John. I am in too." Ingvild nodded. Rex then asked Rex, "What's this proper swimming? I do not understand." Issei then explained. Issei: "A proper swim is a swim for enjoyment. We will not be chased by anyone or anything, so we can enjoy ourselves to swim. You will enjoy it, believe us." Rex: "Okay Ruby. Although I wonder what Jerry is up to. I hope he is alright." John kept his hand on her and responded, "John, he will be fine, he should be alright. I think he will come to us soon." Issei: "Alright, then let's go for a swim everyone." "Yeah. Then you are in luck, kids." The person was the hotel manager. He then spoke. "Manager, we have a party. Since the mechanical Wrangler has been stopped successfully, we are having a pool party. It would be nice if you would join us." Issei: "Alright then. When is it, manager?" "By 8 p.m. I hope you don't get late." Issei: "Right. Let's go back to a room and rest." Everyone agreed. They all then entered their rooms so that they could rest for a while. Opening start. A clock can be seen ticking down a countdown. The whole backrooms is under chaos with someone attacking it. Issei looks upon seeing the situation. He gets ready to fight. Ruby is seen next to him, with her weapon hand, Jerry on her shoulder. Issei gives the command to fight. Untrained entity is seen in the dark glaring at the gang as weapons are seen aimed at someone. John stared down with a different and upgraded crossbow in his hand, ready to attack. Attacks are thrown at the entity to defeat it. Naofumi activated his shields to fight with Rex on top of him. Ingvild and Summer use their attacks to fight. Issei and Ruby are seen fighting side by side against entities in a dark area. A chips packet is seen on a table. A past is shown of the gang having their food, enjoying with laughs as the entity roars at them in fury, along with several undead attacking them. A cult leader uses attacks to destroy them, resulting in explosions. The explosions go towards Issei, as he activated his boosted gear ready to fight John, transforming into a mechanical suit in order to fight, while Ruby keeps her distance and uses her shots to kill the attackers. A train goes unstable. While Naofumi shows his wrath shield, several wanderers are shown to be tortured while Jax and Johnny are seen back at the MG base. An unnamed man looks down at them, with a blind swordsman training the group. Silhouettes of several agents, along with Sonia, who is seen prepared to attack as they travel through an unnamed level, filled with different entities. They ready themselves to fight against someone dangerous. Opening end. Issei, Ingvild and Rex went back to their rooms, where they decided to rest for a while. He then asked Drake. Issei: "Hey Drake, you there?" Drake responded from the gear. Drake: "Yes, I am here, what's the matter?" Issei: "I was thinking whether I should tell the guys back home about Ingvild and the upgrades I received here." Drake thought about it. They would come to know sooner or later about this. He then spoke. Drake: "I would tell them, if you have kept this hidden then, they might start to lose faith in us, and honestly if there is anyone I am worried about, it is the Cows Brigade. They have already seen us as a threat and will do anything necessary to eliminate us, especially after your run-in with that spear guy. Not to mention the Great King faction already is a power-hungry faction, and they will fear you. If they come to know that you have somehow managed to free me, and will also do anything to eliminate you, the council is just a bunch of old narrow-minded men who want power, unlimited power. But in the end, I think it is your choice, Issei. I also think that we should tell the guys back home, but before that I should wait for Ingvild to wake up. Drake hummed in agreement. They both think that Ingvild should be present for the introduction. She seemed to be sleeping soundly. After waking up in an hour's time, she then looks at Issei with a smile, and asks Ingvild, "Is something the matter, Issei? I was thinking to introduce you to the current Satans. Would you like to meet them?" Ingvild thought for a moment. Her clan had kept her hidden from the Alliance as well as the old Satan faction. She decided to let the factions know of her. Ingvild, "All right, I trust you. You can tell them about me. I want to live with you in this age." Issei smiled in agreement. He then asked to Rex, "Issei, hey Rex, do you want to meet some more people, Rex?" "Heck yeah, I would love to." Ingvild chuckled at Rex's optimistic response, while Issei decided to make the call to Azazel, and he made it into a video call. "Azazel, hello." Azazel's voice seemed dizzy. He was sleeping before he got the call. "Issei, Azazel sensei, it's me, Issei." Azazel immediately jolted up when he heard his voice. He then spoke. "Azazel, Issei, how have you been? Are you alright? Which level are you at?" Azazel kept ranting. Issei then responded, "Issei, 1, I am fine, safe and sound. 2, I am at level 11 right now, and was taking some rest as we speak. There was a small crisis here, which we cleared." Azazel sighed in relief. Level 11 was a safe level. Looked around, he then noticed a purple-haired girl and an entity next to him. "Azazel, oohoho, who is that girl?" "Your girlfriend, Issei." And Ingvild blushed. Issei then screamed, "Issei, sensei." Azazel was chuckling. He then asked Azazel, "So are you gonna introduce me to this lovely lass, and this entity you have next to you, Issei? Right, guys, introduce yourselves." Ingvild, "Hello, Azazel sensei. My name is Ingvild Leviathan, descendant of a human mage and a Leviathan noble." Azazel had his mouth dropped. A half-devil, that too, a Leviathan descendant in the area where Issei was. What was she doing there? How did she end up here? And why the devils haven't told him about this? /n. I do not own this GIF or Pokemon. Azazel? A Leviathan descendant? Issei, are you sure she is on your side? Issei was annoyed. He then responded, "Issei, yes, he is. Why are you so shocked?" Azazel sighs and responds, "Azazel, truth is every Leviathan descendant I have encountered my entire life was either prideful or simply arrogant. Now before you aim your pitchfork at me, I don't think she is evil. She helped you so far, and you made her into someone important in your life. I think Surzex needs to give me a good explanation about this. And one more thing, I wonder how Rias is gonna react to this, Issei. Hee, I hope she can handle this." Ingvild, "Is Rias the emissary you talked about?" Issei, "Yep, the one and only one. She is a redhead, but she is not all that bad. We just had a fight and that's how I ended up here. Speaking of which, can I speak to Surzex if possible?" Azazel responds after thinking for a while. "Azazel, I think he will rush immediately. Speaking of which, who is the other guy, Issei? Go ahead, Rex, introduce yourself." "Rex, I am Rex, a dollface. It's nice to meet you." Azazel looks at it as if he was analyzing the entity. He then speaks. "Azazel, it is pretty rare to see a dollface, and that too a tame one. How did you manage to get one of them to your side?" Issei, "It was easy. I subdued it and fed it almond water, and the next thing I know it was on my side. Besides, he has been a massive help to me and my team." Azazel, "Are there any more members?" Issei, "Yep, 3 of them are from a different dimension entirely. John and Ruby Rose from the world of Remnant and Naofumi Iwatani from a different Earth." Azazel laughed in response. "Azazel, you certainly are something, Issei. Making friends in a dreaded place like the backrooms. I would love to hear more once you get back. Besides, the girls have been training strong. They seem to be determined to not repeat the same mistake again." Issei, "Well, that's good to hear, Azazel. Oh, and I have dropped a message to Surzex. He should be here in no time." And after literally a minute later, Surzex shows up with Graphia by his side. He then spoke in an annoyed tone. "Surzex, I hope it is something good you have called me for." Azazel, "I was." He is cut off by Graphia, with a smack to the head. "Graphia, Lord Surzex, it is inappropriate to talk such things in open. Please do not do it again or you will regret it. Surzex was rubbing his head in pain. Grafia does give him injuries when he goes out of line. Grafia was trying her hardest not to blush at Surzex's antics. Azazel then spoke. Azazel, I called you guys here because it is Issei on the line. Surzex and Grafia were shocked. Issei had done a video call. There they could see Issei waving at them. Grafia then dragged Surzex and told him something that made the Crimson Satan shiver in fear. Issei and Azazel were although unable to hear it but had an idea what she meant and pitied him. Surzex, Issei, where have you been? Do you know how you have made us worried? Issei, I know, Lord Surzex, but I haven't been here by choice. I take it Azazel informed you where I am right now. Surzex, I know, the dreaded place called the Backrooms. So where are you right now? Issei, level 11, don't worry, I am safe and sound, and almost hallway. I will return home soon, I promise you that. Grafia, I am happy to know that you are safe and sound. Issei, I will give the good news to your MSTR and her peerage very soon, but I want to know who is this girl beside you and who is that doll-like entity next to you. Grafia always seemed to quickly notice the changes around people. She was a very good observer of the situation. Surzex also looked at Issei, as he is curious about the situation. Who is this girl and what is she to Issei? All Surzex hoped was that Rias will take this well. Issei, oh, that's Inviled Leviathan, descendant of a member of Leviathan and a human mage, and the doll-like entity is Rex. He is my companion in the backrooms. Think of him as a sort of familiar of mine. The ones in question introduced themselves, which surprised Surzex and Grafia. They never knew that there would be a half-BLD devil here and that too someone who is a descendant of Leviathan. They were never informed by the Leviathan clan about this. Surzex then said, Surzex, hello Inviled. Where are you from? Surzex tried to strike a friendly conversation. He did not want to make her an enemy, especially after she has helped Issei after a long time. Inviled then spoke. Inviled, I am from England. Lord Lucifer. Surzex nodded and responded. Surzex, no need to be stiff with me. Inviled, Issei is like family to me. Just call me Surzex. Any friend of my brother is my friend. Inviled. Issei, so I wanted to tell you that aside from her abilities, she has the ability to control dragons to some extent. So Azazel, is there a sacred gear capable of such a feat? Azazel thought for a while and then it clicked. There was only one gear capable of doing that, but no one has had it at all. The sacred gear was Nereid Kyrie, which was on par with a high-tier Longinus. He knew that she was a Longinus user just like Issei was. He then said, Azazel, there is only one, it has never been discovered as of yet, but there have been sacred gears that are on par with the 13 Longinus. One of them is Nereid Kyrie, which is capable of controlling dragons and dragon-type sacred gear users to an extent. We do not know much about it, but I can make a wild guess that she has the gear. But this is another problem as she now has a target painted on her back just like you had back in the day. You will need to look after her. Issei, will you do that? Issei, I will. Sensei, even if my enemy was a god, I will protect her. No matter what happens. Everyone back home smiled, while Inviled had an atomic blush on this. Rex had a smug look on his face. That is when Issei spoke. Issei, I have another surprise. Azazel hurled in disbelief. What's more can happen to Issei now? While Surzex was amused, he was curious at what is new. Even Grafia had the same curiosity. Issei, check this out. Issei then showed his new boosted gear. Azazel had once again his mouth dropped. Even Surzex and Grafia were surprised and charmed by the new design. The boosted gear seemed to be upgraded to a new level entirely, which meant Issei has become much stronger in this dimension. The boosted gear had jewels coming out of it from everywhere. It also had red crystalline edges surrounding the main gear, along with several other coming from the top and bottom. The jewels present also were of different shapes and sizes across the gear. Issei, allow me to introduce you to Boosted Gear 2.0, the upgrade to my original boosted gear. Azazel, by the Elder Gods. Sorry, wrong dialogue. Anyways, this is something completely different, like it is a new stage of the boosted gear. Anyways, what are its abilities? New ones. Issei, I will explain, it is gonna take a while. Issei then explained the new abilities Absorb and Assimilate, and what they do and their capabilities. He also tells them that Issei can summon Drake outside of the gear, albeit for a limited time, and the Drake is not as strong as in its prime, nicknamed Prototype Drake, and that is all he could do for now. Azazel, My goodness, I would love to analyze your new boosted gear. This is practically on par with a high-tier Longinus in my opinion. With Absorb you can just drain the powers of anyone weaker than you, and I think Assimilate is self-explanatory, plus Drag Summon makes this broken as heck. I wish you the best of luck. Come back to us alive, both of you Surzex. Azazel is right, you should come back. Rias and the others are waiting for you. They want to apologize for what they did and maybe start over. So I also want you to come back alive, and I would love to meet Ingvild and Rex in person. Once you three come back, Graphia. Stay safe and have returned to us safely. Alright Issei, you bet I will come back alive. Ingvild. I miss my parents. I too want to come back. Issei and Ingvild say goodbye to the people on the other side. They then start to get dressed for the pool party, which was tonight. Scene break in the DxD world. Grigori, 6:30 p.m. After Issei disconnected the call, everyone breathed a sigh of relief that Issei was alive and were happy that he had become stronger. Surzex then spoke. Surzex, I will give the news to the ORC. They need to know what had happened to Zazel. I hope Rias does not flip a casket when she hears about Ingvild, although if Valley comes to know that Issei has become stronger, he will want to fight to the death. I just hope that boy realizes that he has been outclassed by a huge margin. Surzex, I think the same as Zazel. Graphia, can you please come with me? Graphia, I will, my lord. I will handle my lady so that she does not lose it. Surzex, thank you Graphia. Thank you Surzex, and Graphia teleport to the Hayato residence. Their Surzex's aura made everyone come to him. Rias, brother, what are you doing here? Surzex, I have come to give you news about Issei. I have good news and bad news. What should I tell first? Aquino responds. Aquino, the good news first. Surzex, alright. Issei is alive and has reached level 11 successfully. He also has become stronger than before. However, I cannot exactly say how strong because I have not seen and analyzed his abilities properly. So when he comes back, ask from him. Everyone was happy and breathed a sigh of relief. Kiba and Gasper started to stay with Rias in the Hayato residence after Issei's disappearance. After that, Kiba then asks Kiba, the bad news. Surzex, it is bad news for the girls actually. Well, now you girls have a love rival for Issei's affection. I wish you girls good luck if you still like him. Sayonara. Rias, what's brother? Wait. Surzex and Graphia teleport out of there, leaving a shell-shocked ORC behind. He and Graphia decided to book it after setting the bombshell of a revelation. Since Surzex was not in a mood for dealing with his sister's temper tantrum. Scene break in the backroom's homely hotel, level 11, 7 p.m. Issei and the others were busy shopping for swimsuits, while the boys only decided to wear swimming trunks. It was the girls that were having difficulty choosing the swimsuit. Both Ingvild and Ruby wanted to impress their crushes. They decided to wear the swimsuits that their crushes like. After choosing their swimsuits, they went to the store clerk and paid the money. Clerk, that would be $100 back. Ma'am. Ruby and Ingvild paid the money to the clerk and left. They have had more money since their time in level 4, and they could easily afford a flight in the backroom's interdimensional airport without any issues. They then go to a changing room and they wear their swimsuits and heads towards the pool where the party was about to begin. The boys were the first to reach, since they did not need to think twice. They only wore swimming trunks, and that's all. They decided to enjoy the party since they managed to put Roman behind bars and preventing any more catastrophic destruction. The girls then arrived and they called out them. Issei and John were surprised by the swimsuits they had worn. This was completely new even for them, since they had gone out of their way to get swimsuits to appease them. A/N, drawings belong to the respective owners. I do not own anything. Ruby, guys, how do we look? John, too good. Girls, you ladies look amazing. John was also in awe that the girls looked too good. While Issei was trying in his power to control his nosebleed, he did not want to be pervert, at least not now in front of so many people. As time passed, many more wanderers had come in. Eventually the pool had a lot of people in it, but at the same time the size of the pool was also huge, at least more than enough to let a lot of people in them. As for Sonia and Summer, they had to do a lot of fixing the damage that was caused by Roman and the mechanical Wrangler. They also wanted to interrogate the thief, so they have had their hands full. As for Naofumi, he was sitting in a corner having a drink. He wanted to enjoy the party alone, but Ruby pretty much dragged him into the pool. She was not having him sulk and be alone while they all have fun. Naofumi eventually relented and accepted to enjoy the party. Issei screamed, Issei, cannonball! He jumped into the water, splashing it on everyone present. Most were drenched from the water. They enjoyed the party as many people were having fun that day. After a while Issei and Naofumi decided to have some drinks. Issei had cola while Naofumi ended up having alcohol. Issei: I know you are of age Naofumi, but do you ever get drunk? Naofumi: honestly no, I never have gotten motion sickness or alcohol poisoning. I have had a berry which was supposed to be made into alcohol after a lot of distilling, without any effects, while a fellow hero of mine immediately had alcohol poisoning. Issei: who is that man? Naofumi: I won't go into his name since he is annoying. I will tell you the name one of my party members kept, Spear Guy. Issei: I see. It looks like your world also seems like chaotic, just like mine. Naofumi: het true Ruby. Guys, come on, enjoy the party with us. Issei: this girl, alright Fumi come, else this girl will drag us into the water. Naofumi: het true, she did that to me a while ago. Issei and Naofumi walked to the party where they were all dancing and having a good time. They partied till late at night, before they ended up going to sleep, since most were exhausted from playing in the pool and dancing. The next day homely hotel, 7:30 am. Issei and Ingvild were sleeping in bliss, since they had their fun since yesterday night. As they partied in the pool once they woke up, they then saw an entity plush on the nightstand, which resembled a skeleton. Ingvild then asked Ingvild: did you buy that? Issei: no, not at all. Why do you ask? Ingvild: strange, even I did not buy. Did someone break into our room and keep that thing here? Issei: I don't think so, or our door would have been breached and opened. It was locked yesterday night. Not to mention we did not see the doll at night at the location. Anyway, let's just walk out. The others are waiting. Ingvild nodded. Issei then woke up Rex, as the doll face jumped on his shoulder, and was ready for an adventure. Issei secretly marked his room, so that this becomes his second rendezvous point, so that they can come back in an emergency. But little did they know that a certain queen has noticed his presence and kept the plush on purpose. As for Issei, Ingvild and Rex, they took a bath, and just like last time Ingvild joined him in the bathroom and they ended up having a bath together. How jealous would the girls from his earth be when they would have heard the moments between Issei and Ingvild? Issei wondered how the girls would react if they found out about his relationship with Ingvild. Oh boy, he wanted to tell everything he had encountered so far. They then get dressed and go down after an hour, where they could see that John was already sitting waiting for the others. He then asked John: so are we going to Meeg today also? Issei: yep, today will be your upgrade. John, that mechanical suit seems so badass on you, not to mention you will be stronger and faster than what you were usually able to do. Ingvild: indeed, you should be able to keep up with us. Later on, we all want you to come out of this alive. You are one of us after all. John nearly teared up, while Ingvild consoled him. He then spoke: John, thank you guys for being by my side. You have been my family, even more than my actual family was. Issei: anyways, did any of you buy a skeleton plush recently? John was confused. He then responded: John, no, neither me nor Ruby did buy them, and I highly doubt Naofumi is interested in such things. Issei: oh okay, look, here comes Ruby. Ruby came in yawning. She seemed exhausted after yesterday's party. She then took a seat beside John. Now, all they needed to wait was for Naofumi to show up, and a little after a while, they decided to eat their breakfast, which seemed to be pancakes and tea for Ruby and Naofumi, and the rest have bread, tomato salad, potato salad, fried chicken and steak. They enjoyed their food since it was almost as good as they would have at a regular restaurant, and it did not cost much, since food was quite abundant in level 11. After having their food, they all then head outside to meet up with Sonia. Issei and Ingvild decide to split up to check something they heard of recently. Issei: hey guys, there is a carnival down the road. Shall we check it out? We will join you pretty soon. John looks for a while and nods. John: alright Issei, but don't waste a lot of time. Sonia may not like it if we head there late. Issei nods. He and Ingvild then go to the carnival, which was mentioned by a faceling earlier when they sat to eat their breakfast before any of them came. There they saw a massive carnival, but they saw no people present. They decided to check it out, but little do they know that they were called here. They eventually noticed the carnival surrounding go off and revealing a dark, thick forest with skeletons hanging on the trees. Issei: where the hell are we? This does not seem to be a carnival. Drake: I don't know partner, stay on guard. Ingvild came close to Issei. Even she was panicked by what she saw. Those skeletons seemed to be really too good for being in a carnival. They then saw a woman at a distance, a pale woman with black hair who appears in a long, orange Victorian dress and skeletal face paint. Drake then telepathically spoke to him. Drake, partner, that's the Skeleton Queen. Be careful with her, she has full control of this area. I think we are in level 32. Be careful, she can only get you out. I think she called you here for a conversation. The Skeleton Queen did not say anything and beckoned the duo to follow her. Ingvild was charmed and followed her, however Issei was unaffected thanks to Drake making his mind resistant to her possession. Issei anyway does end up following her, since Ingvild ended up being charmed and was following her. Issei and Ingvild then followed her through the forest, after which she disappeared. Ingvild snapped out of her trance and asked Issei, Ingvild, Issei, what happened? How did I end up here? Issei, I do not know, but it was the Skeleton Queen's doing. Be careful, we might have to fight her. Issei and Ingvild saw that they were in an open patch where the trees were either uprooted or not present. There they saw the Skeleton Queen in her true form. It was a hulking monstrosity that wore a tattered black dress. She seemed to be standing on all four legs and looked at the duo. Issei kept his guard around her as he did not know her true intentions. A/N. Just think of her of wearing a tattered black dress. She looked down and bellowed, Skeleton Queen. Welcome hi to Issei and Ingvild Leviathan to my domain, my home. I hope you find your stay quite welcoming. Issei, who are you and why did you bring me here? Skeleton Queen. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Skeleton Queen, and you are in my domain, level 32, and try to be nice. I kind of control this area here. Issei, okay, so what do you want with us? Skeleton Queen. I want to know how you defeated Angela. I think you might recognize her as the glitched goddess or entity 111. Thanks to Meeg, no mere wanderer can achieve what you did. If you can call it, curious about your powers. Issei, I did not do it alone. I had help from the Crimson Wanderer, along with my friends, and it was a close call to say the least. If they were not there I would have lost to her. Skeleton Queen. I see. Issei, so is there anything else you want to know? I kind of need to get back home, so can you send me from wherever I came from? Skeleton Queen. Unfortunately, I cannot let you do that. You see, I am kind of alone. Most people that do come here always see me as an abomination or a weirdo. Even in my human form they are still weary of me. I need someone to keep me company, and you will stay with me for all eternity, boy. Issei, I am afraid I have to deny your request, Skeleton Queen. Skeleton Queen, what did you say to me? Issei, you heard me. I have people back home waiting for me. I barely even know you, like before only 5 minutes. I have met you, and I already am not a big fan of your obsessive personality, so I will leave from here whether you like it or no. Skeleton Queen, you dare defy me, boy? Skeleton Queen roared in anger. Ingvild was being pushed back, however Issei stood his ground. He was not gonna let someone like her control him. He then spoke. Issei, yes, I do, milady. If you insist on getting in my way of going back home, I will have to deal with you. I have people waiting for me, and as dragon, I will not bow to someone like you. Skeleton Queen was not having any of it. She immediately roared to intimidate the Red Dragon Emperor, but Issei was not affected. He has fought enemies tougher and come out alive. He is not going to die, at the very least till he sees the people he cares about one final time. Skeleton Queen, then you will die, boy, just like the rest who have defied me. Issei, I don't plan on dying, milady, at least not till I get laid. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Issei entered into his red armor, which was the same that fought against many entities before. The Skeleton Queen used her trees to try and subdue the dragon and the Leviathan princess, but Issei used Flame Blaze to burn the trees. He then reappears in the Skeleton Queen, punching her square in the face. The force was strong enough to send her flying to a rock. Issei then looks at the queen. The punch alone broke her jaw. Issei then grabbed Ingvild in the air. She held on to Issei without hesitation. She could fly using her wings, but she seemed to prefer staying by Issei's side. Issei, hold on tight. Ingvild nodded. The Skeleton Queen roared in anger and summoned some undead people to fight alongside her. The undead jumped and were able to reach Issei and Ingvild since the queen levitated the ground. Ingvild then used her water magic to douse the undead, while Issei fired a dragon shot, killing it instantly. Issei then decided to use illegal move Triana. Issei armor release change. Star Sonic. Issei armor changed into the aerodynamic form that it was. the Skeleton Queen tried to use her control to completely break the ground that he was moving on. However, this barely affected Issei and he moved through the broken ground in speeds faster than before, and the Skeleton Queen noticed the boy seemed to be teleporting. However, his speeds were faster than she could see. Issei, Welsh Draconic Rook Change Solid Impact. Issei then transformed into his bulky form and slammed her to the ground before she could react or let alone use her vines to trap him. But he knew that will not be enough to defeat her. He then used his 2 cannon on the back and yelled Issei, Welsh Blaster Bishop Change Fong Blaster. Issei then fired the blaster on the Skeleton Queen. The blast coupled with the slam was overwhelming for her. Inil did not stop and used her water abilities Water Dragon Barrage. Technically, even though she was a novice when it came to magic, she was not only impressive but also a prodigy. Multiple water dragons had arrived to attack the Skeleton Queen. Since she had been weakened by the earlier attacks, she was unable to defend herself and took a direct hit to both the attacks. Skeleton Queen. The Skeleton Queen roared in pain. She was forcefully reverted to her human form, which had tattered clothes and was barely conscious. The ground crumbled and she fell to her demise. Drake then said, Drake, partner, we need her alive, only she can get us out of here. Issei, got it, I never wanted to kill her anyway. You ready to save her and have your first outing? Drake, indeed, let's use the ability that Sonia and Cage gave us back at the base. Issei, Summon Dragon released the boosted gear entered into its 2.0 version, which released out prototype Drake on the outside world. He then spoke, Drake, it feels so good to finally breathe air. Albion would blow a casket if he could see me like this. Now let's go and save this queen. Drake immediately flew and picked the queen up before she could fall into a dark empty void. He then rushed to Issei and Inil as the duo then climbed on the dragon's back. The Skeleton Queen then woke up as she looked at Issei in pure fear. Issei, so you are finally awake. Skeleton Queen, what are you? Issei, just a simple dragon trying to make his way in this new world and get home. So now will you tell us how can we get out of here? Skeleton Queen, before that I have a small request. Issei, Skeleton Queen, take me with you, if that's alright with you. I don't mind helping you getting home. Many of you want to see me only for my power, but you are different. You remind me of someone who wanted to see a loved one, but she never had the power like you did. I would love to accompany you on this journey. Issei, very well. Hey Drake, you mind another roommate? Drake, not at all. The mindscape has been bigger. You can take her in, you know what to do. Issei, now I will be taking you inside the sacred gear. Skeleton Queen, just let me know when you want to be out. Skeleton Queen, thank you, and just call me Belle. I would love to be a part of this journey. Issei Hayadu. Belle smiles genuinely. This was the first time someone treated her with kindness and respect. Issei smiled in response. Issei then used the move. Issei, welcome to the group. Belle, assimilate. Issei then absorbed Belle into his boosted gear, which flickered into a different color and texture. It was brown with a bony structure and orange jewels. Drake then spoke. Drake, partner, I sense that she has entered the boosted gear. Ask her how we need to get out of here. Issei, hey Belle, you there, how are you feeling inside the gear? Belle spoke from the gem. Belle, yes, this seems so comfortable. I feel warm here. Issei, good to hear. Anyways, how do we get out of here? Belle, there would be a portal up ahead, just no clip into it, and you will be in level 11. I kept this hidden so that I can have some company. I was always alone here. Issei, so why could you not no clip yourself? Belle, easier said than done. People see me as a freak. I told you before, they will never accept me for who I am. I am happy that you accepted me. Issei, not a problem. I think the rest of the folks would also accept you. Those who are in my group would also accept you. Just have some faith in me. Belle smiled in response. She then spoke. Belle, I know. Issei, I know. Now let's get out of this level. Issei and Drake understood. They saw the portal and no clipped into it, successfully getting out of the portal safe and sound. They also have a new companion that joined him for him to escape the backrooms with his friends alive. Inil lied by Issei's side, which Issei did not mind. She was kind of happy that they were alive and made a new friend as well. Chapter 18. Interrogation and Training. Previously we saw the Issei and the others enter the hotel rooms after their rest with the mechanical Wrangler. Issei then decided to call Azazel after having a conversation with Drake and Inil. He knew that sooner or later he will have to inform them of their existence. He then calls Azazel, who was having his nap. When he heard his student's voice, he immediately jolted up. He explained everything and where he was right now, which made him happy. Then looked to see a purple-haired beauty and a doll face next to him. When asked but mostly teased, he told about who she was, which shocked Azazel. While initially skeptical about the situation, he accepted her given that her heart did not seem to be evil on Issei's perspective. He then decided to call Surzex and Graphia, who were not too keen on coming given that they were doing something that was between themselves, but once they were told that it was Issei on the phone, they immediately talked to him. Once he introduced both Ingvild and Rex, they seemed to get along very well. He then asked about a sacred gear that could enhance dragons, to which Azazel replied yes, but it was extremely rare to encounter, such that it seemed to be more of a myth rather than a reality. It was called Nereid Kyrie. After that, Issei disconnected the call, and the leaders, mostly Surzex, decided to give the news to the ORC girls. And while they were happy at first, but then Surzex decided to give a hint about Ingvild as a love rival, after which he teleported back to his home. Meanwhile, Issei and the others get ready for the pool party that they had been informed prior to the party by the hotel staff, and they all then decide to go for the party where they enjoy themselves for the entire night. They dance and they play water sports because of the pool party. After that, they go to their rooms and they sleep. The next day, Issei and Ingvild notice a plush which they ignore. After that, they join the others and they have their breakfast, after which Issei and Ingvild decide to visit a carnival they keep hearing about. They then do that and are instantly transported to a dark forest with skeletons hanging on the trees. Almost it seems to be Halloween, after which they notice a Victorian-style dressed lady who had beckoned them to follow her, which caused Ingvild to fall into a trance. Issei ended up being forced to follow her, resulting in them running into a huge skeleton monster. This was revealed to be the Skeleton Queen, and she had brought the two here for some answers. After answering, he asked whether he could leave. However, the queen refused, stating that she was alone and wanted some company. When Issei demanded to leave, she got angry and attacked the group for defying her. However, she was not prepared for the combined assault of Issei and Ingvild, as they were easily able to hold their own against her despite her controlling the level, and she was defeated, rendering her back to a human form. Issei then saved her after summoning Drake to lift the lady up. After waking up, she revealed her loneliness and Issei offered her a spot to join his team, which she accepted and was asked to tell her the exit, which she told was a portal revealing to level 11. And they no-clipped into the portal. Level 11, 11:30 a.m. Issei and Ingvild managed to no-clip back into level 11. Without any hassle, Drake eventually went into the sacred gear once again, where he met up with Belle, who was enjoying being inside the sacred gear. He then saw his time and said, Issei, "Oh SHT, we are late. Sonia will kill us." Ingvild, "Right. Let's rush there." Issei and Ingvild ran to where the Meeg base was. There they could see Sonia waiting for them patiently outside. She then spoke in an annoyed tone, "Sonia, you are late." Issei, Ingvild, "Give me a good reason or you are gonna regret it." Issei, Well, I was teleported to another level. I was brought by someone, and well, we managed to get out successfully after finding the exit here." "I am sorry." Ingvild was too intimidated to even speak. Sonia sighs and responds, "Sonia, I am just glad nothing happened to the two of you. Besides, you two missed something really interesting. Thankfully it was not much, but just make sure you two are on time." "Alright." Issei and Ingvild, "Right." Sonia nods. She then beckons Issei and Ingvild to follow her into the base, where they could see someone wearing a new suit. It was someone familiar. Opening start. A clock can be seen ticking down a countdown. The whole backrooms is under chaos with someone attacking it. Issei looks upon seeing the situation. He gets ready to fight. Ruby is seen next to him, with her weapon hand, Jerry on her shoulder. Issei gives the command to fight. Untrained entity is seen in the dark glaring at the gang as weapons are seen aimed at someone. John stared down with a different and upgraded crosser Amores in his hand, ready to attack. Attacks are thrown at the entity to defeat it. Naofumi activated his shields to fight with Rex on top of him. Ingvild and Summer use their attacks to fight. Issei and Ruby are seen fighting side by side against entities in a dark area. A chips packet is seen on a table. A past is shown of the gang having their food, enjoying with laughs as the entity roars at them in fury, along with several undead attacking them. A cult leader uses attacks to destroy them, resulting in explosions. The explosions go towards Issei, as he activated his boosted gear ready to fight John, transforming into a mechanical suit in order to fight. while Ruby keeps her distance and uses her shots to kill the attackers. A train goes unstable, while Naofumi shows his wrath shield. Several wanderers are shown to be tortured while Jax and Johnny are seen back at the MG base. An unnamed man looks down at them, with a blind swordsman training the group. Silhouettes of several agents, along with Sonia, who is seen prepared to attack as they travel through an unnamed level, filled with different entities. They ready themselves to fight against someone dangerous. Opening end. Issei and Ingvild followed Sonia to what seemed to be the same hall where prototype Drake was kept. It was revealed to be John in the same mechanical suit that they saw that day. Summer then spoke to him. Summer, how are you feeling, John? John, this suit, I assumed it would be difficult to wear, but I feel comfortable, thanks Mrs. Rose Naofumi. That suit does match your fighting style. Not only is it more attuned to your semblance aura amp, but also it increases your speed and durability. You should be able to attune yourself when you are being trained. Ruby, yup, I already had a speed-enhancing semblance, but this suit almost seems to be on par with my abilities, not to mention you can keep up with the damage of the suit with your aura amp semblance. Summer, and that's not all, your suit coordinates with your aura, so it can't be damaged as long as your aura is on. It would keep regenerating itself from the damage even after being severely destroyed. John, thanks Mrs. Rose. That was when they noticed Issei and Ingvild show up. Ruby and Naofumi immediately rushed to them, happy that they are all right. Naofumi then asked Naofumi, where the hell were you two? You told us that you were heading to the carnival. And Issei, we ended up in a different level. Worry not, all of us are unharmed. Ruby checked for any injuries on their body. Issei then assured her that he is fine. Then looked at John and said, Issei, nice suit John, it does match a style of an hero. John, thanks Issei, I always wanted to be a hero. Speaking of which, we are going to be trained. Where are our trainers? Sonia, they will be here in an hour or two, and you can test your armor as long as you can handle its speed. Anyways, I need to go and have a talk with someone. I will be back soon. Sonia then leaves the gang to practice their abilities. As Sonia heads to the interrogation room where Roman was being held, she then looks at Johnny. Sonia, is he ready to talk? Johnny, yup, he will speak. He has agreed and I did not even need to force him to do so. He was wanting to have a talk. Sonia, very well, he better have a good reason of what he has did back then. Sonia then entered the interrogation chamber. She had clenched her fists, knowing that she was going to get her answers one way or another. There she could see that Roman was disarmed, and his arms were cuffed and were attached to the table so that he could not move unless they were removed from his arms. Sonia, don't bother, those are aura cancellation cuffs. They prevent the usage of an aura or semblance. These are enhanced enough to prevent even the strongest entities from breaking them. Roman, so are you gonna be the one that's gonna beat me up to spill information? Sonia sat down on the table opposite to Roman. She then opened the file that had information about him and read it out loud. Sonia, Roman Torchwick, age 30 years old, born in Wind Path in Mistral, Remnant, abandoned by his mother at a young age, developed the mantra lie, steal, cheat, and survive. Had his first crime at the age of 18, where he beat a rich guy to death after stealing his money. Former member of the Spider before joining on his own accord. Crimes involve trespassing, robbery, assault, and property damage. Roman was surprised at this. Sonia then closed her file and spoke. Sonia, and yet your actions seem to be rather forced when you were present here. While yes, you did threaten to kill and even gave order to kill before, you only did it for a heist or whatever your goals were. So tell me, Roman, why did you do any of this? And if you answer the truth, I have a special offer for you. You no longer need to be on the run, and you will actually use your abilities to help others. Roman thought for a while. Maybe he could do something good. He never got the chance since Mistral was a country run by gangs and thieves. He then responded, Roman, all right, I will tell everything, but you need to fulfill your end of the deal as well. Sonia nodded. Roman then began. Roman, after falling here, for some unknown reason, I managed to loot and steal my way through the backrooms without any issue. Most wanderers were unable to see my thievery and most did not even bother. That's how I was able to survive. And when you are in a world of grim and monsters that are worse than even grim, you have to find a way to survive one way or another. But when I was in level 9, I saw someone plaguing my mind. He started to corrupt and twist me even more, worse than how I was. He tried to drain my sanity by whispering into my mind and tried to enslave me. He tried to make me a wretch, but this thief was not falling into despair, but he was able to warp me into something far sinister. After that I was only able to regain myself into consciousness after Red and her friends beat me. Sonia. You mean Ruby, right? Roman? That's her name. Yes. Yes, her Sonia was looking down fearfully. There was only one entity that was capable of using sanity-draining whispers and can mentally drain the sanity of someone and corrupt them into people doing their bidding. Roman was lucky to have not got caught under his grasp. Sonia. Is there a name for this entity? Roman. He called himself the redacted Watcher. Sonia was about to freak out, but thanks to her military training she was still calm on the outside, while on the inside she was under immense panic. He was the #1 enemy of Meeg and the one that made the backrooms the way it is today. He is nothing but a cruel, heartless, and sadistic entity that takes pleasure in tormenting his victims. His power is on par with many of the backroom's strongest entities as well as one of the most evil entities out there. If he is the one that has targeted Roman, then there is a reason for him doing so. She needed to be careful about what she does next, else many wanderers will be killed by him. Roman. Miss Blade, are you there? Sonia snapped out of her trance. Sonia? Oh yeah, I am here. Anyways Roman, those whispers and mental attacks should stop, and as for the offer, we could use your skills in helping wanderers, not to mention you will no longer be on the run, you will be trained for rescuing innocent people, and you will be well accommodated and well paid. So what do you say, Roman? Will you accept this offer, Roman Torchwick? Roman thinks for a while. He then says, Roman. Miss Blade, can I think this for a while? I will let you know by today itself. Sonia, sure, take your time. I will take my leave now. Those kids need to be trained for what comes next. Roman, train them well, cause if he comes after them, there will be nothing left. Sonia nodded. Roman had no reason to lie to her. This entity's information was hidden from the general public like the glitched goddess to prevent panic and fear across everyone. How did Roman even come to know of his existence? She then walked out of the room and looked at Johnny, who was nearly about to fall unconscious. Sonia. Johnny, listen, don't panic. You need to inform Jax about this as soon as possible. Make sure none of your soldiers know this. I will inform Summer and Issei about the interrogation session. We cannot let anyone else know about this. Johnny approached her. He needed to be strong for their sake. He then stroked his wife's back to calm her down. He then spoke. Johnny. It's all right, Sonia. Calm down, I heard everything. This guy, even I am scared of him, but we need to be strong as local directors. We need to keep a strong mind and heart. We can let them invade and take us down. We are the only hope for any desolate and unknown wanderer that comes here. We need to help them survive this area meant for killing us in the most torturous way possible, mentally and physically. Sonia? Hey, you are right. Look at you. How matured you have become. You were once an annoying and prideful actor, but now you have actually become someone worthy of a warrior. You have become more responsible and kind. You really have changed for the better, Johnny. Well, you know what a certain hero said, with great power comes great responsibility. Anyways, let's go and talk to the others. They would be coming here soon. It has been a while since I have seen them. Sonia, right? Sonia and Johnny went back to the room. Before they came, Issei introduced Belle to the rest of the gang, who accepted her quite well, which made the Skeleton Queen quite happy to be accepted into the gang. She asked not to be informed to Meeg about this, given that they would see her as a threat, which Issei was reluctant since he did not view Sonia as a bad person, but when she begged Issei and Summer gave in. Sonia and Johnny come in. Summer then asked Summer, how did the interrogation go? Sonia. It went well, but there is something we need to be all prepared for, Johnny, and it's gonna be the greatest threat Meeg or any of you guys have faced at all. Issei saw the tensed voice of Johnny. He then asked Issei, Johnny, who is it? The entity known as the redacted Watcher. Summer paled when she heard that name. She knew who he was. Issei and his gang was confused while Belle was shivering when she heard that name. She was downright scared of that entity. Issei. Who is he? Johnny and Sonia explained who he was. Before that they started a slideshow revealing the encounter of an unfortunate wanderer that managed to click the photo. He seemed to have a man's face in what seemed to be clouds in the backrooms. Issei. Who is he? Johnny. The redacted Watcher, code numbered entity 666. The redacted Watcher is the creator of the backrooms. His power and hostility is incomparable to his creations, having infinite power and hostility worse than Satan. In contrast to other backrooms entities, instead of death, the Watcher wants infinite suffering and torture. He vies to destroy at all costs. Backrooms colonists are taken out slowly and quietly as to not alert other colonists. Although he is unable to simply kill everyone in the backrooms or send them to the void. He cannot do that due to being under God's rule. Some people say this entity has something to do with the void beast and its origin and motives, but this is yet to be proven. He can give sanity-draining whispers to wanderers, enter their bodies to control them/spy colonies, or just to make them choose suffering instead of freedom. Sonia then continued Sonia. He tried to and nearly succeeded in taking over Roman Torchwick, but when you defeated him, he gave up control of that body. His power grows every time a wanderer commits a sin, and he also has the power to trap anyone he desires to levels like the dangerous level 8 or level Issei. I need to say something. I ended up in level Sonia. How? Issei. I was teleported once we exited out of level 8. My friends ended up in level 9 while I ended up in level. I managed to make the distance before joining them in level. John. I can confirm, I was there when he told us about his run-in when he was teleported to level Sonia. I think he is the one that sent you there, Issei. He sees you as a threat to his control over the backrooms. Johnny. Not to mention in the Great War, Drake and Albion managed to decimate most of the 3 faction members when their fight was intervened, am I correct? Drake spoke from the boosted gear Drake. Indeed, but we were killed and sealed into the gear. It was a chaotic experience. In the aftermath in our dimension God and the 4 Satans were killed, along with most fallen seraphs and devil pillars, resulting in a permanent ceasefire since any more war will result in complete annihilation. Everyone was shocked when they heard God died in their dimension. Sonia then spoke Sonia. Not gonna lie, your dimension is something Issei. True, we all come from crazy but dimensions John. Agreed, we have Grim that can decimate entire populations. No Fumi, mine has waves of catastrophe and a sociopathic princess who wanted to bring me into ruin, so yeah, all of us are from crazy but dimensions. There was a comfortable silence among everyone, since they all agreed that their dimensions were extremely crazy, after which Johnny shuts down the presenter and asks Johnny, seriously, where are they? Sonia, I think they are here. Johnny then opened up the door, revealing a man donning a black bodysuit with red accents. He wears a sash across his chest, depicting a dragon, and a black pauldron on his right shoulder. Attached to his belt is a small satchel. He wears red knee pads and black boots. His signature red bandana is worn across his eyes. He also had glowing panels on the back of his hands and a sharper haircut. The other man seemed to be that of a blue-garbed ninja-like uniform. He had a steel spine-like decoration on his back and a more armored vest. He wore a mask concealing his face. Johnny, allow me to introduce them. They will be your trainers, Kenshiro Takahashi and Grandmaster Blueberry Ice. How many times have I told you not to call me that, Cage? Besides, my name is Kuai Liang, the Grandmaster of the Lin K, so these are the kids I will train. You kids may call me Sub-Zero. Kenshiro. And I am Kenshiro Takahashi, the one Cage told me about, and yes, before you ask, I am blind, but that does not mean I cannot sense you. John then asked John, no offense, but how will you train us? Like, you seem to be blind, and he could not continue as he was cut off by Kenshiro appearing next to him, surprising everyone. He then spoke with a smile. Kenshiro, can an ordinary blind man do this? Worry not, young John. I will train you well for you to accommodate in the cyber suit and enhance your blade skills. John, I am sorry for doubting you. John bowed in front of him, embarrassing himself in front of everyone. He knew that this is the second worst time he had been embarrassed. The first time was when he was made to wear women's clothes thanks to his sister. Everyone else chuckled at John's tactics. Kenshiro then spoke. Kenshiro, relax, kid, no need to be so formal with me, just call me whatever you are comfortable with. So I will be taking Ruby, John and Nofumi. Sub-Zero, do you mind taking the last 2? Sub-Zero, I do not mind. Sub-Zero looks at Issei. Sub-Zero, I have heard of your achievements and your work, and I would love to train you. Issei Hayadu, I will train you in martial arts, and if you have the talent, cryomancy as well. Same goes for you, Ingvild Leviathan, I would train you as well. Issei, please take care of us, Sensei. Issei bowed in front of him. Sub-Zero then thought. Sub-Zero, he has respect and humility. Not a lot of people I have met have that. Although from what I have heard, he seems to be a pervert, but I never saw anything he did was perverted. Anyway, once I am done with him, he will be a fine warrior, trained in the art of combat. As for the girl, she seems to be a sort of princess just like a certain Edenian. Anyway, she seems to be flowing in magical power. I can train her in cryomancy. They both will be fine students. Sub-Zero then speaks. Sub-Zero. Very well, I will train the two of you in your upcoming battles against the entities. Several of them are more dangerous as you go on. It will not be easy, but when you are done, you would be fine warriors. Issei and Ingvild nodded. They knew one thing: this training session with Kuai Liang would be intense to say the least, but they were prepared. If this is what it takes to get home, they will do it and they will not stop. With John, Ruby and Naofumi, John and the others followed their new teacher Kenshiro Takahashi. He then spoke to the trio. Kenshiro, alright guys, I want to see what you three have got. I want you to come at me with your entire strength. Don't hold back, attack me with the intent to kill. The trio understood. John then said, John, since he is blind, try to make as much sound. This would disrupt his hearing. We need to disarm him if we need to beat him. Ruby, keep your distance. Use wind dust to disrupt his hearing. Naofumi, use your voice Jengar shield to enhance them. I will charge into the fray and disarm him. Ruby and Naofumi. Right, John. Alright, let's rock. They did as they were supposed to. Ruby fired her wind dust at Kenshiro. The gusts were disrupting his hearing senses. Coupled with the voice Jengar shield in which Naofumi yelled on, this completely disrupted his hearing, allowing John to get closer with his suit, enhancing his speed. He then charged at Kenshiro with the intent to disarm him. However, Kenshiro had a trick up his sleeve. His hearing was not the only thing he used to sense his foes. He then countered John's strike easily, with such precision. A/N. I do not own this GIF or Naruto and replace kunai with sword. John. How? John was shocked. Kenshiro was able to easily dissolve their plan with ease. The blind swordsman smiled. He was happy that they were such capable students and good in planning and coordination as well. Kenshiro. Not bad, John. Your planning was quite amazing, going after the only other sense I have since my eyes were taken out. Unfortunately, you forgot one thing. Kenshiro then raised his sword and tried to stop him. John tried to block his attack but started to stagger. If there is anything Kenshiro is good at, it is sensing presences. Kenshiro, hearing is not my only sense. Kid Kenshiro then used the move telekinetic / aimed at John. He was sent flying, but was not severely injured thanks to his semblance aura amp. He then charged at John and used teleflurry. He aimed 2 punches at John's pressure points, disabling one of his arm temporarily, making him lose his sword. He then used 2 kicks, sending the boy flying. He then used another telekinetic attack, dazing him for a while. Naofumi tried to use shield prison to bind him. However, the swordsman easily slashed the prison, shocking Naofumi. He then charged at Naofumi, which the shield hero easily blocked, and used his Viper Chimera shield to attack, and Ruby fired her fire dust rounds at him. However, Kenshiro just slashed them through with ease before they could even hurt him. He then focused on Naofumi and created 3 telekinetic clones and slashed him with ease, knocking him to the ground. He then created 3 telekinetic clones as a distraction. Ruby was being pushed back, much to her surprise. She tried to get close to Kenshiro to take him down, but the swordsman was too fast. He dodged every bullet and took Ruby, easily disarming her crescent rose and using multiple slashes, knocking Ruby to the ground, defeating her. However, John was still there. He charged as a last-ditch effort, tried to charge at John. However, Kenshiro did not move and made a precise sword cut to his chest, making him fall to his knees. Kenshiro managed to defeat the trio successfully. Kenshiro, that was a nice battle. You guys have impressed me. Don't feel disheartened. Your abilities are too good for mere teenagers. You should be proud of yourselves. You did well. John gets up while Naofumi is helped by Ruby Rose. He then stands up. They knew that they still had a long way to go. Kenshiro then spoke. Kenshiro, John, you are self-taught, but your planning is impressive along with your abilities and your semblance, but you have no technique or stance when it comes to swordplay. Naofumi, you need to improve your speed when it comes to defending others. Since your main goal is that of defense, you will need to be faster if you need to take the hits for the team. And Ruby, you need to improve fighting without your weapon as well. But worry not, that's why I am here. I am here to improve you guys as well. So you guys better get ready. John and the others nodded. This is going to be a long training session. Meanwhile, Sonia and Summer were watching the whole scene unfold. Sonia, so how would you rate their fighting style? Summer, I would give it a 7 out of 10 in my books. Ruby still has a long way to go if she needs to be a huntsman. I mean, sure, she can give several professional huntsmen a run for their money, but in my book there is still room for improvement. As for John, I will give him an 8 out of 10. He not only was able to push Kensher back for a while, but was also able to make him go to the extreme he was planning to hold back. As for Nofumi, I can't really rate him since he is mostly a defender and not a fighter. He takes attacks from his enemies more than often, but if he were to be a fighter I'd say that he would be nearly around 8ish or something. He is honestly really strong to rate when it comes his fighting style. Anyways, they are still pretty amazing despite being teenagers. It is still strong to believe that the arcs never saw any potential in John. That's just disappointing. Sonia nodded in agreement. Even she was disappointed in the arcs for what they did to John. They then saw them being trained by Kensher as he taught John and the others on where they can improve and what their flaws are. With Issei and Ingvild were taken in by the ice ninja Sub-Zero, he decided to train the duo. Since they were the strongest among the gang, he knew that they were capable fighters, so he decided to go straight into their training session. He then spoke. Sub-Zero, since I know that you two are well versed into combat, I think I should improve your style so that you should not have any problems. I know that you two are pretty strong, so I will train you guys. I hope you are ready. By the time you are done, you should be able to avoid most of the entities that are around here. Alright, Issei and Ingvild nodded. They got ready to learn some more moves and abilities from the renowned ninja. Drake and Belle were also curious as to what they can learn from the cryomancer and intently watched as their partner/friend learned about this style of fighting and abilities. Scene break 1 training montage later. 2 weeks later, Issei and Ingvild were trained in Lin Kei's stealth, allowing them to master stealth tactics and infiltration to the point of Sub-Zero only sensing them once they had successfully breached inside. Issei mastered Sub-Zero's fighting style, allowing him to keep up with the ninja even without his balance breaker, although when he used his ice abilities, he was forced to go into the balance breaker since his ice used to go below 500 degrees Fahrenheit. He even managed to push Sub-Zero back at his strongest in his balance breaker. Drake had suggested Sub-Zero to help him in his illegal move Triana forms, since that is the only way he could emissar Cardinal Crimson promotion, which the cryomancer agreed. He made sure that Issei used his brain as well as which form would be suitable for a given situation, making sure he would use all 3 forms to his full potential, thus allowing him to fight much longer and keep his Cardinal Crimson promotion for much longer periods of time, since he will need it in case he would end up in a tough entity horde. Ingvild, although she was not a tough fighter, she was an expert magician. She was personally taught how to improve in her water magic by Sub-Zero, allowing her to make stronger water dragons and use them to keep fighting for much longer with ease. Issei then asked Surzex earlier to send him the relic of the original Leviathan, which the Satan agreed. Issei knew this thanks to Ingvild telling him about it. After Surzex sent the relic on his mobile device, Ingvild was able to read it, allowing her to access Leviathan's signature move Sea Serpent of the End, that coupled with her learning how to properly use her sacred gear made her a formidable foe to face. Sonia eventually came to know about the Skeleton Queen's existence in his sacred gear, and needless to say she was pissed that Issei hid this from her, but Issei managed to convince her that she is not a threat. Eventually, coupled with Johnny supporting Issei, she eventually relented and accepted her as an ally, but sternly warned Issei that her existence must be kept a secret. On the plus side, she was happy since level 32 was no longer gonna be a high-class level. As for the others, John had the most improvement among the trio, given that his sword skills were way more advanced than they were before his training. He also learned to create afterimages with his sheer speed, confusing his opponent and striking him where he could least expect. Kensher also taught him how to sense presences, since this would allow him to sense whether the entities up ahead are capable of hiding their presences, luring innocent wanderers to their demise. His speed was practically undetectable, with even Kensher having difficulty sensing and wounding him, but needless to say John had improved massively. He had even gotten a haircut once his hair started to get in his way of training. He also changed into a new outfit. He wears a high-collar black shirt under a remodified pure white chest plate that covers a bit more of his upper abdomen and similarly colored bracers. Both the chest plate and the bracers are trimmed with gold, and he once again wears 2 shoulder pads. John's crossremors was also upgraded such that it can turn into a light sword, making him slice through aura with relative ease. This was done by Summer Rose in case he might end up fighting any of the Beacon students. Ruby has not changed much, unlike John. Although she had become more adept in using her weapon, Her usage of the crescent rose was much better and she was able to fight even without it. Her switching between the weapons was strong enough to keep up with Kenshi's teleclones and their speed. Her semblance had also improved massively, such that it was able to keep up with Issei in his night form, such that Issei had to increase his speed to surpass her. She was also able to fire her dust rounds, rapidly allowing her to target a massive area, dealing damage to the surrounding area. As for Naofumi, his defense went to the point of holding a combined punch from Jax's metal arms and Issei in Welsh Draconic Rook. Without much effort, given his defense increased substantially, his speed also did increase, allowing him to keep up whenever his team was attacked. He valiantly defended his friends from enemy attacks and was able to even hold his own when he ended up fighting against a simulated horde of entities, allowing him to defeat several of them. And finally Roman. He accepted Sonia's offer and became a Meeg agent. After all their improvements were done, Kensher and Sub-Zero spoke. Kensher, I must say in the past 2 weeks not only have you caught up with all of us and our abilities, I can safe to say that you guys are ready to go for the levels ahead. Sub-Zero, indeed I never have had such powerful and good students like you ever before. Like Kensher said, you guys are more than ready, just stay safe out there. Sonia then came in. She was joined by Summer. She then spoke. Sonia, if you need to reach level 3999 and go back to your home, I would recommend to go the end level, and no, that is not the final level, the name is the end, so once you go there, find a computer as soon as possible and run the file TRND. But be warned, this level is known to mess with your thoughts thinking that you have escaped. Do not fall. Oh, and one more thing, this level is known to mess the connection of devices like mobiles and radios, so we will not be able to contact you. We can only do so once you reach level 3999. Alright Issei, sounds good, so where do we move next? Sonia, there is a metro level underground, don't worry, it will be safe. Once you go there, stop when you see the end is near written on the wall, get down there, that would be your destination. Also Issei, when your boosted gear was upgraded, the information in your gear was also updated and more information about the levels were added. So ask Drake anything and you should be golden. Drake chimed in from the sacred gear. Drake, just ask us anything relating to the level and we will tell you everything we know. You can ask Belle as well, even she would tell you. Belle, Drake is right, we managed to get all the information thanks to being in the sacred gear. You should not only be able to see the information of the level, but also have a definitive level layout with your position there. This would allow you to see exactly where you are. Issei, wow, thanks guys. Sonia smiled. She then looked at Summer and Ruby staring at each other. She knew that the time has come for her. She then spoke. Sonia, you should join your daughter Summer. But Sonia cuts her off. Sonia, your daughter misses you and has not seen your face for the last 12 years. You should go back. I knew this day would come, and besides you have helped us a lot. You can now go home. We would be fine, I assure you. Summer thanks her and looks at Ruby, who was overjoyed that her mother is returning. She then embraces her, which Summer does not mind, while John asks John, hey, has anyone seen Johnny and Jax? Where are they? Sonia, oh, they are at the metro, we should go there, they must be waiting for us. The others nod and they all head out. Jerry returns back to Ruby after talking to his followers. The parrot did not mind joining them for their journey. Once they saw Johnny and Jax, they waved at them and spoke. Johnny, the train would come in at 10 minutes, so if anyone wants to buy anything you should get some stuff, since the journey might be bigger than I thought. Jax, here are the tickets. Once you enter the train you should be able to travel to the level. Don't travel to any unsafe or an undiscovered level, but at this point I guess you should know that. Issei and the others nod. They stock up some supplies and they head to the train. Sonia and Summer hug each other as they enter the train that would take them to their stations. The conductor entity checks for their tickets and approves them, after which they enter the train. Before entering, Sub-Zero tells Issei. Sub-Zero, remember Issei, you are their leader and navigator. You need to be strong even with all of them losing hope. You need to keep hope alive. You need to stay strong for them. You need to lift up their spirits once they start to get demoralized. You need to lead them to their survival. Got it? Issei, yeah, got it. After that they waved goodbye before they sit in the train. After that the train moves through a bunch of levels, but then the lights start to flicker. Ruby starts to get panicked and gets closer to John, while Rex does the same to Issei. Issei then asks Issei, what is going on, conductor? Conductor starts to panic. Issei immediately notices that it is not good. Conductor, I am starting to lose control of the train. I am sorry, Issei. What do you mean? Issei is cut off when the train starts to move at very fast speeds, faster than it usually does. The lights now stay off for much longer. The conductor then screams, the conductor. Everyone brace for impact. The train is about to lose power. Everyone does as the conductor asks them to, and the lights go off completely. Summer immediately cuddles Ruby, who was fearful of what's about to happen next. Issei and the others grab the train handles and whatever they could. After the train lost power, it crashed onto an unknown level. Chapter 19. Dark and cold. Previously we saw that Issei and the others were successfully able to escape the level 32 and head to level 11, where they had to rush since they were already late for their meeting with Sonya Blade. She was waiting for the duo. After that they see that John was in a new suit of armor that even many people would kill to get this suit in their hands. After leaving the gang to test their suits, Sonya visits Roman Torchwick for his interrogation, where she learns not only his past but also his situation in the backrooms as well as his involvement in the attack on level 11. She then realized that Roman had been corrupted by an entity specifically, and when further pressed on, Roman reveals the entity to be that of the redacted Watcher, one of the most strongest and evil entities in the backrooms, which makes Sonya shiver in fear. She then offers Roman a deal and leaves to tell the others about who he is. She first tells Johnny and then tells the others outside on who he is. Belle and Summer shiver in fear as well since they have heard of this entity, and Sonya believes that he is responsible for sending Issei to level, when he saw Issei as a threat to his abilities. After that, Issei and the others are introduced to their trainers, being Kenshiro Takahashi and Kwai Liang, also known as Sub-Zero. Kenshiro trains John, Ruby and Naofumi, while Sub-Zero trains Ingvild and Issei. Kenshiro decided to spar with the trio and was being pushed back for a while. He then decided to not hold back and absolutely defeat them with relative ease. He then states that he would be the one to train them so that they would have no problem in their upcoming fights against entities up ahead. Meanwhile, Sub-Zero trains Issei and Ingvild and notices that they are already ready for combat. All they can learn is more about it, and after 2 weeks they not only become much better but also way more powerful. Issei and John get the most improvement when it comes to their abilities and powers, with John being able to also sense presences like Kenshiro can, while Ingvild becomes much better in her water attacks and abilities. Ruby can use her weapon more efficiently and fight even without it. And finally, Naofumi gains a massive burst in speed and defensive capabilities. They then get ready to leave, with Summer and Jerry joining the gang. They knew that they had to leave this level at some point in their life, at the very least if they needed to go back home. They then head to the level known as the Metro and they sit once they buy their tickets. The gang says goodbye to Sonya and the others back at the station. However, once the train gets to a certain distance, the train starts to lose power and control and it starts to go completely dark, resulting in them crashing and entering an unknown level. Unknown level, 10:45 a.m. The train had completely come to an halt. The conductor had been the first to wake up and try and start the train, but it was powerless for the time being. The others then woke up, with Issei being the first to wake up. Issei, where are we? Issei then looked around to see everyone was knocked out by the crash. He then woke up Ingvild and the others. John then spoke. John. Issei, what happened? Ruby, where are you? Ruby, right here. I am alright. Summer, I remember being in the train. After that the lights went out and then we crashed. Naofumi looked out of the window to see a dark place. He then noticed that the area was awfully serene and quiet. Naofumi, hey Issei, are we in level 9? Issei looks out of the window and says, Issei, not at all. The roads are not wet here, and the metro will not crash at level 9. This seems to be an undiscovered level, at least in my opinion. Summer, anyways, whatever it is, everyone stick together. We need to survive this level and find a way out of here. Our goal is the end and I want everyone to get out safe and sound without any damage. Issei and the others nod, after which Ingvild sneezes, which surprises everyone. Issei, anything wrong? Ingvild, I feel awfully cold here. Does anyone have a jacket or sweater or something to be warm? Ruby, I think I do. We purchased these, remember, and I have one for everyone, since I had a feeling that we might travel to a cold level, so I purchased one for you. John, and I have 2 for you guys as well. Since this level seems to be cold, we might as well wear them right now, since we need to find a way out of here. Naofumi, wow, thanks John, like the color. John, you're welcome. What about you, Mrs. Rose? Summer, I have mine in case I get cold, but the cold never bothered me anyway. Alright, let's go and explore any exit. Issei, Before that, let me see whether the conductor is awake or not. Issei checks that the conductor is trying to get the train back running. He then looks at Issei and says, "Conductor, I am sorry, sir, for the problem we have. I am unable to get the power back. It will take some time to get the power back, but if you want to hurry, you will need to wait for a while. I am once again sorry for the crash, sir." Issei, "I am just glad that none of us are harmed. We will explore the level. Just give me a call if you can get the train to run." The conductor nods and Issei gives him his mobile number. He then waves goodbye to the gang as they wear their jackets and venture outside in the level. The last thing they heard before passing out was the train noise being replaced by BLD curdling screams. They stay on guard given that this is an unknown level. Opening start. A clock can be seen ticking down a countdown. The whole backrooms is under chaos with someone attacking it. Issei looks upon seeing the situation. He gets ready to fight. Ruby is seen next to him. With her weapon hand, Jerry on her shoulder. Issei gives the command to fight. A train entity is seen in the dark glaring at the gang as weapons are seen aimed at someone. John stared down with a different and upgraded crossbow in his hand, ready to attack. Attacks are thrown at the entity to defeat it. Naofumi activated his shields to fight with Rex on top of him. Ingvild and Summer use their attacks to fight. Issei and Ruby are seen fighting side by side against entities in a dark area. A chips packet is seen on a table. A past is shown of the gang having their food, enjoying with laughs as the entity roars at them in fury, along with several undead attacking them. A cult leader uses attacks to destroy them, resulting in explosions. The explosions go towards Issei, as he activated his boosted gear ready to fight John, transforming into a mechanical suit in order to fight, while Ruby keeps her distance and uses her shots to kill the attackers. A train goes unstable. While Naofumi shows his wrath shield, several wanderers are shown to be tortured while Jax and Johnny are seen back at the MG base. An unnamed man looks down at them, with a blind swordsman training the group. Silhouettes of several agents, along with Sonia, who is seen prepared to attack as they travel through an unnamed level, filled with different entities. They ready themselves to fight against someone dangerous. Opening end. Issei and the others get out of the train to notice the level was extremely dark, almost on par with level 9, but thankfully not as dark as level 6, which will be pretty annoying, but they still had no idea where they were, and there was no sign of any entity life or any life in general, so they needed to be careful. They moved to what seemed to be a single train track. Moving forward, they realized that this level is on the metro. Ruby sent out Jerry to check if there is a settlement ahead. Belle then spoke from the gear. "Belle, I have heard of this level from a wanderer. I think this looks familiar, although it has been a long time since I got any information relating to the level." Issei, "So what did that wanderer say?" Belle, "He told me that there is a level where the humans present were hostile. As much as the entities that are normally encountered by a level, there also seem to be a cult that is present on this level. That's all I remember. I will try to recollect." And Issei cuts her off. Issei, "Take your time, Belle. I will figure out a way to get out of here. We will get out of here, Summer. I also think I have heard a level similar to what Belle described as, but even I am unable to recollect it." Ruby, "Mom, don't push yourself if you are unable to." John, "Ruby is correct, although this level is kind of creepy in my opinion." Ingvild, "True, and the cold only increases the creepiness factor tenfold." Naofumi, "Anyways, complaining will not work. Let's find a way out of here. Where is Jerry though?" Ruby, "He should be here at any moment," and Jerry flew towards them. Ruby then said, "Ruby, there he is." Jerry, "Did you find any settlements out here?" Jerry, "Yes, I did, Sir." Ruby, "There is one in a kilometer, but the people here seem to be completely secluded and avoid any more people present on this level. It seems they do not like any visitors or outsiders." Belle, "No outsiders. I remember now the name of this level." Issei, "What is it?" Belle, "That wanderer called this level the Dark Metro. This level can only be accessed by the metro, and one of the best possible ways to get out of here is by the metro itself. Any other exit will lead back to level 0 or a dangerous level." Summer, "This is not good, so we are stuck here till the conductor fixes the train." Summer paled when she heard the level was the Dark Metro. She had heard rumors of this level's existence since there was no concrete proof about this level being there or no. Ruby then asked Ruby, "Mom, what do you know of this level?" Summer, "Only rumors. They say that this level can only be accessed by the metro and you can never get out of here. Many people including some of our agents get lost in this level. As we lose contact of them, We have been trying to find a definitive escape route from here, but there was never a way. Reports from our agents and the wanderers who have escaped with their life state that they woke up at level 0 once they escaped from here. Drake. Summer is right, even my data on this level is very low, the humans over here are hostile, and there is one entity we need to be worried about and he is the Dark Priest. Issei. Who exactly is he? Drake. The Dark Priest is theorized to be, at least, partially human. The Dark Priest appears to speak only in the Latin language, and has not been documented speaking anything else. The Dark Priest is always seen fully concealed under black robes. He wears a wooden cross around his neck and walks on a cane with red jewels on it. Reports of him have described him wearing various red jewelry and having blood-stained garments. Due to the lack of significant light in the level, his face has never been photographed. The Dark Priest is likely the only being that is in direct communication with the Dark Metro entity. He seems to be able to communicate with it and act as a mediator between it and the townspeople. He is known to organize the sacrifices that take place every 3 days by keeping a tablet of every name in the town. He is never seen outside of the main building, excluding the sacrificial rituals, of course. The townspeople fear even the mention of his name. When he makes an appearance in the main building, he enters by not clipping through the wall, or at least that is what appears to occur. Where exactly he comes from is unknown, as the Meeg's current understanding of same-level not clipping would imply that he would have to have come from the back wall outside. Despite this, he has never once been seen coming from anywhere but inside the church. Meeg has theorized the possibility of a secret room or supernatural abilities. We do not know much about them, so it is best we avoid them and avoid being chosen or marked for the ritual, or our fate is sealed. The gang gulped when they heard of this. They had no choice but to head to the neighborhood so that at the very least they can get supplies or stay there till they get the call from the conductor that the train has been fixed. They decided to visit the neighborhood, which was kind of dark just like how level 9, but the houses were of suburban architecture, unlike the modern architecture that level 9 had. Despite this, the gang noted that the town gave an eerie feeling unlike level 9, which acted as safe spots. It was a risk since the Dark Priest could mark anyone down for his stupid ritual. They moved into the town where the townspeople were all looking at them with curiosity, some with fear. They knew that they were also sent to this town by the metro, the same thing they are known to fear. Issei then moved to a shop, where the shopkeeper looked at him in pure fear. Issei, relax, we are not going to hurt you. Why do you fear us? The shopkeeper weakly responded, Shopkeeper, you do not belong here, you were sent here by the metro, right? Issei, not by choice, our destination was not here, so is there a way we can get out, and if you can tell us more about this level? We will never bother you ever again. The shopkeeper pondered for a while, he then spoke. The shopkeeper, there are ways, young man, I don't sense sinister intent from you, I will tell you everything. There are multiple ways of exiting this level. One is by no clipping, which will send you to a place with fluorescent light bulbs and a wet carpet. Issei, level 0. The shopkeeper, is that what you call it? Then yes. Aside from that, there are many locations here. The central plaza is where the sacrifices happen to the entity known as the Dark Metro. He is the one the Dark Priest works for. I am sure you would have heard of him. Issei, but I thought the Dark Metro is the level name, right? The shopkeeper, you are not wrong, young man, but it is named after the entity present here. The Dark Priest views him as a god figure or a dark deity, but he is anything but. He is a sinister entity who loves to hurt people and make them disappear. No one knows what happens after the Dark Metro kills anyone, but there have been reports of people surviving. It would be a miracle if there is anyone that would save us from this monster. Issei, I see. So when is this ritual? The shopkeeper, usually it happens in 2 to 3 days. On the days when the ritual takes place, 8 hours before the sacrifice is made, the Dark Priest chooses someone that will be sacrificed to the train itself. He speaks in a language that we never hear of. Once he points your name, you are as good as dead. The Dark Priest will take you to the ritual at the central plaza where your fate is sealed. And if you do not show up, the Dark Priest will send his henchmen known as the Shadows to find and capture and kill you as well. They are fast such that no wanderer was ever able to detect his presence, and you will be either sent to the ritual site or as you escape you will die a miserable death, so be careful. You will come to know of the Metro's presence when the bells of the cathedral ring. after the 12th ring the metro will arrive after that we can only pray for the wanderer's existence and survival. Issei, Bells, is there a church around? The shopkeeper. Indeed there is, although it is quite unsettling despite being a holy place. Honestly, there is nothing holy about it. That's where the dark priest resides, so be careful, and I would tell you good luck, and hope you guys can make it out home alive. And you only have 1 hour before the dark priest shows up and says any of our names. And finally, there is one thing you need to know: while the dark priest has powers, he is still human. He has a human face and a human anatomy. You can take him down, so the only reason we are unable to take him down is because of the shadows. But if you are even able to disable or daze the priest, you can easily save yourselves a terrible fate and go back home successfully. After that, once you get out of here, we were told that if you can survive by metro, you will be able to move on to a safe level after that. Issei. Okay, thanks for your time. Shopkeeper. The shopkeeper nods. He then joins the rest of the group who were also trying to find out a way to leave this dreaded level. Issei then asks Issei, so what happened? John. I and Ruby went to some residents, but most of them avoided us like the plague, kinda like how I was at Beacon, only this time I do not understand why they feared or hated us. Ruby nodded in agreement. She never understood their reasoning for their hatred. Nofumi. As for us, we came to know the location of the central plaza where this ritual would happen. As for the communities, it was strong, and well, I had to threaten some folks for informationing viled. You literally said that if you would not tell us, I will Iron Maiden the heck out of you. Is that what you call threaten? Nofumi. More like aggressive negotiations. Inviled face palms on this, while Summer and the others sigh. Summer then speaks. Summer. I managed to find weapons. They pretty much gave them to me. Thankfully I was able to talk with them, and most of them were willing to talk to me without hesitation. Honestly, once I was able to convince them I am not a threat, they were willing to help me. Summer showed them few bottles of liquid pain and shards of fire salt. John then asked, John, so what about you, Issei? Did you find anything? Issei. At first they were afraid of me as well, but when I informed them I would not bother him, he told me most of the stuff about the level from the cathedral present here, where the dark priest and his minions the shadows reside in, as well as the location of where they are present. Not to mention we have only 8 hours before the ritual will officially begin, so we need to prepare and try to avoid being spotted by him. In addition to that, I also have found what exactly this dark metro entity is. John, what is it? Issei. A sadistic and cunning entity. The dark priest seems to be a sort of the person that would be a connection to it and him. Anyways, we need to be careful, and the only way we can come to know if the bell of the cathedral rings, that's when we come to know about the time when the train shows up. We need to either get out of here now, Fomi, or worst case scenario, end up fighting the dark metro. Issei nodded in response. This is going to be a tough fight for any of them, tougher than any of the fight they previously had. They managed to barely survive so far, and if they ended up facing him, it would surely not end well. Anyways, whatever happens next would be for the best, or at least they hoped it to be. Drake, it's gonna be alright, stay strong. We have fought gods and other Longinus wielders before. We will come out of this alive. Belle, Drake is correct. We will make it out alive. No one will die thanks to a machine. We will survive. Issei nodded. He needed to be strong, not for himself, but the people he cared about. He assumed that this might be the redacted watchers doing, so he needed to be prepared for what comes next. John then asks John, if we may face against shadows belonging to the dark priest, can we know more about them? Before Issei could say anything, Drake spoke. Drake. The shadows are two entities that appear to accompany the dark priest. Unlike the dark priest, the shadows are not human. They have a humanoid form, but lack any visible body parts. Black shadows, hence the name, appear where their faces and hands should be. The shadows never speak, or even move very often for that matter. They are only ever seen in the presence of the dark priest, almost always standing motionless and quiet. They both wear identical clothing, a gray vest over a blue dress shirt, a long tie tucked into the vest, black khaki pants, and black dress shoes, topped with a altich or fedora over their heads. Their exact height has been estimated at around 6 feet 8 inches each, going off of video analysis, pixel measurements, and measurable reference points of control. While the priest communicates the dark metro's will to the townspeople, the shadows act upon it. Documented examples that support this theory include the shadows being the ones to place the sacrifice into the dark metro during the rituals, seeking out and killing anyone who does not appear at the rituals, and restraining newly discovered people who have entered the level. Only 2 of these entities have ever been seen at a single time, but Meeg is open to the theory that there could be many. Issei, okay, so let's just before Issei could continue the bell started to ring once. They knew that this signaled the dark metro's arrival in this level. After a few seconds he could see the dark-robed man and 2 people standing next to the man. They did not have a visible body. Issei and the others realized that the robbed man was the dark priest and the entities next to him were his shadows. A/N. Above is dark priest and the below is the shadow. Issei noticed an ominous aura coming from the trio. The others also felt a feeling of dread when they were near them, especially Jerry, Ruby and Rex. They do not seem to be nice people even by just looking at them. The townspeople were terrified of them but they came to see nevertheless, since they would kill anyone whose name was chosen by the dark priest, and were trying to escape. The dark priest then spoke in a raspy voice. Dark priest, Grady homines, size quat tempesi, welcome people, you know what time is it? A/N. Since the dark priest will be speaking in Latin, I will be using Latin, but fear not, the English translation would be next to it. The others in the group were confused as to what language. However, this was not a problem for Issei and Ingvild, being a reincarnated devil and half-devil respectively, allowed them to learn and understand any language, one of them being Latin. John, does anyone know what he is speaking? Issei, I do now for me, how? Issei, as a reincarnated devil, I can understand any language. Ingvild, me too, even I can learn as well. Issei, worry not, I will translate. Dark priest, venit tempus, obscura metro semel iterumque pedavit sacrificium. The time has come, the dark metro has once again asked for a sacrifice. Issei translated them to his friends who were not unsurprised. They knew that the time has come for an innocent victim to be sacrificed. The dark priest then takes out a scroll and speaks the victim's name. Dark priest, is cuius anima sacrificaritor, st. Now fumi iwatani. The one whose soul would be sacrificed is. Now fumi iwatani. Issei did not need to translate this for them. He and Ingvild looked at Naofumi in pity. The others were shocked that his name was taken, while Naofumi was speechless. They knew that they would be confronting the Dark Metro very soon. Chapter 20, Cult, Ritual, and the Dark Metro. Previously we saw that Issei and the others were successfully alive after the power of the train went off. They managed to wake up one by one and saw that they were in a separate, unknown level. The level ambience was quite cold and dark, such that everybody needed a jacket given how cold the ambience was. Issei then asked the conductor on how much time will he be able to move the train, to which the conductor responded once the train comes back on, he will inform them. Issei gives the conductor his number and they set out to see whether they can find another way to escape or any supplies. He and the others then look out to see train tracks implying that they were still in the metro. Since there was nothing they could do, they decided to explore around and see what they could do. Belle was able to recognize this level to be the infamous Dark Metro level where wanderers managed to rarely show up here. She knew that this level is considered to be dangerous. Thanks to Jerry who had gone off to scout for the area, they were able to find a nearby neighborhood. However, Belle warned them that the people there might be hostile to them, which they took it seriously. They then entered the town as they saw people staring at them in curiosity and fear. Issei then suggested to split up to find more information about this level. Issei talks to a reluctant shopkeeper, who while was in fear of the new wanderers, tells Issei about everything relating to this level, from the cathedral to the central plaza. He also told them more about this rituals as well as the dark priest, the dark metro as well as the shadows that the dark priest summons. Issei thanks the shopkeeper and takes his leave. He then meets up with the others and they all discuss what they have got so far. John and Ruby return empty-handed because the people avoided them. Summer got some weapons in case they end up fighting the Dark Metro, and finally Naofumi and Ingvild were able to get the locations of the areas, although Naofumi was forced to threaten the man, which he aptly called aggressive negotiations. Issei tries to speak when they hear a bell, reminding them that it is about time for the Dark Metro to show up. They then see the Dark Priest along with his Shadows, the dark priest then calls everyone since the time has come to take the next sacrifice. He then revealed the name of the person to be sacrificed. The person was none other than Naofumi Iwatani. He is the next soul that is going to be sacrificed to the Dark Metro, shocking everyone. The Dark Metro, 1:45 p.m. Everyone was still trying to get over their shock of knowing that Naofumi was the one to be chosen to be sacrificed for the ritual. The priest then spoke in the same raspy voice. Dark priest. Octo tantum horas havs reliquas, orations tuas dic et veil ultimosta. You have only 8 hours remaining, say your prayers and give your last goodbyes. The dark priest and his shadows leave from there. Issei and the others only look at the shield hero in pure sympathy, while Naofumi was still in shock as his name was being chosen. Issei on the other hand was trying to save Naofumi from his dreaded fate. They then go inside a room to see what they can plan in order to get out. They enter a warehouse where they could be safe from the public for the time being. There were only 7 hours before the ritual would take place. 6 hours and the dark priests and the shadows would show up and try to kidnap Naofumi for his final ritual. They needed to plan something before it is too late. That's when Issei heard an argument going on between Naofumi and John. John, are you crazy Naofumi? You will not sacrifice yourself to them Naofumi. Listen to me John. I want you guys to be alive, so I will sacrifice myself to that stupid train. John then grabs Naofumi's jacket and speaks. John, you will not sacrifice yourself for that train. We will find a way to get out of here alive. Naofumi also started to get angry. Naofumi, they were both about to attack when Issei got into them and spoke. Issei, that's enough. Issei's yell was enough to get the fighting boys to stop. He then spoke. Issei, listen to me, I will not let you sacrifice yourself to that train and that's final Naofumi, but they will come after me either way. Issei, that's why I have a plan. We will get out of here alive. None of us will die. I made a promise that I intend to fulfill. We all will be leaving out of here and none of us will die. Now listen closely, I will inform you my plan. Opening start. A clock can be seen ticking down a countdown. The whole backrooms is under chaos with someone attacking it. Issei looks upon seeing the situation. He gets ready to fight. Ruby is seen next to him. With her weapon hand, Jerry on her shoulder. Issei gives the command to fight. Untrained entity is seen in the dark glaring at the gang as weapons are seen aimed at someone. John stared down with a different and upgraded crosser Amores in his hand. Ready to attack. Attacks are thrown at the entity to defeat it. Naofumi activated his shields to fight with Rex on top of him. Ingvild and Summer use their attacks to fight. Issei and Ruby are seen fighting side by side against entities in a dark area. A chips packet is seen on a table. A past is shown of the gang having their food, enjoying with laughs as the entity roars at them in fury, along with several undead attacking them. A cult leader uses attacks to destroy them, resulting in explosions. The explosions go towards Issei, as he activated his boosted gear ready to fight John, transforming into a mechanical suit in order to fight, while Ruby keeps her distance and uses her shots to kill the attackers. A train goes unstable, while Naofumi shows his wrath shield. Several wanderers are shown to be tortured while Jax and Johnny are seen back at the MG base. An unnamed man looks down at them, with a blind swordsman training the group. Silhouettes of several agents, along with Sonia, who is seen prepared to attack as they travel through an unnamed level, filled with different entities. They ready themselves to fight against someone dangerous. Opening and 8 hours later. Naofumi was sitting alone in the warehouse. He knew of Issei's plan, and he was waiting for them to show up, and little after a while the dark priest showed up along with his shadows. Dark priest, credo tempus tuum venis, Naofumi Iwatani. Gaudio ti cur analuis. I believe your time has come, Naofumi Iwatani. I am glad you did not choose to run. Naofumi was able to understand thanks to the communication circle Issei had given him, that translated everything for the shield hero in Latin. Naofumi then spoke. Naofumi, yeah, I know, there is no point in running. My fate seems to be sealed because of your stupid ritual. One of the shadows tried to grab Naofumi for insulting the Dark Metro, but the Dark Priest stops him. He then speaks. Dark Priest, non intelligus quod ad meorem rem electa est anima tua juvenis, sed enicures dominum nostrum tibi salutum ostendera, tiad meorem usum electum esse. You do not understand that your soul has been chosen for a greater purpose, young man, but worry not, our Lord will show you salvation, that you have been chosen for a greater purpose. Naofumi, yeah, let's just head there and get this over with. I know I cannot escape my fate. The dark priest chuckles. The young man has accepted his fate, unlike many other unfortunate souls. Naofumi then gets up and walks to the priest. He then speaks. Naofumi, lead the way. The dark priest nods and Naofumi follows him and his two shadows to the central plaza where the sacrifice would take place. The bell had already rung 11 times before, which gave enough time for the dark priest and his shadows to prepare for the ritual. The dark priest speaks. Dark priest, haec est plaza centralis, ubi dominus noster et solvitor adveniat. This is the central plaza, where our Lord and Savior would arrive. The central plaza seemed to be a large parking lot, with a small strip mall of stores, none of which are ever open or lit. For anyone that visited the level, this area was incredibly unsafe due to the amount of people there at almost all times. For inhabitants, it's where most people commune, trade, and perform community activities. Given that the town they entered in was somewhat far away from the central plaza, the people here are mostly hostile to any wanderers that may or may not show up. Naofumi then looked at two figures in the back. One was having brown hair while the other was in purple hair. They had worn hoods so as to not be recognized. Naofumi immediately recognized them as Issei and Ingvild. Everything is going according to plan. Flashback. Issei, alright, listen, since we may fight against the Dark Metro, I will go to the central plaza, where the sacrifice will happen. Ingvild will join me in that area. You don't mind, right? Ingvild, I will come, John, but won't you guys get caught? The people around the central plaza are known to be hostile, and will take down any outsider. Issei, that's where our training comes in. You see, our MSR Sub-Zero taught us the art of blending in and infiltrating into an enemy territory without getting caught. Ingvild then chipped in. Ingvild, and that's not all. We were undetected during our training. Even MSR ninja like Sub-Zero had difficulty in detecting us, so I know that we will be fine. Issei, and once we are inside, I will release Naofumi and distract the dark priest and the shadows, while Ingvild can deal with those people. Using her water magic, she would put those people unconscious, since your water magic can now fill up entire cities, right? Ingvild nods in confirmation. Issei then says, Issei, as for the others, you will stay near the cathedral where people will not present, since they would be in the central plaza. You will get the signal of the train coming once the church bell rings. After that you should hear the water coming inside. That will be your cue to join the fight. And Jerry, I want you to see the train distance. I will give you a communication circle. You can inform me the distance of the train from the central plaza. Jerry, Roger. John, understood. Everyone, let's show the fruits of our training to these cult fools. Ruby? Yep, I would love to show them my new skills. Let's all get out of here alive. Rex, me tear them apart. Summer, correct. I was anyway not a big fan of this cult business. Let us all get out of here alive. I will not lose anyone that has been held dear to me. Naofumi, you guys, you all are doing this for my sake. Issei, yup, we would not want you to die, not until you go back home and meet the people you care about. Naofumi was about to tear up. He then spoke. Naofumi, thank you all. Naofumi realized that he could trust them with his life, without enslaving them. The others smiled at this. He was a part of their team, and there is no way Issei would let anyone die. After 3 hours, Issei and Ingvild left to infiltrate the central plaza without getting caught. After the next 3 hours, John and the others left to get to their positions, leaving Naofumi alone waiting for them to show up. Flashback ends. Naofumi seemed to be walking when one of the townspeople tried to attack them. However, the shadow used his superhuman speed and strength to not only take down the man that attacked him but was also able to subdue him as well. The dark priest responded. Dark priest, sacrificium iterum nocera tvut in aeternum eris inimicum metro obscuri iterum manifestus sum. Hurt the sacrifice again, and I will make sure that you will be forever an enemy of the dark metro again. Am I clear? Naofumi, well, he at least cares for his sacrifice and makes sure they are in one piece. The dark priest's tone was of no nonsense. The man in question was fearful and left without question, before making one final glare to Naofumi Iwatani. Before walking away, the other townspeople then gathered to see, since the sacrifice was about to happen. Issei and Ingvild were also there, and that was when the final bell rang. Dark priest, salve advenientibus ad sacrificium, dominum et salvatorum nostrum, cito adveniat, adolescens, spirode ad ultimum sacrificium paradum. Welcome to those who are gathered here for the sacrifice. Our Lord and Savior will be arriving very soon. Young man, I hope you are ready for the final sacrifice. Naofumi nodded. The dark priest then motioned his shadows to begin the final preparations. The shadows will bring out a red and black box, which had the name of Naofumi. Watani, since this time his name was mentioned earlier, and since he was next to the dark priest, there was no need for dragging him to the station. Naofumi, so what now? Dark priest, Uvinis patentia, dominus et silvator noster, cito adveniat, o et ibi est welcome Lord Dark Metro. Patience, young man, our Lord and Savior will arrive soon. Oh, and there he is, welcome Lord Dark Metro. Scene change with Issei and Ingvild. 15 minutes earlier, Issei and Ingvild were looking at the people that surrounded him. Thankfully they were not detected by them and they stayed quiet as any noise would expose them. Jerry kept sending signals to both Ruby and Issei. Jerry, the train is 20 miles away from the central plaza. Issei spoke quietly so as to not let others know about his presence. Issei, keep up the good work, just inform me when it is at 5 miles. Distance. Jerry, Roger. Ingvild asked quietly. Ingvild, do you think we will be alright? I'm scared. Issei brought her closer, which made her blush. Issei, we will be fine, I promise that none of us will be dying tonight. Ingvild nodded in happiness. She is happy that she is someone whom she can trust. Jerry, 5 miles, the train is arriving soon. Issei, go back to Ruby. Jerry, don't let yourself be detected. Ruby will hate herself if anything happens to you. Jerry, understood. Jerry returned back since his job was done. Scene change with Naofumi. A train sound was heard and the train seemed to be running on the tracks, but in reality it was floating on the air, which seemed weird, but at this point everything weird is possible in this new dimension. The train then stopped and opened up the doors, and the dark priest then tells dark priest, in ret modo dominus noster id docebit ad salutum, just step inside our Lord, and he will guide you to salvation. Naofumi, wait, that's it. The dark priest nodded. That was when everyone present heard a voice too familiar. Issei, now Welsh dragon balance breaker. Issei activated his balance breaker in the nick of time. It was red armor clad in green-colored gems, and had 2 dragon wings. Just like many times before, everyone looked in the armor in anger, but mostly fear. Anger because he intervened their ritual, but fear because they saw the armor radiated massive power. Issei, Ingvild. Now Ingvild understood. Sea serpent of the end. Ingvild used her water powers, catching everyone off guard. In a matter of seconds the whole city was being drowned, people were being sent flying from the sheer force of the water alone. Everyone was either drenched or drowned. Thankfully they were not dead, as Ingvild's main goal was to put them unconscious. The dark priest glared at Issei, while the shadows were ready to attack. Issei in a flash of speed grabbed Naofumi and took him out of there and brought him alongside Ingvild. Meanwhile with the others, 30 minutes ago John, Ruby, Rex and Summer were preparing them for their attack. John had already activated his mechanical suit before. He was practicing his slashes since Issei informed that light attacks can weaken the shadows and the dark priest itself, although it is unknown whether it would affect the dark metro as well. They had heard the bell indicating the train will be arriving shortly. Ruby prepared her weapon as well as the fire and electric dust to take down the dark priest itself. Summer was training Ruby to fight with her weapon. Summer, Ruby, think of your weapon as an extension of your own body. Use it like it is your body part. Do not think of it as a mere weapon. With it you should not only be able to fight longer and with much more precision. Ruby, okay mom, I will try my best. Speaking of which, how will you be able to fight? I never saw your weapon. Summer, in my time as an huntsman as well as Meeg agent, I learned to fight even without a weapon. I prefer using a scythe that uses strong light dust. A/N. I do not own this image. All images belong to their respective artist. The weapon which Summer pulled out was a staff with a red dust crystal on the left side. It had golden rings on the black staff, 2 red inner groves at the top as well as a small button on the top handle, acting as a SWH. John, Mrs. Rose, that seems like a staff. Summer, that's because it is currently on off mode. Summer then clicks the button and a red blade comes out from the red crystal. Summer twirls the blade in a cyclic manner, showing her prowess with the weapon. Summer, this baby uses strong light dust. Unlike you, my dear, I prefer close-range combat. Since this use strong light dust, once this thing goes off I will be needing to recharge this weapon. Summer turns the blade off. She then keeps the staff back and sees that her daughter has glowing eyes. Summer then sighs and speaks. Summer, once we get out of here, I will let you hold the weapon. Ruby, West's Summer makes a wry smile. While John looks amused by Ruby's nature, Rex was also intrigued by the weapon that Summer had. That was when they saw that Jerry had come back. He informed Jerry, "Hey Sir Ruby, the Dark Metro has arrived." "Ruby, thank you, Jerry, for your help." Jerry nodded and sat on Ruby's shoulder. Summer wondered how she was able to get an entity like Jerry's total loyalty. She assumed it was just like Issei getting Rex's loyalty. They then saw water coming out along with several people. John then spoke. "John, that's our cue, let's go and rock this party everyone." Yup / you bet. They all rushed inside to join the others in the fight, and saw that Issei, Naofumi and Ingvild were on one side, while the Dark Metro, the Dark Priest and the Shadows were on the other. All three sides were ready to fight. Scene change with Issei, Ingvild and Naofumi. Issei had managed to successfully get out Naofumi from the clutches of the Dark Metro. The Dark Priest said, "Dark Priest, odds in rituali intercedera, qui vagentem, you dare intervene in the ritual, you wander." The Dark Priest was furious about the ritual being interrupted and ruined by some mere teenagers. He then glared even more at Naofumi, as the shield hero smirked. "Dark Priest, et2, numquam immolari voluisti domino nostro, metro tenebri quomido me inept ierodes." "And you never wanted to be sacrificed for our Lord, the Dark Metro, how dare you fool me?" "Naofumi, I never intended myself to be sacrificed to your stupid ritual. I want to get home, and I will get home, no matter the cost." Issei, "Naofumi is right, we are going back, and we will destroy anyone that tries to get in our way, be it your stupid deity or even a god that is in our way." Dark Priest did not say much, he only spoke. "Dark Priest, oxide eos, nunc interfice eos, kill them now." The Shadows looked at him and telepathically asked whether he was sure. They were intimidated by the power. "Dark Priest, facite, do it." The Shadows understood and rushed at the trio at inhuman speeds. They started to fight. Even the Dark Metro joined the fight and tried to run over them. The Dark Priest then spoke. "Dark Priest, catatum cum the Dark Metro, solvent vitam swam, those who mess with the Dark Metro shall pay with their lives." A/N, am I the only one getting bendy vibes while writing this? The fight began. Issei then saw John and the others join in. He then spoke. "Issei, took you guys long enough." John, "Yeah, sorry about that, so that seems to be the Dark Metro." "It looks just like a regular train in my opinion." The Dark Metro was in the dark, with only its two eyes flashing at the gang. It was furious that its sacrifice was ruined by some mere kids, with barely any power. Aside from that, it looked like a normal train car, but that was the appearance it wanted any innocent wanderer to see. A/N, there is the image that the entity wants any to show any wanderers. It hides its true colors for the wanderer's eyes to see. Once Issei flashed a light towards the entity, its true appearance was revealed and it was horrifying. It had black eyes with red pupils instead of headlights, a black substance that makes up its interior which is similar to that which makes up the Shadows. Seats and walls made of screaming human faces, various entrails and organs across the ground and along the walls, and even teeth. Ruby nearly was about to puke when she saw this true form of his. Even Summer and John were in complete shock and disgust. They were not comfortable seeing it. Ingvild was in complete shock and was unable to move. Rex was in pure fear and he curled next to Issei. While Naofumi and Issei were alright, they had seen body entrails before in their experiences as a devil and shield hero respectively, so they were alright. "Dark Priest, ecce vera domini nostri forma, vos guis es felix, verum veri formum testatus est, non querit hoc vidir." Behold the true form of our Lord. You guys are lucky to have witnessed its true form. Is it not intriguing to see this? Issei then spoke. "Issei, guys, snap out of it, don't listen to him. I will handle the Dark Metro. Naofumi will join me. The Shadows can be taken down, but be careful. The Dark Priest can keep summoning them and they can move at superhuman speeds and have superhuman durability. If anyone can take him down, the Shadows will be vulnerable. And one more things, once the conductor calls us, we need to flee from here. Since we interrupted their ritual, this place may hate us." Everyone, got it. Dark Priest, "Stult hic perdes opram, excipias fatum tuum, e mox immalabaris domino nostro." You fools, you are wasting your time here. You should accept your fate and just let yourself be sacrificed to our Lord. Issei, I am getting out of here with my friends alive and there is nothing wrong in trying. Issei and Nofumi taunted the Dark Metro, which the hulking beast fell for and rushed to them. The others went to fight against the Dark Metro with Issei and Nofumi. Issei and Nofumi saw the hulking beast. Although they were not uncomfortable with its presence, they needed to take the beast down at all costs. Issei knew that he would need to begin the chant of Cardinal Crimson promotion. Issei, I, who is about to awaken, am the Red Dragon Emperor who has discarded the principles of domination. I shall walk the road of righteousness by having infinite hopes and dreams. I shall become the king of Crimson Dragon, and I promise you all I shall show you the future, which shines in true crimson light. The boosted gear then announced Drake. Mode change. Queen Issei entered into his crimson armor, the same armor that had once managed to take down and defeat Angela, the glitched goddess. They looked on as they were ready to fight. Nofumi had readied his shield. Issei then spoke. Issei, are you guys ready to take this guy down? Nofumi, you bet Drake. Give him hell, don't hesitate to release me if you need any help. Belle. Drake is correct, I will also help in taking him down for good. The Dark Metro roared in anger at the duo. Issei got ready for the fight. He and Nofumi looked at each other and smirked. They have fought against bigger and harder before, and they survived, and they will survive this as well. Issei went into his speed form, which was faster than before, shocking the Dark Metro entity. Star Sonic Booster. Issei then smashed into the left hole of the Dark Metro, making it cough up more entrails on the side, making it stagger. It tried to lunge at Issei with a fire attack, but Nofumi got in the way with his shield. His training with Kenshiro has paid off, making him much quicker and faster to react. Viper Chimera Shield. 2 snakes came and bit the Dark Metro, but it did not do much given that it was resistant to poison. It attacked Nofumi, reeling it backwards. Issei caught him, but the force was staggering enough, forcing Issei to enter his Rook form. Solid Impact Booster. Issei entered into this form and managed to stop the force. However, this allowed the Metro to slam itself into them, making them, breaking some of Issei's face plate and nearly breaking Nofumi's skull. Issei, Nofumi, are you alright? Nofumi, yeah, that bastard nearly fractured my skull. We need to find a way to permanently take him down. Issei, Drake, we are gonna need you. You want to take a swing at this guy? Drake, I do not mind. Besides, I have been itching for a proper fight. Let's rock this party, partner. Issei, you know it. Summon Dragon. Release. Issei's boosted gear transformed into his 2.0 version, which enhanced his Cardinal Crimson Queen mode. The power was enough to make even the gods shiver in fear. Drake was summoned to fight against the Dark Metro, which made the Dark Metro shiver in fear. Drake, it's been a long time since I got into a fight. I hope you won't disappoint me. Dark Metro. The Dark Metro glared at him and attacked, but Drake was no pushover. He was skilled in fighting. After all, he simultaneously fought against the Dark Metro with Issei using Fire Salt. This time, he enhanced it with his boost ability. He then threw them at the Dark Metro. Issei then screamed. Issei, explosion. The enhanced Fire Salt exploded at the Dark Metro, dealing severe damage to it. Drake used his own flames on the Dark Metro, enhancing the damage. Nofumi had activated his Wrath Shield. He used the ability Burn on them, destroying most of the body of the Metro, making it struggle in pain for the very first time. The Dark Metro struggled for the very first time. Dark Metro, Issei, it's only going to get worse for you, ugly Drake. It is unfortunate for me that I cannot use my signature move, Blazing Inferno of Scorching Flames, otherwise this would have been an easy win for us. Issei, is that the ability that made you fear among the gods? Drake, indeed, this is the ability that was known to burn to such an extent that it made gods fear us. It was capable of burning endlessly to an extent that even their souls are destroyed. My rival Albion had something similar as well, which was a poison he called Reduce, which was also on the same level as that Nofumi. That's just broken. It's no wonder you two were feared. Drake huffed with a sense of pride, but then he saw that the Metro was regenerating its wounds. It then summoned several zombie-like entities that attacked the trio. Drake was effortlessly burning them with ease with its flames. Issei and Nofumi were on the struggle against them since they were too many in number. Belle then spoke telepathically. Belle, Issei, I would suggest to use my abilities as well. Issei, alright, enlighten me, milady. Belle, very funny. Anyways, the ability I was about to inform you is that I can summon skeletons to do my bidding. The move is called Graveyard. This allows me to summon them to my bidding. Issei, then why did you not use them against me in our fight? Belle, kind of pointless. You would have just destroyed them easily and effortlessly. Belle just shrugged nonchalantly. Issei sighed and yelled, Issei, graveyard. Belle spoke from the boosted gear skeleton summon, A/N. Ignore the pirate setting. I do not own this GIF or Sea of Thieves, A/N. Credit to @LuxCranel00 for the idea. These are the warriors that were present to battle. He said, now what? Belle. Dummy, give them a command. They are all yours, my dear Issei. Go and fight and take the Dark Metro down. The skeleton warriors charged into the battle. They were having a fraction of Issei's power but were still quite resilient. They were being able to fight against the Dark Metro. The ones that could fly were easily having the aerial advantage. One of the skeletons tugged at Issei. It was a child skeleton. Belle telepathically said, Belle. That's the skeleton of a child. It must have met the same fate as the other innocent victims. Issei looked at the skeleton in pity. He then spoke, Issei. You can stay here, Larry, just enjoy the fight. Larry nodded. Belle then spoke, Belle. Larry, quite an interesting name. I am happy that you have such a good heart. Issei heard and smiled. He then glared at the Dark Metro for hurting such innocent people for its own sadistic pleasure. He then charged into the fray after helping Naofumi take out the zombified victims. Together they were making staggering progress towards the Dark Metro, making it push back for a while. Its regeneration was, however, a constant source of problem, and it constantly charged, destroying many of the warriors with ease. It went after Larry, but Drake held on the train with his own strength and gave an uppercut, breaking the lower abdomen. Drake, are you alright, little one? Larry nodded. Drake then grinned to show that he is strong to make sure that the child felt safe. He then glared at the Dark Metro and roared, Drake, going after a mere child? That's low even for you. Take this. Drake then used flame blaze, burning most of the body with ease. It started to regenerate once again, but the damage by everyone's effort seemed to be taking a toll on it. Naofumi, I have an idea, but this will hurt Issei. Go ahead. Issei had stopped summoning warriors as this would only drain his energy. Naofumi then continued, Naofumi, Iron Maiden is not my strongest ability, it's actually BLD sacrifice. Issei, I don't like the sound of that. Belle? Me too, it seems to unnerve me as well. Are you sure you want to use that ability, Naofumi? Naofumi, yeah, but worry not, I will survive, but it would hurt me as well. Drake, how strong are your flames for now? Drake, strong enough to cause permanent damage. Naofumi, that's all I need. Now BLD sacrifice. Naofumi's wrath shield glowed, but immediately after BLD started to come out, Issei immediately rushed to him. He screamed, Issei, why the hell did you do that for? Naofumi, it was the only way. Issei, is there anything we can do? Belle, use almond water, boost it to super level status. You should be able to use it to number the pain. As for the wounds, it should take some time, but there would be a curse that would weaken his defenses, but do it fast, he is fading fast. Belle's voice was filled with worry. Given the undead queen she is, she can sense life and death. She knew that Issei would hate himself if he failed to save Naofumi. Larry then tugged on Issei's cape. Issei, what's? Larry fell back. Issei realized what he did and responded, Issei, sorry, I was just not in the right mood. Is there anything you want? Larry pointed to his BLD. Issei responded, Issei, yeah, that's his BLD, and wait, is it moving? Belle, it seems so. I think I know what is going to happen next. Issei, is it big? Belle, well, yes, let's just say we are going to see the real power of the BLD sacrifice. Issei looked as the BLD composed into a giant BLD monster which had the Dark Metro grasped into its teeth. It was intending to crush the Dark Metro. Drake, who had seen everything, decided now would be the time to destroy the Dark Metro. Issei was focused on feeding Naofumi almond water, which the shield hero was able to consume properly. He had enough strength to drink. The BLD monster started to crush the Dark Metro, coupled with Drake using his strongest fire breath to destroy the entity once and for all. Eventually the Dark Metro was unable to handle the strength of the monster, coupled with Drake burning the Dark Metro. The monster was able to crush the Dark Metro into broken pieces, destroying the entity for good. Once the BLD monster disappeared, it revealed the crushed and burnt Metro on the ground. It had stopped moving and the eyes had stopped glowing. The Dark Metro had been finally beaten for good. Larry went into the ground once this was over. It knew that it and many other souls would finally achieve peace. For the victims this monster had taken, Issei knew that he deserved some rest, and he carried Naofumi on his back. Since the man was unable to move, he looked to see the fight between the dark priest and the others coming to an end. Scene change with John and the others, 30 minutes earlier. John had transformed into his mechanical suit, which was glowing in color. He and the others destroyed many of the shadows, but more were constantly being summoned by the dark priest. He then rushed to the dark priest, but the priest used his shadows and they pushed John back. He then spoke. Dark priest, salvum te esse potes, sed ritu perdito morieris omnes. You may have saved him, but you all will die for ruining the ritual. John, we need to get closer in order for us to defeat him. The shadows are getting in the way. We need to find a way to take him down. For good, Ruby. I think I might have a way. Remember our initiation with Kenshire. John. Wait, alright, I think this might work. Ingvild, can you also distract him? Ingvild. Consider it done. Ingvild used her water magic to drench the floor, while Ruby used her ice dust, freezing the water in place, trapping the dark priest and his shadows. John, Rex and Summer go after them, with Summer and Rex easily killing the shadows with ease. While John slashed the priest, his sword glowed a blue color and he used it on the priest. The priest was affected by the light alone, and the slash was enough to send him flying, breaking the ice into the rubble. The priest woke up dazed. He then looked at the BLD monster crushing the dark metro along with a dragon burning it. He then spoke with worry. Dark priest, domini me. My lord. The dark priest rushed to the area, once he heard the suffering of the dark metro at the hands of the two unknown creatures. However, he was stopped by John. John, you ain't going nowhere. The dark priest tried to distract them, but he could see the BLD monster crushing its lord. His head started to grow in pain since the dark metro was getting crushed, and eventually it stopped. The dark priest looked in horror as the dark metro was dead, burnt and destroyed. As it stopped moving, it could not sense its commands or its presence anymore. He then said, Dark priest, Eno mihi domini, Eno my lord. The dark priest tried to rush, however he saw that John had rushed to him with his sword intact. He was followed by Ruby and Summer, both their weapons meant for close combat. John then slashed into the dark priest multiple times, destroying most of his body, with ease. John. Atomic slash. The priest was sent flying to Ruby and Summer, who used their scythes and twirled them in a cyclonic manner, destroying most of his cloak and body. Rex clawed his stomach, and Ingvild used several of her water dragons to add even more pressure to the dark priest, drowning him and taking him out of the fight. John powered down his suit, and Summer deactivated her scythe. Ruby turned the crescent rose and put it back. While Ingvild sat on the ground, she was exhausted as well. Issei eventually joined them with Naofumi on his back. John then asked about the situation, which Issei informed them everything, shocking them. He told them that he would be alright. That's when they got a call from the conductor. Issei, hello. Conductor. Yes, sir. The train has been fixed. You can come back now. We will be leaving shortly. Issei. Okay. Issei disconnected the phone. He then spoke. Issei, guys, I got a call from the conductor. We can go back now. John, thank the stars, I can get out of here now. Ruby. Yep, with the dark metro destroyed and the dark priest down, we should be able to escape. Issei, you said that the priest was down, right? Ruby. Issei, then what is he doing? Everyone noticed that he was chanting something. He then ended the word saying, Dark priest, vindica me, vindica domina meum, avenge me, avenge my lord. The dark priest dropped dead. All of a sudden several shadows were summoned. With Naofumi injured, they could not fight. Issei noticed the summoning and said one thing. Issei, A/N, I do not own this GIF or Breaking Bad. Issei and the others used their speed abilities to rush. Issei was in Sonic Star Booster. Ruby and Summer used their semblances, and John activated his suit, increasing his speed. Summer grabbed Ingvild while John grabbed Rex. Jerry clung to Ruby for support as they all rushed to the train location. There they could see several people joining them. They were all chasing the gang as they wanted them dead for killing their lord and savior. Kill them, murderers, you killed our lord, pay the price, destroy them. Issei then contacted the conductor and asked him to start the train once they were at the station. The conductor saw this and immediately started the train, which started in no time. Issei and the others rushed in. Once they did, they closed the door. Thankfully only the shadows were able to catch him since the people were all unable to do so. They then sat inside the train happy that they all were able to get out of here alive and safe. Chapter 11. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Previously we saw that Ashbin has not seen any changes happening in the beacon even after revealing the truth. The only thing